Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 221. Rin was called by him at this time. Even if Tsunade was a little resentful about it, he also called Rin over Obito had already been taken away by the class, and God knows what kind of education the class is going to start. This is likely to involve Lin's existence. Chen Fan is not willing to suddenly get bad news from Lin one day. Red Beam's birthday party continues. Yuhi Rin and others sent gifts one after another. Yuhi sent a low-level illusion, and Lin sent a medical kit. Even Orochimaru, who was far away, seemed to consider the meaning of Red Beam to Chen Fan, and sent a psychic contract with a psychic snake, asking Chen Fan to teach Red Beam psychic art. And Chen Fan, "What I gave you is a knife." Chen Fan pouted. "That's it, a knife named Kunyu." Saying that, he took out a samurai sword in a scabbard from behind. The fiery red scabbard, the slender blade, the handle with strange characters written on it. However, in terms of appearance, it seems to be no different from ordinary samurai swords. Knife? Yuhi Kane and Rin were taken aback. Although with the spread of Chen Fan's Breath of the Sun, there are more and more ninjas using knives. But Hondu himself is not good at swordsmanship, but is used to using the secret techniques taught by Orochimaru. Katana and red beams. The style doesn't match. Since you gave it to me sincerely, then I will accept it with great mercy. Hondu smiled, but he didn't dislike it. She patted Chen Fan's gift and grabbed it with her small hand. Climb! Red Beam pulled out the blade with both hands, and the bright blade gleamed in the sun. Obviously, it was extremely sharp. This made the two girls at Yuhika heave a sigh of relief. It seemed to be a famous sword, no wonder Chen Fan was able to take it out. When Red Beam saw it, his eyes suddenly lit up. The dazzling cold light brings a hint of coldness. The slender blade seems to be broken when it blows. Good knife! Hondu couldn't help but excitedly wanted to touch the sharp blade. The next second. Don't touch. Chen Fan grabbed her little hand with one hand. Chen Fan, what are you doing? Hondu frowned. She was just about to see how sharp the blade was. I will die. Chen Fan said simply and horrified. What? The knife is poisonous, don't touch the wound or I won't be able to save you. Chen Fan explained, the name of this knife is one slash to kill. Murism. The knife has a cursed poison on it. If it is cut by this knife, it will be infected with a cursed poison from the wound and will die quickly. There is no way to detoxify it. At least I didn't. Tsunade doesn't know if he can make an antidote, so... Hearing this, Hondu's body froze. Therefore, if she touched the edge of the blade with her finger just now, it is very likely that a wound will be accidentally scratched, and then... Did she just die? In an instant, the air in the room was silent. Yuhi was taken aback, and he was relieved when he saw that Red Beam slowly put Murism into the scabbard. Then he couldn't help but blame Chen Fan, why did you give her such a dangerous thing? What if I accidentally get hurt? Red Beam almost died in his own hands just now. How can someone send something so dangerous? The weapon is for killing the enemy. Chen Fan was very open, accidental injury is also common. I don't use it, just because it's poison, doesn't fit my character, not that I have any prejudice against it. The weapon itself is for killing the enemy. Any weapon has certain risks, but Murism's risks are higher. Anyway, don't use this knife against your comrades. The one-hit kill feature is very cheap in battle. Chen Fan suddenly smiled. Oh, don't lick the blade when you have nothing to spare, or don't blame me if you die. Red beans. She really has a habit of licking weapons, and her own Kyune will lick it lightly every now and then. Originally, she felt that this movement had a wild beauty, and it was very similar to the movement of the Orochimaru she admired, and gradually developed this habit, but... Red Bean swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sure enough, it's better to have less weird habits, maybe one day you will die at this point. After such a farce, the originally warm atmosphere suddenly cooled down several degrees. Chen Fan smiled slightly. A warm event like a birthday party was not suitable for a person like him. It would make him happier to scare the red beans. Murism was drawn by him in the last lottery draw. Don't look at Red Bean being taken aback by Murism's poison, but after a few days she will immediately fall in love with this dangerous weapon. Among the people Chen Fan knew, there were almost no people who liked danger and excitement more than Hondu. But Hondu has my gift, so Nahara Rin and Yuri Hom should give something when they find time. Chen Fan thought and turned on the system. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills: Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Master, Collapsing Mountain, Master, Madness, Master, Wild Intuition, Master, Dimensional Kitchen, Master, Arm Color Domineering, Master, Sun Breath of God, Master, Infinite Sword System, Master, Tension Impact, Master. Experience points. 110 million experience value. Among them are the remaining experience, Chen Fan's experience, gained from his subordinates and captives through 3 swipes, and the gain from defeating them ninja. Of course, there is also the income after madness. Let's draw a prize. Chen Fan thought and started to move. Consume 10,000 experience points to extract skills. You have obtained the bronze level. The familiar operations began, and Chen Fan changed them one by one, consuming a lot of experience. Finally, consume 1,000 experience points to extract skills. You have acquired the diamond level skill, Lieshi and Shattering Fist. Flowing Water Rock Breaking Fist, Diamond. The action like flowing water plays tricks on the enemy, smashing boulders like a torrent, and has a miraculous effect on humanoid enemies. That's it. Chen Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Liu 290 Shuyan Shattering Fist is the silver fangs of the 3rd S rank in One Punch Man. Bang Yu's martial arts are powerful. This old man is not very convenient to deal with meteorites and monsters, but he was praised as a weapon against people by the audience of Chen Fan's previous life. He almost never lost in the face of humanoid enemies. For Chen Fan, it's also very good. You can teach it to your subordinates. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Flowing Water Rock Crushing Fist is similar to Sun's Breath. It is a skill that anyone can learn without any energy limitation. Unlike Sun's Breath, Lieshi and Shattering Fist has no physical skills. It is all aggressive martial arts, focusing on how to destroy the enemy's body more efficiently. As for the difficulty in using this weakness against monsters, Naruto is not the world of One Punch Man. The theme over there is humans fighting monsters. The enemies here are almost all humanoids. Lieshi and Shattering Fist has a brighter future in Naruto world. And upgrade. Chen Fan ordered. Consume 10 million experience points. Lieshi and Shattering Fist, Diamond Lieshi and Shattering Fist, Master. In his mind, more and more skills are instilled. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Fisting is very useful. Almost everyone in the ninja can use one-handed taijutsu, but many fewer use knives. Chen Fan's subordinates are the most suitable for the Breath of the Sun, and the one who can quickly improve is the ninja of taijutsu people in Konoha Reckless to the point where you can. Chapter 222. However, Sun's Breath's attacks are more focused on sword techniques. The meaning of physique is to fight with bare hands. The arrival of Lieshi and Shattering Fist instantly enriched the fighting methods of Chen Fan's subordinates, which can further enhance their combat power. For example, Mikey. If in the future, Mate-K uses the Breath of the Sun, the 8-Gate Stungia, and then hits the Flowing Water Rock Shattering Fist. This will be interesting. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. After seeing the consumption a lot, there are still hundreds of millions of experience left. Chen Fan did not continue the lottery this time. 100 million years of experience. You can directly upgrade a skill to the legendary level. This time, he is ready to upgrade his skills. Chapter 169. Thank you for inviting people to just wake up in Nanren. Chapter 169. To Anzang is in action. On the shelf for subscription. One update, 4,000 words. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills, Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Master, Collapsing Mountain, Master, Madness, Master, Wild Intuition, Master, Dimensional Kitchen, Master, Arm Color Domineering, Master, Sun Breath of God, Master, Infinite Sword System, Master, Tianju Zinxing, Master, Lieshian Shattering Fist, Master. Chen Fan still has 100 million experience, enough to advance to a skill. So, upgrade your weapons and domineering. Chen Fan said without hesitation. Domineering is the most suitable for him, and it can directly increase his strength. Of course, if the Banquet can be promoted, he would also like to be promoted to the Banquet. But the Feast is a mythical skill. By the way, I haven't tried it yet. Can mythical level skills be upgraded? Chen Fan frowned. He really didn't know that. After the netizens passed on the mobile game, Chen Fan didn't play much, so he went straight through. He also knows some basic common sense, such as experience can draw lottery, can upgrade skills. And he didn't know whether the mythical skills of the mobile game could be upgraded. At the same time, even if the mobile game cannot be upgraded, it is not clear whether the Golden Finger can. In the final analysis, whether they are the same thing is still two things. Is the myth level of mobile games and the myth level of Goldfinger really the same thing? But myth level. Chen Fan curled his lips. It's not easy to get a myth level skill. Chen Fan added up before and after, and the lottery alone has drawn tens of millions of experience. However, I haven't encountered a mythic level skill, let alone mythic level, even legendary level skills. Am I an African chief, or is the probability of winning the lottery just so low? Chen Fan pouted and decided to ignore this question. Then next. The experience has been emptied, but you can still teach your subordinates Lieshian and Shattering Fist to make them stronger and start brushing again. Sure enough, training subordinates is beneficial. Konoha Village. The Jounin meeting finally came to an end. The quarrel between Danzo and Sandai Hokage never stops. Danzo tries his best to challenge Sandai Hokage's witch at every time, but in fact the situation has always been that the cunning Sarutobi Hizen has the upper hand. After all, this three-generation Hokage has a record of winning World War I, World War II, and World War III, and has the support of Sanin and other powerhouses, as well as the support of many ninjas and civilian ninjas. The ninjas prefer the gentle three generations, not Danzo. This time, Danzo prepared a lot, but in the end it failed. 3 generations of Hokage decided to accept Diwanin's request for peace. Of course, the details of the specific contract still need to be discussed slowly. But the general direction remains the same. He is not ready to continue fighting. After more than a year of war, although Chen Fan was active on Konoha's side, it was also damaged a lot. In the final analysis, this third ninja war, almost all countries besieged Konoha Ichikutu. Konoha can't support his family even if he has a big business. Chen Fan's record is exaggerated, but what about the front line, where he is not? What about the battlefield before he got stronger? The loss of Konoha is great, the ninjas are also very tired, and the materials of the country of fire are not endless. And if we continue to fight, if we fight too hard with Yen Ninja, will it be taken advantage of by Wu Ninth Village, which has not yet participated in the war? The 3 generations of Hokage are also worried about this. Even though they have the advantage, they still use their own prestige, plus the support of their subordinates, to pass the motion of seeking peace against Iwashinobu. Damn Sarutobi! Danzo's voice was cold, his face full of anger. If you miss such a good opportunity, you will have to wait until when will the ninja world be unified. Danzo wants to be Hokage, but he also wants Konoha to be stronger. However, this opportunity was lost by Hiruzen Sarutobi. But Danzo took a deep breath and calmed his anger. He turned his head slightly and looked at the brightly lit Hokage building behind him. Sarutobi, you're old. And I'm still young. It's not about the body, it's about the mind. Although the 3 generations of Hokage are in the peak period of Shinobyu, but their mentality is already old, and they begin to pursue safety and are unwilling to take risks. And Danzo's own mentality is young enough. Facts have also proved that the roots have been growing and growing. Absorb ninjas, promote potential ninjas, and train the new generation with iron and blood. It looks cool, but there are also some ninjas who feel that this is really for Konoha and then take refuge under Danzo's door. The younger generation also has his admirers. Even Chen Fan, you will come with me sooner or later. Tuanzang snorted coldly. Sarutobi, you can't keep him. He could see that Chen Fan also had an unwilling heart. Such people are naturalized with the Hawks themselves. Even if Sarutobi is good at politics, he can't keep Chen Fan's heart. Of course, Chen Fan may not want to obey Sarutobi's peaceful orders, but after all, he is a disciple of Orochimaru and a grandson of Sarutobi. And even if Danzo himself and Chen Fan eliminated the contradiction, they still have no friendship. Even if he sold another good to Chen Fan at the meeting just now. But it is still very difficult to dig the foot of the wall. Even Chen Fan's teacher, Orochimaru, was Danzo's biggest opponent in the 4-generation Hokage campaign. So, it's time to start preparing for some means. Danzo squinted his eyes and secretly said in his heart. Fortunately, he also has an ace. A trump card that is enough to subvert the situation. Although it is an obvious plot. But Danzo knew that even if Orochimaru knew it was his own calculation, he would still break in resolutely. The order of the 3rd Hokage was passed quickly. 2 adults, this is the order of the 3rd Hokage. And the ninja gasped, his face was tired, and his legs were even cramping. Minato Namikaze looks weird, what kind of emergency order is this to make you run like this? And your ninja is also helpless, this is the death order of the 3 generations of Hokage, the message must be delivered as quickly as possible. Don't miss a minute of your time. For this reason, he did not rest for almost a moment, and used chakra to increase his speed throughout the whole process. When chakra was not enough, he took military ration pills. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 223. The 3 generations of Hokage are also very helpless, he is flustered. Although Chen Fan is with Minato Namikaze now, Minato Namikaze is old-fashioned, and he won't easily start a war without getting his own advice. But he is very worried that Chen Fan will ignore the wave of wind and water gate, and go directly to the land of soil. So it's better to hurry up and make him feel more or less at ease. And this time the order is, let's go to the land to negotiate. Chen Fan and Minato Namikaze glanced at each other and were taken aback at the same time. Yes. And the ninja bowed his head and said, the contract between Konoha and Iwanin has not been finalized. Lord Naruto ordered the 2 adults to go to Iwanin village and make a peace treaty with Onoji. In fact, it was a treaty of defeat. Yan Ninja took the initiative to attack, and was defeated. It is impossible to retreat without paying anything. The 3 generations of Hokage are just a little too stable, not really stupid. Such a big advantage, wouldn't it be a waste not to order any benefits? It may not be necessary to cede the land, but the indemnity must be paid. Lord Hokage actually asked other people to be this messenger. The Endu said calmly, but Lord Danzo persuaded him. This time, Lord Minato is the main one, and Lord Chen Fan is the main one. Auxiliary. Lord Danzo hopes that Lord Chen Fan will exert his deterrent effect on Namin and strive for an advantageous position for Konoha. That's right, this Endu is also a Danzo person. Of course, in fact, the 3 generations of Naruto will not make the mistake of believing that ninjas are root ninjas. But the Envy he designated as a spy, placed under him by Danzo. Oh? Did Danzo-sama let me go again? Chen Fan smiled. Danzo-sama really knows Ying. Konoha needs such an excellent consultant. Chen Fan's favorability towards Danzang +1. The experience of the Ministry of Education is getting less and less, but go to Yanin Village to do more things. Namikaze Minato. My junior brother, his attitude towards people is really direct. Like myself, when I let him be the vanguard a few days ago, each one, senior brother Minato, that's called an intimacy. These days, he stopped him from leaving the station, and he opened his mouth directly. Forget it, don't repeat it, it's not good to learn from people. Namikaze Minato frowned. Hearing Andy's order, he probably guessed what was going on. Obviously, Tuanzang was at the Shanghai meeting, and he also contributed to his junior brother. And as the main ambassador, Chen Fan is just the deputy ambassador. It is probably the countermeasure prepared by the 3 generations of Hokage in order to prevent Chen Fan from going mad. We've taken over the mission. Minato Namifang accepted the mission book and said solemnly, "Let me arrange the troops and then set off." And at the same time, another messenger also appeared in another frontline position. Orochimaru's laboratory. Master Orochimaru. A root ninja lowered his head, expressionless. What did Danzo send you to do this time? Orochimaru said without looking back, while shaking the test tube. Some time ago, Danzo had sent messengers to Orochimaru. He provided Orochimaru with many blood-stunned ninja corpses, and Orochimaru provided him with his research results. The 2 parties have conducted several transactions and are satisfied. The relationship between the 2 sides has been tempted from the beginning, and it has also become a habit now. And today, Master Danzo has a very unique blood cell, and I hope Master Orochimaru can conduct targeted research on this. The root ninja bowed his head. This power is very unique and powerful. Once it is spread, it is likely to cause big trouble. Please give me a reply after Orochimaru considers it carefully. As he spoke, he lowered his head and said nothing. Consider it carefully? Orochimaru sneered. Isn't it the blood in the village? Don't you think I can't guess it? In the ninja world, the corpse of every strong man is a precious resource. The ninja can find out a lot of information about the secret technique and ninja technique of the strong man through the inspection of the corpse, and it is not impossible to even completely copy the secret technique. And the ninjas of the blood follow the limit are even more precious resources among precious resources. Even if Orochimaru mastered a front army, he couldn't get the corpses of ninjas with too abundant blood. And the corpses of his deal with Danzo are always incomparably precious blood-based boundary ninjas. The corpses you sent these days have changed their faces, but do you really think I can't recognize them at all? Orochimaru said impatiently. On the corpses sent by Danzo, it was just that other shinobi villages also had the same bloodline of the common bloodline boundary, and the names sent were the corpses of war prisoners. But it is impossible for Orochimaru to fail to find the problem. The corpses sent by Danzo are all ninjas from Konoha Village. The end you heard the words, his expression didn't change at all. Of course we didn't expect to be able to hide from you, but the research materials this time are indeed extremely precious, and the bloodline boundary is also not as strong as it looks. Can it be more precious than my disciples' cells? Orochimaru sneered. Chen Fan's eating escape has now become famous in the ninja world. His cells are the best research materials that Orochimaru has obtained so far. None of them. Don't look at Hyuga's reputation, but Uchiha's reputation is even stronger. But even if he takes out the strongest among them, he is only an elite jonin. The value of its cells is far inferior to Chen Fan. However, what Orochimaru didn't expect was that Envy heard the words, raised his head and said calmly, yes, it is more precious than your disciples' cells. After all, that one is the founder of Konoha, a bloodline that has almost been lost. When Orochimaru heard this, his pupil shrank suddenly. The expression that was originally unconcerned suddenly became solemn. Chapter 170. Who is on the second and third floors? Chapter 170. Thank you for the invitation. People are in the rock. Just woke up. On the shelf for subscription. 2 more, 4,500 words. Namikaze Minato moved quickly. He arranged the troops in a few words, immediately selected some people, and set off with Chen Fan. Considering that this time was for the purpose of negotiating a peace treaty, he did not bring any of the reckless men under Chen Fan's hands, worrying in case of any conflict with Yanran. However, Chen Fan still took it with him. One is Hokage's order, and the other is that Chen Fan does have a lot of deterrent power. The envoys went all the way forward, and Minato was still very aggressive. He rejected Chen Fan's proposal to break into Iwa Ninja Village. It was time to send a letter, and it was time to indicate his identity. Even in the name of an envoy, he dragged Chen Fan every day to discuss the negotiation strategy in Yamen Village. A series of actions made Chen Fan, who failed to do things, pouted again and again. Dog Watergate, don't leave me any chance. But helplessly, Chen Fan himself still abides by the rules of the ninja, and the mission went all the way into the village of Yamen under the release of the Yamen who got the news. Rock Ninja Village is a ninja village built on the mountains. The entire village is surrounded by rocky mountains, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack, but it is also relatively difficult for them to communicate with the outside world. Seeing the dazzling mountains and the almost ubiquitous fortifications, Minato couldn't help but be filled with emotion. This kind of defense, I don't know how many lives it will take to defeat it. His eyes narrowed slightly, but instead he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the appearance of Iwanin Village, it is obvious that there is sincerity in negotiation. This kind of fortification, on the surface, is just shocking, hoping to gain a favorable position for the next negotiation. So he didn't hesitate to praise the leader of Yanran, as expected of Yanran Village. I never thought there would be such a tight defense in this world. Iwanin, who led the way for Minato, was an elite shaman. Hearing Minato's words, he smiled slightly. Of course, our rock ninja is the best defense in the world. Look at the ubiquitous fortifications. No one can break into the gate of our rock ninja village. There was pride in his words. However, in the words, there is also the meaning of gaining a negotiating advantage for his own village. Minato smiled slightly, but did not answer. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 224. But no one can come in? Not necessarily. Chen Fan was eager to try. How about, let me try? Saying that, he pressed his hand on the Sunblade 290. Wait. Chen Fan. Minato's expression changed slightly. We are here to negotiate, not to fight. It's okay. Chen Fan said indifferently, look at Yanren's confidence. If I really can't get in, it means Yanren is really strong, and we can make more concessions later in the negotiation. If I can call in, it means they have no right to negotiate with me. Simple and straightforward, isn't that bad? What do you think? That rock ninja? Chen Fan's eyes were full of eagerness to try. You also have confidence in your village's defense, right? The rock ninja elite Junin opened his mouth and was speechless. Defense? Confidence? In front of Chen Fan, who can summon meteorites, what defense is reliable? Iwanin's fortifications, in the final analysis, are aimed at ordinary ninjas. Not for meteorites. But if you really want to say that you have no confidence, isn't that showing your cowardice? Fortunately, Vo Feng Shiman stopped Chen Fan in time. Chen Fan, don't do superfluous things. We didn't come for war. We are here to end the war. Chen Fan glanced at his mouth, made a cut, and turned his head away. Dog Watergate, can't you give me a chance? I can't kill too many people. Right. I won't kill too many people. Why do you keep stopping me? Seeing that Chen Fan didn't change, Minato gave a wry smile and finally heaved a sigh of relief. The rock ninja elite Junin next to him was also relieved, not daring to call himself defense anymore, and said quickly, "Go this way, and we'll enter the village immediately." As an envoy, Namikaze Minato and his party walked in slowly from the gate, with the bearing of a big country. Just the moment he entered Iwanin village, Namikaze Minato let out a sigh. He saw that countless villagers were looking at them with angry eyes. There was murder in the ninja's eyes, and hatred in the eyes of the child. If it weren't for Onoji, he would be able to manage the village well, and he had a lot of Kamiwanin around to protect him. Maybe someone would have thrown stones at Konoha's mission by now. War ultimately leads to hatred. Namikaze Minato knew in his heart that the reason why they were so hostile to themselves was because they all, VGFH, had relatives and friends who died at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Although the anger and fear of the enemy can be regarded as a military medal for himself. But Minato, who is gentle inside, is really not happy. He could only comfort himself with a wry smile in his heart. Okay, the more angry Iwanin is, the better my job is. It also means that Konoha's comrades sacrifice less. It can be considered that I am for Konoha. He is the commander of Konoha to Iwashinobu. Many of Iwanin's deaths are related to him. And it was precisely because of his reputation on the battlefield that Namikaze Minato now has a group of Konoha ninjas who worship him and follow him. They have a good reputation in the village, and they have the honor of meeting him and allowing them to give up the mission in the outer village. But next second, Chen Fan walked over lazily. He found the sight of the villagers in the surrounding Iwanin village, and then he raised his head slightly. It's Chen Fan. Why did he come here? What? A series of panicked shouts emanated from the villagers of Iwanin. Even the ninja looked terrified and subconsciously retreated. Some people were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, and there was a urine stain on their crotch. What are you doing? Chen Fan frowned, especially looking at Yan Ninja, who was scared to pee. Do you all like to defecate anywhere? Can you talk about hygiene? The Iwanin elite Junin next to him was embarrassed and ashamed. But he also understands the mentality of the rock ninjas. Chen Fan, he is definitely not an ordinary person. In the short-term battle, he had the largest number of hand-blade rock ninjas. Oyenyu was killed by him for the split body, Velos was decapitated by him, and countless rock ninja troops died in his hands. In front of Iwanin, he is the Demon King. The rock ninja who urinated was because he participated in the last battle and remembered the terrorist act of Chen Fan dropping the meteorite, so he was shocked and collapsed in an instant. Chen Fan's words made him embarrassed and ashamed, but he could only endure it. Hold on. Even Minato's mouth twitched. Chen Fan is in Yemen. Does he have such a terrifying deterrent power? You are the commander of Konoha's versus Yan Ninja Army, so why would it be better for Chen Fan, who came over to join in the fun after defeating Yan Nin? This is really... I heard that Madara Uchiha had a powerful deterrent to any ninja village back then. Looking at it now, Chen Fan's prestige is no less than Madara Uchiha back then. Minato Namikaze sighed. Back then, Madara Uchiha had killed countless ninjas from other countries. Ninjas from other countries are not afraid of the original Hokage, but they are afraid of Madara Uchiha. Minato also understood why the 3 generations of Hokage knew that Chen Fan was a flammable substance, but still put it into the mission and served as the deputy envoy. Because of the 3 generations of Hokage, I thought of the deterrent effect of Madara Uchiha on other countries in the early days. He wants to see if he can repeat the shocking power of the year. I hope there will be good results. Minato Namikaze thought to himself, and then smiled at Iwanin, who was embarrassed next to him. Iwashinobi's friend, please lead the way. Let's find your Kying-sama. Earth Shadow Building. Inside the conference hall, Onoji, the 3-generation Hokage 2 days, sat on one side, facing the other side of Namikaze Minato. A series of political opening remarks do not need to be repeated. Chen Fan next to him wants to sleep. Although it was a treaty of defeat, I don't know what trade contract they thought they were negotiating. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Although Aoji was reluctant, he could only admit his defeat and had the consciousness to pay the price. If it is possible, he naturally still wants to get better conditions for Yan Ninja. The reason why the 3 generations of Hokage let Naka's Minato come to negotiate, except that he faintly felt some movements in Danzo and wanted to give Minato more credit to facilitate the next fight for the position of Hokage. There are also conditions given by the mission sent by Oyenmu, which makes him a little dissatisfied and wants to further strive for benefits. The 3 generations of Hokage are just seeking stability, not so stupid that they don't know the benefits. Namikaze Minato also knows this, and if he wants to become a political figure like Hokage, it is naturally impossible for him to understand politics. Although it was just a fixed click, he was neither humble nor arrogant in talking to Onoji, neither taking advantage nor losing. Onoji didn't want to give too much benefit, but he also knew that it was impossible not to pay price. Namikaze Minato wanted to try to benefit Konoha as much as possible, but he also knew that it was impossible to drive Iwainen into a corner. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 225. The 2 sides first put forward their own conditions. After seeing that the gap with the other party was too large, they began to negotiate slowly, constantly lowering their own conditions, and slowly getting closer. This is a long-term political activity. Although both sides have the sincerity of seeking peace, no one will easily bow their heads in this kind of thing. That means a serious loss to the village of Shinobi. This requires constant running in on both sides, wiping out each other's vitality little by little, and making the conditions as good as possible to take care of one's own side. As you can imagine, this is a long process. Normal negotiation, not to mention a few months, but there is still a few weeks. Even if the ninjas are popular, they still need at least 10 days of negotiation before they can reach a contract. And Chen Fan, his patience was completely wiped out on day 1. In the next time, he didn't even bother to open his mouth, so he just lay on the table and slept. In this regard, Onoji and Namikaze Minato are happy to see it happen. Yanren is because when Chen Fan wakes up, he can't let go of his hands and feet, and there is always a feeling of fear. While Minato was worried about what was discussed, Chen Fan suddenly started to run wild in anger that Yan Ninja really had to become Konoha's mortal enemy. If it weren't for Chen Fan being the deputy envoy, Watergate really didn't want to drag him to the negotiating table. Now he is asleep. Sleep well. Let's not wake him up. So Konoha's envoys and Iwa Shinobi's negotiating team looked at each other and left, then their voices dropped a full 5 degrees. With light wind and drizzle, it is estimated that there has never been such a quiet negotiation in history. For the next few days, the 2 sides have been so soft and hard. Onoji was slow to let go, and Minato was unwilling to lower his conditions. Both of them are killing their spirits, but they both grit their teeth and endure it, unwilling to give up. And then I deeply felt the difficulty of the other party. Namifying Minato. Konoha has so many talents. Onoji sighed. A young man, but he insisted on the bottom line in front of himself, and did not give in, but instead accurately grasped some of the gaps in Yamin's words. How excellent is it? Onoji, it's really hard to deal with. Minato also smiled bitterly. This old man, who is about the same age as the 3 generations of Hokage, can be described as cunning and cunning. He has everything in his hands, even if he threatens with war, and Chen Fan, from time to time, he ignores it lightly. My own experience is still much worse than this old senior. A dignified look flashed in Minato's eyes, and he had already begun to fall into a disadvantage. Konoha's embassy has only so many people, but Iwa Shinobu's negotiator has enough manpower to replace, and even a large number of think tanks behind him help out. The only advantage of his side is that his master's physical strength and energy are stronger than the old Onoji. But Onoji is also old and strong, and has been insisting on Although the treaty negotiated now is much better than the treaty negotiated by the Yuan mission and the 3 generations of Hokage, but still unable to satisfy Namuka's Minato's desire. If he wants to be Hokage, he needs to make merit. A perfect treaty can bring him even more prestige. It can also bring more benefits to Konoha. It can't go on like this. Minato is a little anxious, but he can't do anything about it. But what can I do? In fact, he has already received a lot of benefits, and ONU has also given him a lot. But both sides were not very satisfied. Minato Namuka's wanted more, while Onoji didn't want to give it at all. Under such a state of mind, it is no wonder that they can be satisfied. Today, the day's talks continued. Minato Namuka's and Onoji both looked tired, and it was another day without progress. Only this time. You haven't finished talking yet? Chen Fan yawned and stretched. He looked at Namuka's Minato, who had a tired face, and then at Onoji. How about we change the way? How long have you been grinding so hard? Chen Fan, is there anything you can do? Minato Namuka's couldn't help but said with a trace of tiredness, if you have something to say, could you please say it so that we can all hear it? Isn't the negotiation so hard? What else can it be? We are so tired, but you sleep every day. I haven't told you yet. Chen Fan heard the words and showed a smile. Thank you for your invitation. The person is in the rock, just woke up. Chapter 171, Then you finally noticed something. Chapter 171, who is on the 2nd floor? The 3rd floor? On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, a total of 13,000 words. My method is very simple. Chen Fan smiled. Ninja, strength comes first. Let's set up a ring and compare who is stronger. Hearing this, Minato Namuka smiled slightly. I agree with this proposal, and I approve it on behalf of the village. Sorry, then we Enron should really admit defeat. Anamu snorted coldly and glanced at Chen Fan with a bad expression. Isn't this guy trying to show off his strength? We are losers, otherwise why would we sign a contract? There was also a dissatisfied voice on the side of the elite. If we can beat you, are we still here to sign a contract with you? Since all of Iwa Ninja can clearly recognize their position, why Namuka's Minato wanted to intimidate Iwa Ninja. At this time, Chen Fan waved his hand. Don't worry, I didn't intend to bully you. You don't do it? Then we can think about it. Oyenmu narrowed his eyes. If Chen Fan does not act, then this proposal is feasible. Of course I'm going to shoot. Chen Fan glanced at him strangely. Does he look like the kind of person who watches other people fight and is a spectator? But if I make a move, I can also give you concessions. How? Anamu smiled and said with some disdain, could it be that if someone can beat you, you will lose? Then he absolutely agrees. However, as long as Namuka's Minato is not stupid, he will never agree. This is too much. Chen Fan pouted, you only want beautiful things. But if I knock out a hair, I can count as a loser. This statement came out. Everyone was shocked. What? Onoji and many Amrin heard the words, and they suddenly showed surprise. A hair? If it is said that Chen Fan is killed, it is impossible. The possibility of injuring Chen Fan is not high, or that few people can do it. But if it's just a hair... Damn, who are you looking down on? Onoji made a decisive decision and said, I agree with this. Just follow your Konoha's request. No. I don't agree with this. Minato Namuka changed his face and hurriedly rejected it. I am Konoha's envoy. I refuse this condition. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 226. Does Konoha shadow level words have no status at all? Oyemu suddenly provoked a little. Minato looked solemn. You don't need to say those words. I know better than you whether Chen Fan's words are powerful or not. But this is absolutely impossible. A hair? Hair is fragile in the human body. No matter how strong Chen Fan is and how tough his body is, it is impossible for a ninja to not be able to hurt his hair. Even if ordinary ninjas can't do it, what about joinin'? What about elite jonin'? Absolutely not. Watergate, don't worry. Chen Fan smiled. Just listen to me this time, I have confidence. What are you doing without confidence? Minato Namikaze's expression was ugly. Chen Fan had only just graduated, but he dared to chase after Chiyo to the reckless man who entered said ninja village. What is he not confident about? No, Watergate, trust me. Chen Fan smiled slightly. I'll let you try it and you'll know. Then he turned his head and said to Onamu, we asked for an adjournment, give me some time to persuade him. Okay, you can rest slowly. Onoji, who always oppressed the Konoha envoy as much as possible, was very good at talking. He even clapped his hands and said, come here, prepare a secret room for the two distinguished messengers so that they can communicate well. Come on, Watergate. Chen Fan smiled slightly and forcibly pulled Watergate to his feet. Namikaze Minato frowned, but he followed Chen Fan without saying a word. Chen Fa wants to convince him. He still wants to convince Chen Fan. If you change it to hurt you, I might think about it. But the hair. Feel sorry. Absolutely not. The two of them had a smile on the corner of their mouth, full of excitement. A serious face. But they all walked into the secret room, arranged by Yan Ninja. For 2 days, Onoji did not monitor the secret room. Everyone is a shadow-level powerhouse. Can such a small trick be able to hide from each other? Now what Chen Fan proposed is obviously more beneficial to Yan Ren, and he will not take risks in this situation. After about 10 minutes, Namikaze Minato and Chen Fan walked out together. With a smile on his face, Chen Fan was obviously successful. And the Watergate. His expression was complicated, his eyes were blurred, he took a deep breath, but he seemed unable to suppress the shock of his inner breath. Chen Fan's proposal, I agree. This was the first sentence Minato Namikaze sat down. Before the others on Konoha's side erupted in dissent, he listened to Namifang. Minato continued. But I also have conditions. You said. Onamu said with a serious face. I want to make rules to decide how Chen Fan compares with your Yanin. Minato Namifang said in a deep voice, the first comparison is 1v1 battles. Any one of you Iwanin, as long as you cause any slight injury, whether it's a cut finger or a broken hair, you will win. But it can only be counted as one victory at most, and we can count this times treaty. All the demands made by my Konoha side as 1,000 points, and a victory counts as 1 point. In the end, the content of this contract will be decided according to the ratio of the last remaining points of my Konoha side. Onoji heard the words and began to argue with Minato Namikaze. 1,000 copies? Each victorious Iwanin can only be counted once. Although it's just hair, but if you want to find out the people who might destroy Chen Fan's hair ability from Yan Ninja, can we really make up 1,000 people? Namikaze Minato's attitude is very firm, saying that this is Konoha's last concession. But Onoji was reluctant to give up, and the firman wave wind Minato slowly grinded. After a full hour of grinding, the agreement was successfully revised. The rough conditions are as follows. 1. The competition is a 1v1 battle. One winner is counted as 1 point, and the total is 100%. The standard for full marks is the materials that Konoha Lion asked for when the two sides just met. This is nearly twice the difference from the final negotiated conditions. The bottom line is the standard that Onoji proposed at the beginning. That standard is tenfolded, which is the final condition to be negotiated. It can be seen that both sides are lions opening their mouths, but Omu is even more shameless. 2. After the agreement was signed, Chen Fan was not allowed to cut his head or wear any helmet until the end of the ring. 3. As long as Yanin can cause a little bit of damage to Chen Fan, whether it is a cut finger or a hair loss, it is considered a victory for Yanin. 4. The winner of the Rock Ninja can play repeatedly, but the same person is allowed to play a maximum of 3 times. 5. Chen Fan can renovate once a day for 1 hour for eating and sleeping. Time can be accumulated, but the rest right can be used at most once a day. Probably the above 5, of course, there are a bunch of supplementary explanations. After confirming the agreement, Onoji and Namikaze Minato both breathed a sigh of relief. They were also too tired. They were exhausted from negotiating at the beginning, and then they began to discuss the conditions proposed by Chen Fan. But it's finally settled. Onoji and Minato Namikaze looked at each other and smiled. The pair had standard political smiles. For flowers. Namikaze Minato took the initiative to support Onoji with a humble look on his face. Onoji also left, and in front of Iwanin, he complimented Namikaze Minato with a look of, if you were in our Iwanin, you would have replaced me as Tsutsukage. Looking at the hypocritical appearance of the two, Chen Fan just wanted to pout it. But the corners of his mouth couldn't hold back. It keeps going up. Finally, I can finally rush the experience again. Now that the rules have been decided, Onoji was worried about Konoha's repentance, and immediately ordered Yanin to build a huge ring not far from Yanin village. Even as if for convenience, it was built directly at the door of Yanin village, and almost everyone could see it as soon as they went out. It must be as soon as possible, Onoji said when he instructed Yanin. Although I don't know why Minato Namikaze was suddenly fooled by that boy Chen Fan, we must arrange things as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Fengshimon repents, we will never have another chance. Such excellent conditions, it is really a fool to waste it. Hair, what attack can he withstand? The speed and strength of the shadow level are more troublesome, and it is also very easy to dodge attacks that are weaker than their own. 0. But Onoji found a loophole. The rules did not stipulate the number of Iwa Shinobi to participate. So, first use the Chunin to consume Chen Fan's physical strength, and then use the elite Shangnin and Shangnin to strike a sure kill blow. Onoji's face was dignified, and he threw a punch and slammed it on the table. If we can kill people. He has never forgotten his son's hatred. No one knows how painful and uncomfortable this old man in the world of ninja is at the negotiating table, facing his murderous enemy, but still had to squeeze out a smile. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 227 on the other side. There is also a huge discussion on Konoha's side. Lord Minato, how can you agree to such a request? Lord Chen Fan, you are treating the sacrifice of the Konoha ninja as a child's play. Do you know how many people died in order to resist the attack of the Rock Ninja? Lord Watergate. Everyone's faces were excited, their teeth were clenched, and they wanted to pounce on them and tore them apart. Don't worry. Minato Namikaze was silent for a moment, then said, trust us, we won't make fun of Konoha. That's right. Chen Fan nodded in approval and said, you don't trust Watergate, don't you trust me? I will never lose Konoha's face. Everyone. They looked at Chen Fan strangely. How to say? Don't trust Minato, don't trust me? Joke. Pratinum Sama and you, who is more credit-worthy, do you really have no money at all? Don't worry, we will take advantage of it. Minato Namikaze smiled and said. There was still a trace of shock in his eyes. It's just that he covered it up well. Time has passed so close, but as a shadow rank, Minato, who should have a strong heart, still can't believe what he saw in the secret room at that time. He even felt that even if he said it out loud, no one would believe it. After all, Namikaze Minato was silent for a moment, then slowly walked to the window of the room, standing there, looking at the arena that was being constructed overnight. In order to speed up the speed, Oyenyu spared no expense, and even he himself used the soil to help. Only. Rock Shinobi is only on the first floor, but he doesn't know that Konoha is already on the third floor. You are doing this kind of thing in vain. Righteous. Chapter 172. You can laugh when you fall asleep. Chapter 172. Oh yeah, you finally noticed something. On the shelf was inscription. One update, 4,000 words. The arena was built the same day. The next day, Oyenyu took Chen Fan and Minato to the venue with enthusiasm. It was a place about the size of a football field, high up and square. Let's tentatively decide that all attacks will be on the ring as much as possible. Oyenyu said with a serious face, so Chen Fan boy, you must not take out your meteorite. Other than that meteorite. Onoji suspects that Iwa Ninja Village may be destroyed if one is smashed, and it is over if smashed too. After 3, it is estimated that there will be no Iwan in village. Don't worry, I'm here to brush. We are here to discuss a peace treaty. Chen Fan smiled. Naturally, during the negotiation process, we should live in peace. He is here for the experience, not for the start. Although he also wants to be reckless and kill Yan Ninja. But as a ninja, you should obey your boss's orders. As a real ninja, Chen Fan will still obey the orders of his superiors no matter how unwilling he is in his heart. He will only consider killing his superiors instead of disobeying the orders. Look. What a ninja. Chen Fan was moved by himself. Onoji and Namikaze Minato looked at each other and relaxed a little. They also don't want to be deadly enemies with each other. So, let's start. Boy Chen Fan. Anamu left and stepped back. We also stepped back. Minato Namifang said in a deep voice, let's stand up for Chen Fan. Whether it is him or Yanren, they all need a guarantee of 290 to ensure that the other party will not insist on reasoning and insist that Chen Fan has lost, not lost. Although this rarely happens unless you want to force the two countries to go to war. But no one is willing to handle like this. So, Watergate boy, I will be in charge of watching the battle with you. Anamu left, and the voice came from the opposite side. Our eyes must be clear. You can rest assured, Konoha is a responsible country and you will never miss it. Minato Namifang smiled and said. The two of them, even the referee. Shadow level eyesight is enough to accurately confirm any slight wound on Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan left and entered the ring. In order to facilitate the two of them to check the number of injuries, he simply took off his shirt, revealing his strong chest. There are countless rock ninjas all around, and their eyes flash with hatred, hostility, and fear. Chen Fan was condescending and said directly, okay, I've come up. You rock ninjas line up one by one, let me see your rock ninja's aura. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Ninja jumped directly onto the high platform. I'll come first. It was a slender rock ninja, a little fat, but looking at the momentum and dress. Join in. Minato Mimika narrowed his eyes. Oyenyu's eyes narrowed slightly, although the momentum at the beginning was very important, but he didn't think that Chen Fan would be knocked off so easily. Although Chen Fan is known for his hard resistance and hard hitting, in fact his speed is not a weakness. On the contrary, as a physique ninja with extremely strong physique, his speed is definitely higher than that of most shadow grades. Only a few people like Namikaze Minato can beat him in speed. So the Yenyu calm down and consume Chen Fan's physical strength first. He can rest for at most 1 hour a day, and he can only rest once. As long as the fighting intensity is sufficient, his physical energy will definitely be consumed. Ninja Konoha, be careful. Newa Ninja said a word, the voice of strength. At the same time, he took a deep breath and punched Chen Fan's chest. The fist wind is breaking through the air, and the force is sinking. This gentleman is obviously a physique-type ninja. Speed, strength, endurance. The purpose of his coming to power is to consume Chen Fan's physical energy. Seeing such a swift and violent attack, Iwanin and everyone smiled slightly, while Konoha's ninjas instantly became nervous. This battle is not about whether the name Shangren can defeat Chen Fan, but only to cause a little damage, even if it is a victory. Yanin and Junin got closer and closer, but Chen Fan didn't move, just smiled. The body is covered with a layer of dark black color. But I didn't make the slightest move. Under the shock of Yanin, he tried even harder. When Chen Fan didn't move at all, the fist naturally slammed into his forehead. However, boom! A muffled sound, people in Konoha Reckless, to the point where you panic. Chapter 228. As if hammering on the drum of cowhide, it sounded in the field. Yan Ninja Junin looked at a loss, but Chen Fan didn't move at all, as if the breeze was blowing his face, and even his hairstyle had hardly changed. That thick black hair is not broken at all. Make Chen Fan hurt? Do not. What really hurts is... Iwan Ninja Junin gritted his teeth and looked at his swollen fist. It was himself who was injured. For a while, the whole thing was silent. Then... How can that be? No way. You didn't move, your hair didn't fall out, and you easily resisted the attack of the Junin. Chen Fan, so powerful? Numerous Iwanin eyes widened and suddenly exclaimed. Can't even Chen Fan's hair be knocked out with the full force of Shangnin's punch? Onoji suddenly moved forward, his pupils dilated and his teeth clenched. This guy's strength has improved again? He remembered that Chen Fan was not supposed to be so strong. Chen Fan was very strong when he was fighting, but he was only able to withstand the damage, but not to the extent that he couldn't shed a single hair now. Although he recovered quickly and had a high defense, it was a world away from this time. Konoha's people were even more shocked, although most of them had seen the scene of Chen Fan's battle, but the battle was not as motionless as it is now, and it was obvious that the opponent had a blow. Sir, this... A ninja murmured with his eyes straight. Do you really think I was crippled by Chen Fan? Minato Namuka shook his head and chuckled. I would make such an unsure bet with Iwanin. Namuka's Minato, has always been calm. It's not the same as the reckless man like Chen Fan. The reason why he agreed with Chen Fan's suggestion was because Chen Fa directly persuaded him in the secret room. The method of persuasion is very simple, and that is... Who would have thought that my spiral pill could even beat a single hair of Chen Fan? Minato Namafeng smiled bitterly, a rare flash of loneliness in his eyes. The spiral Meruo Great Ninjutsu, although not the kind with particularly strong attack power, is definitely not bad. But in front of Chen Fan, even the hair is beaten. At this level of defense, even if Namuka's Minato has a speed that is unparalleled in the world, he will never think that he can beat Chen Fan. Hit you 10,000 times, but you won't lose blood. You counterattack, just seconds me. This difference is not a star and a half. Chen Fan looked at Yan Ren with a smile on his face. His hair can resist the wave, wind and water gate spiral pill, of course, not because his physical fitness has improved so fast, and he is invincible in the ninja world in an instant. Although the feast is constantly exerting its effect and enhancing its strength. But the real reason that his hair can hold up the spiral pill of Namuka's Minato is domineering. Legendary domineering. It cost me a huge price of 100 million. Do you really think it's that simple? Chen Fan smiled slightly and suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed it forward. Then, while Shangjin was still stunned, he felt his shoulders tighten. Then the whole person was thrown out as if it were rubbish. Next. Chen Fan said loudly. The rock ninja was thrown on the ground and the whole person was dazed, and it took a long while to react. He didn't kill me. How can there be no bloodshed in the ninja arena? Chunin exams are all about fighting ninjas. How can this kind of gambling that concerns the interests of the country not be baptized with blood? OMU is ready to pay the price of blood and use human life to fight for the interests of the country. That rock ninja Xiaonin also has the determination to give his life to complete the task. Only, he really didn't kill me. I wasn't even injured. Shangren's eyes widened. His biggest feeling was that when Chen Fan was thrown out, his back hit the ground and felt a little numb. But what's the difference between that kind of pain and no loss in the face of ninjas who are used to bleeding? So, I'm going to challenge again. The Yuan Yujanin took a deep breath and said loudly, "Okay, come up." Chen Fan laughed and said, he understands what Yuanin is thinking, but he just wants to consume his physical strength. A rock ninja can play at most 3 times. If you don't make good use of all 3 times, is that still a ninja? But the reason why I allowed you to play 3 times, you absolutely don't know. Namuka's Minato may be guessing that it is tolerance for Iwashin of you. The reason why Onoji proposed to play many times is to take advantage of it as much as possible. And the real reason, it is Chen Fan's system which allows him to practice 3 times on those who have not improved in strength. No more, it doesn't count. It's not enough to hit you once, come again. Chen Fan laughed, facing Yanren who was rushing up again. He directly raised his fist and punched it out. Nayan couldn't dare to dodge, so he raised his arms, trying to resist. But it still flew out and flew out of the field. Are you still coming? Chen Fan laughed, and the laughter echoed throughout the audience. Neo Ninja looked blank, as if he didn't accept the reality that he would lose again as soon as he played. But when he heard Chen Fan's voice, he gritted his teeth. Certainly. Although his arms are a little numb, he can still consume a little of Chen Fan's physical strength. Chen Fan had a smile on his face. He deliberately kept his hand. Didn't he just let the enemy play 3 times? As for why not just kill the enemy directly and get the most experience? Time flies. Boom. A rock ninja was knocked to the ground by Chen Fan. Next. Chen Fan smiled. Snapped. A rock ninja was lifted above his head by Chen Fan and threw it out like he was throwing garbage. Next. Chen Fan smiled. Boom. A rock ninja was rolled into a wall by Chen Fan and rolled off the stage. Next. Chen Fan's voice resounded throughout the audience. The surrounding rock ninja was depressing. A dozen or so jounin had gone up, but none of them had achieved the goal of victory. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 229, does our rock ninja really have a chance to win this bet? Countless Iwanin's expressions changed from anger to distress, their teeth clenched, and they almost bit their lips. Onoji sat upright on the seat, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart was extremely heavy. Chen Fan's strength surprised him. At the shadow level, he has already seen how slim the hope of victory this time is. Want to interrupt Chen Fan's hair? There is indeed such a master in Rock Ninja Village, or any shadow-level powerhouse has the certainty of success. And the top elite jounin is not without a chance to win. But this is not a victory, it is a victory. Every time Iwashinobu wins, he only reduces the compensation by 1%. And even if Rock Ninja Village is one of the 5 great ninja villages, how many shadow-level powerhouses are there? How many people can there be in the top elite jounin? Even if they all won, and everyone swiped Chen Fan 3 times, how much compensation could Yanren be reduced? Damn! I said, why though 5.7 Fengshaiman agreed to Chen Fan's suggestion, so he was waiting for me here. 2 days ago, Anamu's eyes were burning and his teeth were clenched. Almost the next second, he wanted to turn his face and deny the account, and even mobilized the entire village to besiege Konoha's envoys. Ninja, cheating and breaking contracts is the norm. Only. Boom. Next. Chen Fan once again kicked the yanin out and kicked it into the crowd under the stage. That rock ninja was very lucky, although Chen Fan didn't keep his hands much, but next to him was a good elite jounin. The elite jounin caught him steadily. Then the rock ninja challenger was stunned and quickly shouted, "Wait! I can come again!" He was caught by Iwanin, and if he lost, he would definitely lose. However, he also saved his stamina and suffered no injuries, and he could continue to complete the task of consuming Chen Fan's stamina. Come up then. Chen Fan left and seemed to be unaware of Yan Ninja's small movements under the stage. Think about the rock ninjas who came to power before. For 2 days, Onoji narrowed his eyes and observed for a long time. Finally. Come on, let's change the way. It didn't take long for Chen Fan, who had defeated several people in a row, to look at Chunin, who had just taken the stage, and showed a smile. Before Onoji sent people out of the station, the ones who came to power were all Shangin, with good strength and good confidentiality. But now, he has sent an ordinary Chunin. When Chen Fan found this, he immediately smiled. Damn you, this waste, took me so much effort to finally realize it. Chapter 173 Chen Fan, it's time for me to do something for OMU. Chapter 173 You can laugh when you are asleep. On the shelf for subscription. Second update, 3,500 words. Chen Fan is not here to kill. In other words, the experience gained from killing seems to be a lot, but compared with the other, it is nothing. That is the experience of brushing the entire Iwa Ninja village. Under normal circumstances, in a one-on-one battle in the arena, even if Yanren consumes Chen Fan's physical strength, he still needs to dispatch a Shangren who can at least compete with Chen Fan. They may be defeated soon, but they all have a certain life-saving ability, and they will not be killed by one blow, which can give Onoji time to save people. Then use this kind of Jonin rotation to slowly consume Chen Fan's stamina. If I use low-level ninjas, I will not mention whether it can cause effective consumption to Chen Fan. Anyway, no one can save the lives of those low-level ninjas. But he really didn't kill him. Oyemu's eyes widened. Watching Chen Fan easily grab the Chunin, throw it away, and throw it off the stage. Not to mention the killer, he even seemed to have used his skill. After the Chunin landed, he turned over and got up. No damage was taken at all. But he is at least a Chunin, even Chen Fan, if he wants to defeat him and let him go, he still needs a little bit of strength. In other words, we can use low-level ninjas to consume Chen Fan's stamina. Onomu immediately became excited when he discovered this. Originally, he thought that there was almost no chance of winning this ring match, but if the low-level ninjas could also consume Chen Fan's physical strength. The total number of rock ninjas is about 100,000, and the low-level ninjas exceed 90,000. Even with a number of piles, the 16 of us can also pile up a little chance of winning. Onoji's eyes are full of excitement. Come again. The Chunin voice thrown by Chen Fan was full of confidence, still alive and well. Then come. Chen Fan left. Then, Chunin came to power and fought with Chen Fan again. Of course, after 1 or 2 moves, he was thrown away by Chen Fan again. But from the beginning to the end, Chen Fan didn't do anything ruthless. Of course not ruthless. Otherwise, how can I happily rush low-level ninjas? Chen Fan knew very well that killing a shadow-level powerhouse would only give 200,000 to 2 million experience. But defeating a genin is worth 50 to 500 years of experience, and it can be played 3 times. On average, after finishing 1,000 genin, it is basically equivalent to killing a shadow-ranked person. However, is the shadow level so easy to kill? Before there was no unlimited sword system, Chen Fan made several shots, but he did not have any record of killing any shadow rank. And even if he now has an infinite sword system, he can kill the shadow level. But how many movies can there be in total? Konoha is considered to be the most powerful among the major countries. But the shadow level masters are only 3 generations of Hokage, Danzo, Sanrin plus 1 Chen Fan, no more than 6 people in total. Yanren has far fewer powerhouses than Konoha, and Chen Fan also hacked to death a piece of Los, and now Yanren has 3 or 4 people who are impossible to dispatch. But what about low-level ninjas? Low-level ninjas such as Chunin and Genin generally account for about 95% of the total number of ninjas in the ninja village. Chen Fan grinned and calculated in his heart. Even after the war, there are still at least 70,000 or 80,000 low-level ninjas. It seems that each of these people has given very little experience, but they add up to the most. They are the masters of the experience. On the contrary, if Chen Fan started to kill, will you continue to agree with this arena competition and send all the masters in the village to fight against Chen Fan? How is this possible? So none of these challengers can die. Chen Fan's eyes flashed with excitement. When the next challenger came to power, Chen Fan quickly bullied himself. 3 punches and 2 kicks kicked him out of the ring. However, he clearly hit Chen Fan's fist, which was enough to shatter rocks, but that Chunin just shook his head and then clenched his cune again and took the stage. Chen Fan smiled. Isn't it just to suppress his own attack? He is familiar with it. When he did Asma no Vito back then, that's how he controlled his attacks. Every time he points to his subordinates recently, he also controls his own power like this. Now, he can control himself as well. Boom. Chen Fan kicked out and lifted the Yanren off the stage. People in Konoha Reckless to the point of panic. Chapter 230. Next. Onoji's face was excited, and one after another Iwa ninja was sent to the ring by him and then quickly exited. Although no one has successfully scored a point so far, he has seen hope of victory. Continue. Onoji's voice was full of firmness. Chen Fan. Minato looked at Chen Fan intently, but worry flashed in his eyes. He is more inclined to Chen Fan's actions of not killing people. But you are really giving them ninja a chance. When they set the tone with Yanren, they didn't agree on how many people Yanren could go to. In fact, Minato Namafing wanted to be a restraint, but Chen Fan stopped him. Can rush more experience while limit yourself. I don't want restrictions, I just want enemies. But now. Namika's Minato squinted his eyes with a worried look on his face. He knew that Chen Fan's stamina was very strong, and after 3 days and 3 nights of maddening battle, he was still relaxed, as if nothing had happened. But no matter how strong his stamina is, he is still human. Is it really okay? Next. Chen Fan punched out and shouted excitedly. The fighting continued. From day to night. Fortunately, the ninjas have many means, many torches and lights are turned on, and supplemented by the strong eyesight of the ninjas, there will be no situation where they cannot continue to fight in the ring when it is dark. Anamu's eyes were slightly closed, and he didn't even look at the arena below. Now it's just a group of ordinary Chunin, how could it hurt Chen Fan? You must know that Chen Fan's speed is not slow. It takes a lot of energy to follow his figure closely to confirm whether he is injured or not. Oyamu is old, and he does not have the vigorous energy of young people. For the consideration of the next ring match, he needs to distribute his physical strength reasonably. So far, except for some Jounin who came to power at the beginning, all those who came up later were Chunin. One by one, there was almost a long queue. Oyamu's purpose is just one: to consume Chen Fan's physical strength. Of course, Chen Fan's stamina is terrifying, and Oyamu himself knows it. So today's day-to-day battle is actually just his temptation. The real trump card, those elite Chunin with good combat power, ninjas with powerful attack ninjutsu, he did not give up a single one. Chen Fan's physical strength must be exhausted to the limit before he can dispatch the real trump card. It depends on when Chen Fan is tired. Anamu thought to himself. Boom! Another person was knocked off the ring by Chen Fan. But this time, Chen Fan didn't have perfect control. He accidentally used too much force and broke that person's arm. This is also a common thing. Although the strength gap between Chen Fan and those Yan ninja is very large, it should be easy to control his own shot strength. But it is also because of the huge gap in strength that occasionally Chen Fan can deal a lot of damage to the enemy if he is not careful. When he was at Konoha school, Chen Fan often sent his classmates to the hospital. Mainly, no one could control him 100%. These Daenu looked at it, but didn't take it to heart. It's a fighting arena. It's impossible to really want to be injured. Even if a few people died, Onoji would not think there was any problem. After all, the proportion of casualties is too small and too small. Besides, it's just an injury like a broken arm bone, which will be healed soon after being treated by a medical ninja. Not a major injury. But this time, after defeating the enemy just now, Chen Fan touched his stomach and suddenly said, "I'm a little hungry, let's pause for now." According to the rules, Chen Fan has an hour's rest every day, and he can make a request at any time, and then carry out renovations. Oyenmu suddenly opened his eyes, took a careful look at Chen Fan, and said slowly, "Okay, then pause for an hour." Yukimura, record the time. An elite Junin next to him immediately took out his watch and placed it in the center of the ring in front of Minato. The clock was ticking. Minato glanced at it and immediately said, "Quick! Prepare food for Chen Fan. The time is tight and there are few breaks. Chen Fan, I haven't eaten for a day." Soon, various dishes were served. In fact, Shimon has been waiting for Chen Fan to speak. All kinds of meals have already been prepared in order to save Chen Fan as much time as possible. 290. Chen Fan, are you alright? Minato said in a low voice, "According to your estimate, what will happen to the outcome of this arena? You know your own situation. Chen Fan is also a movie-level powerhouse. He must have his own estimates." "Don't worry, it's fine," Chen Fan said without raising his head. "Although I haven't eaten for a day, my body is very hungry." But the plentiful stamina made him not panic at all. Isn't that just brushing the experience? In my previous life, I could spend 3 days and 3 nights in an internet cafe with the physical fitness of an ordinary person in order to brush pictures and weapons. Now that I have become so much stronger, what should I be afraid of? I can play another month. Of course, Chen Fan is not a fool. After he was full, he patted his stomach and went to sleep. This is a protracted battle. Sleep should you sleep. Once you've slept well, you can swipe all over the rock ninja. Namikaze Minato started to help Chen Fan with repairs. He took good care of him when he ate, drank, and slept, showing the extremely careful side of this shadow-level powerhouse. He even sent 2 Konoha ninjas to massage Chen Fan while Chen Fan was sleeping to relieve muscle fatigue. These 2 ninjas were designated by Chen Fan to be female, and the young and beautiful are the best. Namikaze Minato's mouth twitched, but he still chose the 2 most beautiful female ninjas in the envoy. No way! Now that the rules have been set, Chen Fan, the executor, is the boss. A little bit of a small request, you can compromise if you can. On the other side, Oyenmu pulled a group of rock ninja elites and began to estimate Chen Fan's physical strength. This battle is a protracted battle, and Chen Fan's energy and physical strength are the top priority. A real ninja will calculate the details accurately and then seize the opportunity to kill with 1 hit. No results on the first day is nothing. Appearing fat is not called fat, but later fat overwhelms the king. The one who stands at the end is the one who laughs the happiest. To this end, he plans to send more low-level ninjas to exhaust Chen Fan's physical strength as much as possible. And this time, in the Leaf Camp, Chen Fan fell asleep. I don't know what he dreamed, and suddenly showed a very happy smile. Chapter 174 The Proud Ninja World Yanran's children are all sons. Chapter 174 Chen Fan, it's my turn to take action for OMU. Listed for subscription. 12,000 words. For the next 2 days, Onoji calm down. He has been sending low-level ninjas such as Chunin and Elite Chunin to take action, and the real high-end combat power has hardly been released once. Chen Fan doesn't even need to be domineering to block all attacks. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 231 OMU didn't expect such a low-strength ninja to succeed. He just wanted to consume Chen Fan's physical strength. Of course, 2 full days have passed, and it is not that he has not changed. Boom! A rock ninja was kicked out by Chen Fan and landed on the sponge cushion under the ring. Yes, this is what Onoji arranged. Although Chen Fan will keep his hand, he can't always keep it accurately. Wouldn't it be more secure to get a bunch of cushions underneath? How painful it is to land on the rocky ground, but it is soft on the mat, and you can play right away for a second time. As soon as this little trick came out, the angered Namika's Minato almost didn't find Onoji. How can you be so despicable? However, Chen Fan was very happy, but Daimyu made it easier for him to do it, saving him a lot of energy. In addition, Onoji kept sending Yamin to Chen Fan to fight. Daimyu, good man! Chen Fan sighed with emotion. Of course, for 3 full days, Yan Shinobi was not without gains. A rock ninja Chunin with decent strength, even comparable to Shangnin, took advantage of Chen Fan's carelessness and did not use domineering body protection. He unleashed his ultimate move directly and ruthlessly, using thousands of detonating talismans to break a strand of Chen Fan's hair, winning Yan Ninja's first victory. Although the second and third games didn't get any points from Chen Fan, it made Yanren extremely happy. Even at the moment when he broke Chen Fan's hair, countless Yanren cheered in unison. Even many people looked at him as if they were looking at a hero. Onoji also shouted loudly. Although this was not his instruction, it was an unexpected surprise. It's kind of interesting. Chen Fan smiled slightly, not taking this matter seriously. If he really doesn't give Onoji any chance, then he will probably turn his face and ignore anyone right away. In fact, when Yanren showed his true skills, Chen Fan also planned to give a part of the victory. Watergate also had the same plan. He even discussed with Chen Fan before the start of the ring match how much profit he should give to Yanren at the very least. It's just a little early now, and it's nothing. But in the eyes of the rock ninjas, it is completely different. For 3 days in a row, all the rock ninjas who came to power were completely defeated by Chen Fan. Even if he gritted his teeth and played 3 times, he was only thrown down 3 times. Iwashinobu lost for 3 days. Now there is finally a hero who has won. The look in the eyes of the rock ninjas under the stands, and the expressions of the surrounding high-level officials know that this winner will definitely be regarded as a genius, and focus on training. There are also many Chunin, Elite Chunin, and Shangnin eyes flashing with different colors. He can do it, there's no reason why he can't. The odds of success may be low, but once you do, you can immediately gain a huge political advantage. Onoji is also happy to see Iwashinobu forging ahead. In the final analysis, this group of hard-working rock ninjas will also consume Chen Fan's physical strength to a greater extent, and will gain greater advantages for his trump card elites. At the same time, it also made him discover something. Chen Fan's defense seems to also consume physical strength. Oh yeah, you thought about the dark color on Chen Fan's body. If you can force Chen Fan to use that kind of move from time to time, the effect may be better. Although he didn't know the specific principles of domineering, his experience at the shadow level made him immediately start targeting. Chen Fan didn't take it seriously. How could these fake ninjas have the domineering power of real ninjas? Don't be tricky, is that still a fake ninja? It would be strange if they were set in stone. Next. Chen Fan swung his fists together in high spirits. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth, and a charming smile flashed on his face like a knife. And the rock ninja below is even more frenzied. I come. This time it's me. Let me go. Places to queue, one after the other. Even though the ninjas are very orderly, there is still some chaos. The rock ninjas were full of excitement, and the same eyes flashed in their eyes. Even if I'm not as good as that guy, I won't suffer any injuries if I'm defeated. It's okay to go up and fight. In case of victory. Once I win, I will gain a huge reputation and become a hero of Shinobi Village, and if I fail, it will only be ugly. This wave is not a loss. Anyway, I am not the only one who has failed. No one can remember me, but once I win, I will be watched by everyone. I will reach the pinnacle of my life. Besides, even if I fail, I'm still a man who has fought against the shadow level. There are many advantages, but no disadvantages at all. Who doesn't want to do something that is worth a lot of money? Everyone actually thinks clearly. Going up by yourself, the possibility of encountering Chen Fan's mistakes is very small, even if you have prepared a lot of things. But didn't this kind of coincidence happen to Iwashinobu just now? The fighting spirit of the rock ninjas is strong, especially not long after Onoji announced in public that he promoted the ninja who broke Chen Fan's hair by calculation to Shaman and personally accepted him as a disciple, which made the atmosphere in the stadium even more get frenzied. He also put a lot of thought into arousing Iwanen's fighting spirit. However, Chen Fan was even happier because of his experience. The system prompts that the host defeated Yanin and gained 2470 experience points. The system prompts that the host defeated Yanin and gained 1028 experience points. The system prompts that the host defeated Yanin and gained 912 experience points. The experience given by each Yanin is not too much, but there are so many people who can't stand it. Everyone needs at most 3 moves from Chen Fan to bring him down, which adds up to only a few seconds. Lots of money in minutes. Come on. Continue. Chen Fan looked excited. However, as time continued to pass, Iwanen's enthusiasm for fighting began to gradually slow down, mainly because the chance of luck was too low. Thousands of people fought over a day, but in the end there was not even a single victory. These existences who rely on luck are mostly middle and lower level ninjas who are not strong enough. Enthusiasm began to dwindle after seeing little hope. Although the competition continues, the excitement level is getting lower and lower. But the other side is starting to work hard. After watching the battle for 5 full days, Onoji finally felt that the time was almost up and began to send elite Jounin level masters to play. Of course, the first elite Jounin to appear was almost slapped by Chen Fan and his mother didn't recognize him. But this also means that Onoji has finally begun to take out the capital. One battle after another, the whole process of brutal killing that was even duller than water began to be worth seeing. The strength of elite Jounin is still much stronger than that of ordinary ninjas. Although as long as Chen Fan was more careful, they couldn't win. But the fake ninjas began to follow their old skills, disguised as low-level ninjas, and even lost 2 games. When Chen Fan was careless, they suddenly exploded. Therefore, the drama is greatly enhanced. They occasionally succeed, but more often they fail. Good record. Minato Namikaze whispered. The subordinate ninja nodded silently and then wrote quickly. Rock Shinobi has an almost unlimited right to challenge. Unless the entire Shinobi village is over, he can continue to challenge forever. This is a very big advantage, and Onoji's tactics of delaying time and consuming stamina are also based on this. However, this is not without benefits, for Konoha Iwashinobi, who keeps on playing, also exposed his intelligence to Konoha people in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 232. Even Konoha will directly send someone to record the name and grade, and the other party has to say it. Otherwise, what if you have been in the ring once? A person can only play a maximum of 3 times. The information finally collected will be carefully divided into several parts by Namikaze Minato and sent to Konoha through different channels. He arranges information transmission several times a day in order to prevent Iwanen from suddenly turning his face. So, Chen Fan, the longer we persevere, the more we will gain. Come on. Minato Namikaze secretly said. And at the same time, persevere. Anamu said loudly, boosting morale. The longer we persist, the greater our advantage will be. Look at Chen Fan, he's already tired. Chen Fan also seemed to hear Oemia's voice and yawned. It's not too tired to be tired. Chen Fan went crazy for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, just like no one else. Although 5 days have passed, he still has an hour of rest every day. Tired or not. That is, a little sleepy. Chen Fan yawned and at the same time clenched his right fist and smashed it forward. Boom! Chen Fan's fist, who was standing still, slammed into Yan Ren, who was charging at full speed against Chen Fan. the intersection of the fist and the body. However, after a short while, a terrifying scene happened. Chen Fan, who was hit with all his strength, did not move at all, while Yan Ninja, who rushed at full speed, flew out at a faster speed. Next, Chen Fan said, "There is a failure." Onoji's face was solemn, the one who just appeared, but the elite Chunin. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Quick! Continue on to the master! Can't let him rest! Come on!" Yes! Immediately, Iwanin followed the order and the consumption tactics began again. Onomi's face was solemn, and he has been playing for 5 days now, and within 5 days, Chen Fan only gave 3 points. Except for the lucky one at the beginning, the remaining 2 were points scored by the elite Jounin he sent. However, the problem is the elite Shangnin who was beaten down by Chen Fan more. Why isn't this guy tired yet? Oyenyu thought to himself, although he shouted, "Chen Fan is tired, everyone should work harder." But how could he not see it at the film level? Chen Fan's movements hardly slowed down. He moved like a rabbit, and his fists were so powerful that it was impossible to see that he was fighting for 5 days and 5 nights, defeating thousands of men who fought against the Rock Ninja. Although there are still a large number of masters under him who have not shot, but he also feels a sense of urgency in his heart. When are you tired? However, no matter what Onoji's expectations were, Chen Fan's expression never changed. Not even a single drop of sweat appeared on his face. How could this be a tiring performance? It didn't take long for a keen elite Jounin to discover this, and their movements couldn't help but slow down, and the frequency of stepping forward became slower and slower. Maybe continue to use low-level ninjas to kill Chen Fan's physical strength? However, the enthusiasm of the low-level ninjas is also getting lower and lower. Even if the Tsukuge's Onoji uses the identity of the shadow to give orders, the continuous failure also reduces the morale. In this way, the strength of the ninja cannot be displayed, and Chen Fan's physical strength cannot be consumed. Chen Fan also discovered this problem and couldn't help but feel anxious for OMU. The system's experience and judgment, in addition to killing people, will definitely get the full reward. The effect of defeating the enemy largely depends on the level of his performance. Without morale, strength cuts forever. Even if the Rock Ninjas continue to give Chen Fan's head, it will reduce Chen Fan's harvest. It looks like I can only do it for OMU. Chen Fan had a sense of mission on his face. That night, Chen Fan took advantage of the rest time to find the water gate and told his request. "Do you really want to do this?" Minato Namuka's looked strange. "Yeah." Chen Fan nodded vigorously. "I'm serious." Well, I'll prepare it for you." Chapter 175 Chen Fan, who are you underestimating? Chapter 175, in the world of arrogant ninjas, Yanin's children are all grandsons. On the shelf for subscription. 1 update, 4,000 words. The next day, Iwa Shinobu still habitually gathered around the ring. It is at the gate of Yanin village, and the transportation is convenient. Now that the war is suspended, many Yanin have time to take a look. Although they have gradually lost their enthusiasm, they still habitually walk here and take a look. Some people will also participate in the competition and win the lottery. It's normal to fail, but what if you win? Of course, there are fewer and fewer such people. But today, when everyone just came over, they suddenly found that there were 2 signs placed beside the originally empty arena. Lord Chen Fan, the invincible hand in the world. Swordsman Ninja World, Yan Ninja's children are all grandsons. Next to him is the arrogant Konoha Ninja, the blue-faced Onoji and others. This is... Yoian Ren was stunned, unable to recover. "It's nothing." The arrogant Konoha Ninja said proudly, "We just think that Lord Chen Fan is worthy of this banner. So just cheer him on." "Come on. Is there anyone who put our Iwa Shinobi's name on it?" Immediately, Iwanin, who had a bad temper, came over angrily and wanted to tear the banner off. It's just that the Konoha ninja said in a maddening tone, "Why do you guys refuse to accept it? If you don't agree, you can go to the ring. Master Chen Fan is waiting for you there." After saying that, Yan Ren in the ring was kicked out by Chen Fan and went straight to Yan Ren, who wanted to tear the banner. Boom! The two bumped into each other and suddenly they turned their backs. Next, Chen Fan's voice was somewhat sarcastic and his eyes were playful, looking at the place where the conflict occurred. Apparently he did it on purpose. Damn! The rock ninjas were instantly angry. Although they already have the consciousness of defeat, they haven't come to the front. The enemy has humiliated you, but they are still indifferent. Immediately, the hot-blooded Yamen youth couldn't help but jumped onto the stage. "I'm coming to fight you." "Come on." Chen Fan left. The two immediately began to fight, but this time Chen Fan was a bit weak, and he had been entangled with the hot-blooded youth of Yan Ren for a long time. 290 seems. This rock ninja is very hot-blooded. The rock ninjas suddenly raised their hopes and cheered for them loudly. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 233, Hokage. Come on. Defeat him. Hokage-janin, please save Iwanin. Yes. That's it. Teach that bastard a good lesson. The rock ninjas kept shouting for a period of solidarity. But unfortunately, after about a minute, the rock ninja was still loosely defeated by Chen Fan. Trash. Chen Fan left and threw it out. Then, he continued to look at the crowd with a mocking smile on his face. The anger around Yan Ren became even stronger, and people kept jumping on the stage, and then they were defeated by Chen Fan. The rock ninjas kept cheering for those who came to power. At the same time, the trash talk in the mouth of the Konoha ninja standing in front of the banner never stopped. Lord Chen Fan called you trash, not scolding you, he was just stating a fact. Just like you guys, how dare you come out with a shy face? What should you do if you make passers-by ugly? Oh, I forgot, you are all ugly, everyone may be used to it. The previous life of this Konoha ninja may be from Chen Fan's hometown. His ancestral home is Dunyu and there are many mural thieves. The surrounding Iwatoshi looked at him with a hostile look, very unkind and full of murderous aura. He kept teasing Yamen's anger like this, making Yamen one by one angered from his heart, and jumped on the stage angrily. The Namikaze Minato next to him looked very embarrassed, and he didn't know why Chen Fan deliberately let such a mocking ninja go over to challenge him. However, just like the previous reason, the rules have been set, and Namikaze Minato must accommodate Chen Fan's willfulness, otherwise, what should he do if he simply admit defeat? After persuading to no avail, Minato had no choice but to compromise. Namikaze Minato shook his head with a wry smile and then had to follow Chen Fan's orders and try to put on a cold expression that was different from usual. He's too gentle, not good at mocking. But it doesn't matter, Chen Fan told Minato, you don't have to say anything, just put on the stern face of the Uchiha clan standard. Namikaze Minato recalled the people of the Uchiha clan he was familiar with, and then learned the face of Faiyu. All of a sudden it became cold, and his eyes were full of ridicule. Every Yanren who was swept by his disdainful gaze rushed up impatiently, wishing to exchange his life with Chen Fan. The effect is outstanding. Chen Fan looked excited. Very good, Watergate did a great job. Then excitedly defeat the high-spirited rock ninjas. Why is this? Minato Namikaze looked helpless, he didn't say a word. But it is better than the Konoha ninja from Dunyuan. Excited Iwanin screamed, rushing over. Iwanin's morale finally rose. Chen Fan's face is full of satisfaction. Onoji looked strange. Unlike ordinary Iwanin, Onoji is not so easily provoked. It's just that he was dumbfounded. Why? Why does the Konoha ninja provoke our Iwanin? As old as him, he naturally saw the purpose of Konoha ninja to provoke Iwanin. It's just this, obviously it's good for our rock ninja. The angry Iwanin can exert more power. At the same time, Chen Fan seemed to keep his hand in the sarcasm, never leaving Amren seriously injured, and his attitude did not change at all. No matter how you look at it, this is all making trouble for yourself. It's inexplicable. Oyamu shook his head, completely incomprehensible. But although I don't understand why Konoha acted like this, but he was Shinobi's compatriots. Don't let Konoha's boy look down on him. Onoji took the opportunity to give an impassioned speech. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. Show the will of our rock ninja. Yes, Lord Tying. Countless rock ninjas shouted, and their momentum soared. Rock ninjas' morale has risen, which is also a good thing for Chen Fan. They can bring more experience. Of course there are some troubles. For example, Chen Fan was a little too sarcastic, a little too enthusiastic, and Amren, who was not excited, simply tried his best and used the forbidden technique. The forbidden technique has stronger power, but many of them need to pay a certain price, maybe even life. Therefore, it is often used in desperate times. In fact, every ninja village has this kind of life-threatening forbidden technique. Takian village had a grudge against the forbidden technique, but was later taken away by the angle. There is also Hero's Water, which consumes life force and is used to fight for life. On the other hand, Konoha has the secret technique of 8 Dunjia, but because the recent successor, Mayday, is weak and has a low reputation. Rock Ninja Village naturally has a similar desperate ninjutsu. Some hot-blooded yamen couldn't help but use those desperate ninjutsu, or simply wanted to die with Chen Fan. For such people, Chen Fan will cut their lives neatly. You are ready to die, so I won't keep you deliberately. Fortunately, Onoji noticed this in time and told the ninjas who came to power not to work too hard. His purpose was to drag it on until Chen Fan was exhausted, and then let the elite Jonin who haven't all appeared in one fell swoop decide the outcome. Morale is high, and it's okay to fight hard. But it is not necessary to exchange life for it. Chen Fan continued to fight like this, and Omu also took a VGFH time. From time to time, he dispatched 1 or 2 elites, disguised as weaklings to sneak attacks, hoping to take the opportunity to win a little hit. Most of the rock ninjas were sent flying with 1 punch, but some rock ninjas succeeded. When everyone succeeds, it will cause bursts of cheers from the onlookers. But with the passage of time, Chen Fan still did not show his defeat. It's been 10 days. He fought for 10 days in a row. In the middle, I just spend an hour, eat some food, drink some water, go to the toilet and so on. And for 10 days, he has been winning. The rock ninjas paid dozens of elite Jonin, but they only got less than 10 wins from him. And in each of them, it was still a victory that took advantage of Chen Fan's carelessness and domineering, and secretly broke a hair like a thief. Chen Fan always stood in place. The arena under his feet was affected by the battle and repaired again and again. Only he has never fallen once. Gradually, the morale of the rock ninjas declined again. They even looked at Chen Fan with a touch of complexity and admiration in their eyes. What a strong man this is. In 10 days of sleepless fighting, he has never fallen once or retreated once. In fact, he has been winning all the time. Compared with the upright Chen Fan, even those victorious Yan ninjas look as ridiculous as clowns. Chen Fan's bravery even conquered the hearts of some rock ninjas. They haven't forgotten their hatred, but they have to feel the greatness of this man Chen Fan. As for the banner, it's a provocation for the trash to play this kind of banner. But such a brave man playing this banner is just a fact. People in Konoha, reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 234. More and more rock ninjas lost their morale, and even Onoji felt a little bit of admiration for Chen Fan. Why wasn't this boy born in my rock ninja village? Daimyo gritted his teeth. Even if his son died in Chen Fan's hands, he couldn't help thinking. Staying in Konoha under that Saratobi is a waste of his talent. If such a heroic character is placed in my rock ninja village, I would dare to let him replace me as Itsuchikish now. Even Daimyo, whose biological son died in the hands of Chen Fan, is like this, not to mention others. The rock ninjas began to lower their proud heads, and Konoha's envoys began to puff out their chests and look proud. Some people even began to secretly inquire about Chen Fan's past, and they were quite eager to join Chen Fan's real ninja army. This made Namikaze Minato feel a sense of admiration, but also a headache. The envoys on this mission, except for one Chen Fan, are all his hardcore subordinates. Chen Fan is digging his walls. But he had nothing to say, because if it wasn't for Minato Namifing, who had lofty ambitions and was determined to become Hokage, he would have the urge to join Chen Fan's command. A ninja is a profession where force is paramount. How can you not let others worship you if you are so powerful? The next one. Chen Fan punched a rock ninja down. But for a while, no one came on stage. Although Oyenu reacted quickly, he immediately ordered Yen Ninja to come to power without giving Chen Fan time to rest. Chen Fan frowned. Has the provocative effect disappeared? To be honest, Chen Fan is also a little tired these days. After all, it has been 10 days and 10 nights of continuous fighting. Although it is not a one-shot battle, there are breaks in between, and each time only one enemy is faced. But Chen Fan could not help but feel a little tired. But now is the easiest time to brush up the experience. After this wave is over, Chen Fan doesn't know how many years he will have to wait for the next chance to fight like this. So, Chen Fan continued to provoke. All kinds of trash talk went wild, but they couldn't shake Iwa Ninja's heart. Onoji gritted his teeth and forcibly ordered Iwanin to come to power. But if it's a determined elite, it's okay. Ordinary ninjas have completely lost their fighting spirit. Even if he came to power under his orders, he didn't have a desperate attitude at all, and Chen Fan was angry and helpless. What are you fighting for? Countless Yen endured a wry smile, but just came to the stage mechanically. Chen Fan didn't come up with any tricks, he fought from beginning to end. On the contrary, they can only work hard to catch his carelessness, calculate his physical strength, consume his energy. Like a meanest villain. Although ninjas don't despise despicableness, compared with Chen Fan, who is standing there upright, any individual will silently feel a trace of shame. Especially this dignified man, who is still winning. And he is so despicable, but still useless. Who can continue to maintain sufficient fighting spirit under such circumstances? Even those determined elites on the ninja let out a long sigh and looked helpless. In the face of Chen Fan's ridicule, the rock ninjas became silent, and the crowd began to disperse. Even if there was an occasional ninja who cut off a hair of Chen Fan, he would no longer be able to welcome the voices of the crowd as before. The entire Iwatoshi has lost their fighting spirit. Onoji took a few deep breaths and tried to say something several times, but in the end he didn't say anything. Looking at the sad expressions of the rock ninjas, he couldn't help but close his eyes. The waist that was originally bent, but still very strong, suddenly became hunched at this moment. Chapter 176 Release Ye Kang. Chapter 176, Chen Fan, who are you underestimating? On the shelf was inscription. 2 more, 4,000 words. Although each rock ninja can't last long under Chen Fan's hands, but how can it be so long? An hour is 3,600 seconds, and a day is only 82800 seconds, not counting an hour of rest. Even if Chen Fan beat one person in 3 seconds, and one person rushed up 3 times, it would take about 10 seconds. Time. That day, you can beat 8,000 people. This is still a bit of free time, just start working when you come up, and the enemy is very far away from Chen Fan, and it is almost an instant kill condition. The rock ninjas are a little more wretched and consume more time. This ring match lasted for more than half a month before it ended. After learning that Yan Ren was no longer in power, Chen Fan was dissatisfied. I can still fight. Why don't you go up to people? You rock ninjas can't be just that kind of people, right? Yan, I'm really tired. You have spent so much energy trying to drag me down. Now that I'm tired, why don't you send someone quickly? Chen Fan said with a look of dissatisfaction. Onoji, you are tired? Well, it does seem sleepy. But looking at you, you can still hold on for a few more days and nights. But in a few days and nights, it is estimated that all of our Iwanan information will be known to you Konoha. Every ninja Iwan on Minato Namukas will take a large group of Konoha ninjas to comment on them and get the most real information. Chen Fan has scoured most of the rock ninjas, which means that most of the rock ninjas' information is known to Konoha. This is a huge flaw, and OMU dare not really reveal all his cards. So he voluntarily conceded defeat. And this time, the wave, wind, and water gate will not be used to Chen Fan. The battle is over. How can he listen to Chen Fan's unreasonable demands again? So the battle is completely over. In the later period, Chen Fan's condition actually deteriorated a lot. Physical exhaustion was one aspect. He continued to fight without sleep for nearly half a month, and even he was very sleepy. The Rock Ninja Master disguised it, and he didn't have the energy to distinguish. In addition, in the later stage, OMU himself came to power, and he used a lot of powerhouses. Therefore, the Rock Ninjas also achieved a lot of points in the later stage. OMU's calculation is correct. As Chen Fan is tired, they can really use tricks. A total of 100 points, about 32 points, for Yamren, which is similar to the number agreed upon by Chen Fan and Minato Namufeng. Any more, and Konoha will suffer. No matter how little, Onoji will give up the agreement and directly breach the contract. This number is just right, and both Iwashinobu and Konoha will admit it. Of course, for Konoha, this figure is much better than the conditions that Minato Namiko negotiated before, far exceeding his psychological expectations. Namuka's Minato is also a little worried that Onoji will directly default. But that's it. Anamu sighed softly, his voice weak. The hunched body also lost its usual vitality. What's wrong? Chen Fan glanced at him curiously. This guy can't stand it anymore. Although Namuka's Minato and Onoji don't need to fight, it's very energy-consuming to fight all the time. Unlike the energetic Chen Fan, OMU is an old man. It is normal for the elderly to be weak and unable to survive. No. Minato Namukas was silent for a while. He is not a man, he is old. In this wave of arena competitions, the outcome is the second. The key is that Chen Fan's mentality against Yamren is too great. The enemy will fight against you in such a dignified manner, and you can easily win, even if you do whatever you want. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 235. The Rock Ninjas rely on strategies, calculations, and consumption. All the means were used, but they were still beaten up and down. Compared with the compensation for this small amount of money, the blow to Iwan's spirit is the biggest. In the later stage, there is no longer the case where the hot-blooded Yamen takes the initiative to challenge Chen Fan. Onoji almost gritted his teeth, forcing Iwanan to come to power with an order. The half-month-long battle, the blow to Yam Ninja's heart, is evident. Not to mention the ordinary Iwa Shinobi, it is Tsuchiki Jonoki who has lost his fighting spirit. It's really useless, it's over if you get hit twice. Chen Fan pouted. What kind of rock will he is shouting for? The corner of Minato Namika's mouth twitched. Who can be blocked at the door of the house, and under the condition that the enemy is almost arrogant to fight with you, he can still maintain his fighting spirit after being beaten to the ground? This is a bigger blow than when Uchiha Madara coerced Iwanan. Namuka's Minato, who is familiar with the history of the ninja world, even thought of another case, Taki Ninja Village. The water of heroes, the resentment of the earth, the tailed beast. It can be said that among the small ninja villages, Taki Ninja Village is unique because Taki Ninja Village was quite powerful in the early Warring States period. Far beyond the strength of ordinary small ninja village. In the era when major countries established ninja village and the pattern was reshuffled, it even almost became the sixth major country. If it wasn't for being too arrogant, Madara Uchiha was beaten up. Madara Uchiha started to kill, but he walked towards Taki Ninja Village one step at a time. Dare to block the road, kill. Dare to flee, kill. Dare to take the lead, kill. And then he just walked to the center of Taki Ninja Village. The Taki Ninja Village was originally built outside. It was only at that time that Uchiha Madara forced him to hide behind the huge waterfall at the back of the ninja village, which is where the Taki Ninja Village is now. Namikaze Minato secretly said in his heart, the Taki ninjas back then could only watch Madara Uchiha walk to the center of their village and sit there swaggeringly, but they didn't dare to move. As a result, I completely lost my spirit, and I gradually became lonely. Now Chen Fan's low-to-end ninja is more ruthless than Uchiha Madara back then. How can I stand at the door of Yanin like this and let her and others challenge me wantonly, but I accept all of them? This kind of behavior is of course a concession to Yan Shinobi, but the other way around, no matter how hard you fight, what despicable tactics you use, it's useless. Even Iwanin, who is known for his firm beliefs, cannot continue to maintain his fighting spirit. Thinking about it, Minato couldn't help but glance at Chen Fan and sigh. The key to Iwanin's loss of fighting spirit lies in the overwhelming strength gap. Chen Fan is really relying on his own strength, standing there dignifiedly, fighting with you Yanin, letting you and others make calculations at will. I completely ignore it, and will only crush everything. It was precisely because he didn't use any calculations at all, relying solely on direct force to suppress people, that would make Iwanin hopeless. And what if this scene reappears on Konoha? Namikaze Minato closed his eyes slightly, and he didn't want to imagine the result. Fortunately, Chen Fan belongs to my Konoha. Minato sighed. This is Konoha's luck. Namikaze Minato returns with a treaty. And with the signing of a treaty between Iwanin and Konoha, the battlefield finally came to an end. Maybe everyone is still a little vigilant in a short time, and it is necessary to retain a certain amount of high-end combat power to shock, but ordinary ninjas can slowly evacuate. Going home is happiness in itself for the ninjas who have been in the war zone. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused cheers from countless Konoha ninjas. Especially when I heard about the specific process of signing the treaty, I screamed wildly. We won! Long live Lord Chen Fan! Trash Rock Ninja, after more than 10 days of wheel battle, I can't beat Lord Chen Fan! Lord Chen Fan, Nayubi! Countless people cheered in unison, especially after hearing about Chen Fan's heroic deeds. Their faces became even more frenzied. Not to mention the subordinates, who were originally brainwashed by Chen Fan. Even the subordinates of Minato Namikaze heard about it and confirmed it to the envoy several times. After getting the result of the nod, they first looked confused, and then slowly joined the team cheering Chen Fan. Lord Chen Fan, awesome, broken voice. One person fights the entire Iwanin village. Who can do this? Can the original Hokage master? Can Uchiha Madara do it? For flowers. But our Lord Chen Fan can. The eyes of everyone looking at Chen Fan are full of fanaticism, and Narayan and others are even more regretful that they have not been able to witness Chen Fan's great deeds. And Rinahara and Hong Yuhi. That night, he gave Chen Fan a pretty good reward. Even this is envied by many girls. This is Lord Chen Fan. Be my Konoha hero. Even if it's just a night of fun, they are willing to. On the second day, after arranging the troops, Namikaze Minato prepares to bring the contract back to the village in person. After all, in addition to the contract, there is still a lot of information that needs to be brought back to the village. A single piece of information is not enough. This time, Chen Fan has hit tens of thousands of rock ninjas in a row, and the information of these tens of thousands of rock ninjas is backlogged on the front line. So, Chen Fan, the troops on my side will be handed over to you first, and I have to send the contract back to the village. Minato sighed helplessly. He also didn't want to hand it over to Chen Fan, a reckless man, but he was the only one with enough strength here. Instead of handing it over to him, could it be handed over to an elite Jounin, and then wait for the elite Jounin to be decapitated by the shadow of the enemy if something goes wrong? Don't worry, leave it to me. Chen Fan patted his chest and assured. The corners of Minato Nimimo's mouth twitched slightly. In fact, he was not without arrangements. Besides, now that Iwanin had signed a contract, it was unlikely that he would breach the contract. 0. Yanren's losses are not small, and he is still trying to redeem people from Konoha's side, so the possibility of launching an attack is not high. But, looking at the adoring eyes of his subordinates towards Chen Fan, Minato waved a wry smile. Shouldn't you wait for me to come back? This stronghold is also surnamed Chen Fan, right? This possibility is huge. When Chen Fan started out, he only had dozens of ninjas sent out by Tsunade, and then followed him to the north and south to fight. Now there are thousands of his subordinates. And how many people are there in a ninja village? Although this kind of confidential data will not be released to the outside world, Namikaze Minato knows that Konoha, the largest village in the ninja world, is only a ninja with more than 100,000 points. And it took Chen Fan a year to have thousands of subordinates who are fanatical about it. At the same time, his subordinates are basically abducted from the hands of others. The first Tsunade, later Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Is it your turn now? Namikaze Minato shook his head, not thinking about these things. In fact, all ninjas are actually Konoha's ninjas, and there is no absolute subordinate. It's just that there are things like factions everywhere, and Konoha is no exception. Namikaze Minato wants to become Hokage without the support of his subordinates. However, his heart is Konoha in the end. Chen Fan has been fighting continuously for more than half a month, and he has beaten tens of thousands of Yanren. Their information is extremely important. The new contract also needs to be explained by an important person in Konoha executives, people in Konoha Reckless, to the point where you panic chapter 236, so we can only let him work to complete this task. And Chen Fan had been through so long bloody battles, and Minato Namikaze couldn't say anything to let him continue to work. So, only he can go. But even Chen Fan, who has only experienced a real battle, can't possibly have any energy to do anything. My speed is very fast, so there shouldn't be anything wrong. Right. Namikaze Minato thought so, and suddenly felt a lot relieved. After handing over the rights, he led the team to set off. And Chen Fan, who took over the power, took aim at the ninjas who were looking at him with frenzied eyes on the second day of Minato Namikaze. The war is over. The next thing that can provide me with experience is the training of my subordinates, so... Chen Fan opened his arms. Bring it on. Everyone, join my army of true ninjas. As for tiredness... What a joke. Who are you underestimating? Isn't it just 10 days in a row? I went home and slept with my sister. Can I rest? Righteous. Chapter 177 Wave, whined Minato Chen Fan. Chapter 177 Release Ye Kang. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, 12,000 words. Chen Fan immediately started a new mission. I mean showing off. In front of countless people, he passed on the newly acquired Liu Shuyan Shattering Fist to everyone, and then every day he directed his subordinates in the most obvious places in the stronghold. This is a movie-level guide. And it is also the guidance of the very famous Chen Fan. Immediately it attracted a lot of onlookers. Then Chen Fan specially arranged a group of subordinates who were as enthusiastic as Mate-K, but did not have the thick eyebrows of Mate-K to help promote themselves in the extension area. In fact, it's not really propaganda, but it's just laying out the facts. For example, whenever Chen Fan has time, he often points out his subordinates in person. For example, during the war, Chen Fan often scrambled to kill the enemy and protect his subordinates. Another example. Interests, benefits, Chen Fan's character. Everything is on the surface. But with all kinds of benefits in front of them, why would anyone not be tempted? When I followed Chen Fan to Yanmen's envoy, a few people quietly changed the team and joined Chen Fan's subordinates. They admired Chen Fan very much because of Yanren's experience. What's more, looking at it now, the treatment of Chen Fan's subordinates is not low. On the day they joined, Chen Fan pulled them out and gave them one-on-one guidance. The way of pointing is to fight. After the fight, Chen Fan began to point out their shortcomings. 290 put forward his own suggestions and taught them how to use the breath of the sun and the shattering fists of flowing water rocks. Although the subordinates can often enjoy these, they are very uncomfortable when they have just joined. How can a shadow-level powerhouse waste time so much to accompany you as a newcomer? But Chen Fan did just that. Everyone was moved to tears. Others saw it, and they even thought of joining Chen Fan's subordinates. But actually, I've basically finished all the old subordinates. You are newcomers, and you haven't been brushed by me. If you don't brush, who are you going to brush? Chen Fan thought to himself. Pointing out things like Sun's Breath and Lieshi and Shattering Fist is also to improve their strength, and then score points in the second round. But no one knew this thought, and he was moved to tears immediately. What a great man! Not only is he strong enough, he is also willing to give time to guide himself, and even if he has just joined, he can get the secret technique passed down by the adults. With a smile on Chen Fan's face, he greeted the new group of leaks with great enthusiasm. And what makes him happy is, I've made a lot of money recently. Chen Fan was excited. Onoji did not let all Iwatoshi go out to fight and kept certain intelligence information. But Chen Fan has spent more than half a month, and he has also played 50,000 ninjas. Even if the vast majority of them are the weakest, it is enough to bring Chen Fan a huge fortune. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills: Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Master, Collapsing Mountain, Master, Madness, Master, Wild Intuition, Master, Dimensional Kitchen, Master, Arm Color Domineering, Legend, Sun Breath of God, Master, Infinite Sword System, Master, Taienju Zinxing, Master, Lieshi and Shattering Fist, Master. Experience points. A full 240 million experience. Is this the result of brushing a whole ninja village? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. This is almost comparable to all of Chen Fan's previous games. In this way, Onoji hit a lot of ninjas and did not want everyone to be known by Konoha. Otherwise, the harvest will definitely be higher. This is also a good way to cut leaks. Chen Fan rubbed his chin and thought. Even seemingly no kills is high income, but it is sustainable development. If nothing else, the loss of the rock ninjas was not large, and the ninja training system representing their ninja village was not destroyed by Chen Fan. This means that every year a new Iwanin joins the Iwanin village. Considering some rock ninjas themselves, they will gradually improve their strength. In about 10 to 15 years, Yan Ninja will collectively change blood, allowing Chen Fan to cut the leaks again. Actually, it's better to kill some ninjas who won't improve. It's better for them to fight for resources with newcomers, and then leave the energetic newcomers behind. But it's a pity, once I start killing, it is estimated that Yan Ninja will not slowly learn from me and let me cut the leaks. Nothing is perfect, and it is not bad to be able to cut leaks once every 10 years. So here comes the problem. A rock ninja village can bring so much experience, what about other ninja villages? Chen Fan's heart was eager to try it. On the other side, Namikaze Minato returned to Konoha with a large amount of information and a contract signed with Iwanin. He himself is very fast, but the information he carries requires a large number of manpower to transport, and it is impossible for him to fly around alone. So the speed naturally decreased. Konoha, Naruto office. That is to say, Chen Fan has been fighting the wheel until I am in admits defeat. The third Hokage was smoking a cigarette, the corners of his mouth twitching. Yes. Minato Namikaze bowed his head slightly. Chen Fan's strength is very strong. Is this a question of strength? The corner of the third Hokage's mouth twitched, but he didn't speak. Honestly speaking, Namikaze Minato did this. Although he has autonomy, he must have reported to the rear long ago. The 3 generations of Hokage also knew about this for a long time, but who the hell thinks that you can hit this level? people in Konoha Reckless to the point that you panic Chapter 237 no matter the 3 generations of Hokage or Minato Namafang. In fact, they originally planned to give in a little and prepare to accept Chen Fan's failure. Then use a slightly lost contract in exchange for a large amount of information about Yan Ninja. Ninja, it's all about intelligence. With a large amount of information on Iwashinobi, it was easy for Konoha to deal with Iwashinobi, which formed a shock to Iwashinobi in some way. For this reason, even if Chen Fan fails in the end, as long as they can come up with the information of Yan Ninja, they will not lose. But who would have thought that Chen Fan actually won? Advantageous contract, an Iwangan's data double harvest. Chen Fan's strength made Oyamu dare not continue to fight if Konoha's information was fully grasped by Yanin. Would Konoha still be willing to truce? They continue to fight. They have the advantage in intelligence, and they will not suffer. So he would rather pay a higher price in the contract than directly admit defeat. The third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. The strength shown by Chen Fan is too exaggerated, and it is already worthy of his different attitude. But it's still a small thing. Iwa Ninja Village has already negotiated the treaty, so it is time to negotiate the other Ninja Village treaties. Yunnan Village is ready to admit defeat, but they hope to pay the ransom in exchange for the captured AD combination. The 3 generations of Hokage are ready to agree. Yunren's civil strife can no longer be counted on. The inertia of the Yeu clan's rule is too strong. Even if A is captured by Chen Fan, it will not cause any major chaos. Since there is no way to profit from it, it is better to promise Yunren to calm down the war as soon as possible, so as to save too much time and cause Yunren to react unnecessarily. Antarabi is a human killer, and his identity is more sensitive. The first generation of Hokage Kyan Shuzuma divided the tailed beast and gave the 8 tails to Yunren village. The 3 generations of Hokage do not intend to go against the political move of this person who has a great reputation in Konoha. Yunren's request, he can agree. At the same time, it was time for Sand Ninja to give up hope. It's a little easier here. The country of Wind is not strong at all, and Sand Ninja Village can be regarded as the weakest of the 5 major ninja villages. At the same time, it is also the one who suffered the most serious losses in this Ninja World War. Chen Fan was originally famous for Sharin. They don't have the strength to fight, they just persist. As for Sand Ninja, the 3 generations of Hokage are prepared to be generous and take the initiative to release the captive Yi Kang. I think that after seeing the sincerity of Konoha, the 4 generations of Kazakage will make the most appropriate choice. Of course, all of this has a premise. Minato, you said I want to release Yi Kang and AD. Will Chen Fan agree? The third Hokage raised his head and asked. Namikaze Minato was silent for a while. Although Chen Fan was reckless and did things beyond the imagination of ordinary people, he was indeed a ninja and never disobeyed the orders of his superiors. But the corner of Minato Namikaze's mouth twitched. There shouldn't be any problem with the AD combination, but Yi Kang. Why don't I ask Chen Fan? He gave a wry smile, and the others were easy to say, just this prisoner. She is so special. Since Yi Kang was sent over except for the occasional torture by Chen Fan, almost no one has cared about her. There is no information about torture. It is because of Chen Fan's strength. The stronger Chen Fan is, the more others need to respect his opinion, even if some things may not matter in his eyes. Well, let's ask. Sandai Hokage nodded and stood up. In this way, the Third Ninja World War is finally coming to an end. Namikaze Minato takes time to come, but it's very quick to go back. Flying Thunder God gave him unparalleled mobility. At the cost of chakra, he set out from Konoha almost that day and arrived at the stronghold that night. Then what caught his eye was... Chill. 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 Numerous ninjas showed off their strong muscles. They used fists and feet or swords, one by one, with a fierce light on their faces. With his hands behind his back, Chen Fan stood at the center with a majestic look on his face and occasionally mentioned a few words of posture of great training. Only. Minato looked at the familiar face and couldn't help covering his head. I'm still late. Many of his subordinates have already been dyed the color of Chen Fan. He hurried, and in the end he didn't have time. Yo, Watergate, what's the matter? Chen Fan saw the figure of Watergate, laughed and jumped down. The corners of Namikaze Minato's mouth twitched, but he could only sigh lightly. Konoha's ninjas belong to Konoha and never have to be a faction of so-and-so. He is gentle, and it is impossible for him to speak ill of Chen Fan, who has dug his own corner. Only. Namikaze Minato's expression was a bit aggrieved. I have only been away for a few days, and you have poached more than a dozen of my direct descendants, and even more of the other non-direct descendants. 5.7 There is no such thing as you are bullying. Chen Fan laughed. He didn't care about Minato's thoughts. Do I still need to ask you for instructions to the people I dug with my ability? Joke. Why don't you join my army of real ninjas? Let's fight for Konohas tomorrow. Taking a few deep breaths, Namikaze Minato finally calmed down. Chen Fan, the 3 generations of Hokage, let me ask you. When Chen Fan heard this, his eyes lit up. Then, cut off decisively. Yes, but I have one condition, that is. A few days later, in Konoha prison. Since she was thrown into the prison, a woman who has hardly been cared for except for regular meals and drinking, slowly opened her eyes. She has 2 strands of flaming red hair, and even though she has been imprisoned for a long time, it has not dried up in the slightest. The slender hands and feet and the firm skin show that this person is quite capable. Kang, you have been released. The ninja next to Konoha said solemnly. Kang raised her head slowly, her delicate face hardly changed at all. Obviously, for some special reason, she was well served by Konoha's people and she didn't look like a prisoner at all. But, just as the restraint was lifted, a voice full of shame and anger sounded. It is also mixed with endless murderous intentions. Chen Fan. Chapter 178 Kang, please drink tea. Chapter 178 Bofeng Minato, Chen Fan, you really don't have any numbers on the shelves for subscription. One update, 3,000 words. Boundless murderous aura with a thick gloom emanated from this woman. Kang's pretty face looked cold, as if to freeze everything. People in Konoha, reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 238. Chen Fan. Her eyes were full of anger, like a knife hanging in front of Konoha Ninja, although she still had handcuffs and anklets on her hands. But the killing intent of the shadow-level powerhouse made the surrounding people feel a chill. Is this the movie Powerhouse? Lord Chen Fan is to take such a guy and use it as meat. As a prisoner? Lord Chen Fan is not here. An elite Changren gritted his teeth. The Lord is outside on a mission. We are here this time to release the adults. He's not here? Kang squinted his eyes slightly and swept the faces of the people around him. His murderous aura slowly diminished. Without seeing Chen Fan, her heart slowly calmed down. Taking a few deep breaths, the calmness of the shadow-level powerhouse returned to her. He's not here. How dare you let me out? There was a faint sneer at the corner of Kang's mouth, and it was even more meaningful. Did the war between my Sand Ninja Village and your Konoha come to an end? It's still at a stalemate, but our 3 generations of Hokage have decided to release you. The elite Genin said, it's not difficult to guess the situation in your shinobi village with your mind. Please, Lord Kang, don't make it difficult for you to do it. 16. Although he was a shadow-level powerhouse, even Kang couldn't fight the enemy with his ankles and handcuffs. But the elite didn't want Kang to cause any trouble. After all, he just came to release Kang. Our Sand Ninja Village, have you lost? Kang sighed. In fact, she already had a faint feeling. He was defeated by Chen Fan. How could the 4-generation Fenjiang Luasha's battle plan centered on him still succeed? How is this possible? It's just that Yi Kang didn't expect that after such a short period of time, Sand Ninja Village could no longer hold on. Konoha dared to let go of her shadow-level powerhouse. Obviously he had the confidence to take control of Sand Ninja Village. It may even be that the Third Ninja World War is over. As a prisoner, Yi Kang had no source of intelligence. But by just a few words from the elite Jonin, he knew everything in his heart, and he deserved to be a shadow-level powerhouse. Although he is a shadow-level imprisoned. Then you are sending me back to Sharon Village. Yi Kang sneered, is Chen Fan okay? This is the order of the Third Hokage, and Lord Chen Fan will naturally obey it. The elite Jonin said calmly. Yi Kang snorted coldly, but did not answer. No wonder she believed this. The high-level combat power of a hostile country has been imprisoned in a cell. Except for being tortured by some people, he is not treated like a prisoner. If there's nothing wrong with this, I wouldn't believe it if I killed her. Only. Where's Chen Fan? Where did Chen Fan go? Yi Kang's eyes flashed with anger, his silver teeth clenched. Her delicate fists clenched tightly, her chest kept panting, and she swung up and down. Chilling intent reverberated in her chest, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Lord Yi Kang, please calm down. Konoha's elite Jonin quickly persuaded, you can go back to Sand Ninja Village right away, isn't that bad? Calm down? Yi Kang laughed angrily. She even wanted to shout out, do you know how I'm doing these days? Being tortured every day. It's all Chen Fan's special torture. This guy. I must kill him. A murderous look flashed in Yi Kang's eyes. She turned her head and said coldly, I asked you, where is Chen Fan? This is not an unanswerable question. Chen Fan should be in Yunren Village now and discuss the contract with Yunren Village. Elite Shangren said calmly, when the Yunren Village contract is negotiated, Lord Chen Fan will go to your Sharon Village to discuss a peace treaty. Of course, the elite Jonin would not know that Chen Fan's special envoy position was acquired from the 3 generations of Hokage at the expense of Yi Kang and Ab combination. But he knew that he needed to appease Yi Kang at this time so that no trouble would be caused. The elite Jonin said seriously, the Third Ninja World War is over, please calm down the anger in my heart. It's over? Yi Kang took a deep breath. Chen Fan, will you come to my Sand Ninja Village? Yes. That's good. Yi Kang said coldly, aren't you going to release me? Hurry up and lead the way. I'm going back to the village now. Say it, stride forward. Elite Jonin was taken aback. For a while, he was still worried about Yi Kang causing trouble. After all, he didn't know what happened to Yi Kang. Ordinary women are really looking for life and death. 3 generations of Hokage have arranged a total of 3 elite changes in order to prevent this situation. But Yi Kang didn't make trouble, which was a good thing for him. No matter what she wants to do, as long as she returns to Sand Ninja Village, the mission of the elite Jonin is complete. Please come with me, my lord. The elite said respectfully. Yi Kang snorted coldly and strode forward. In her eyes, the anger never ceased. Chen Fan, wait for me. The order between Konoha and Yunnan Village. A Konoha mission returned from Yunnan Village. Damn Yunren, why are you so trashy? Chen Fan looked bad. His plan failed. Originally, Yi Kang and AB were exchanged for the identity of this messenger in order to replicate the previous success of Iwa Ninja Village. He wants to brush Yunren and Sharin together. That's why it's useless to keep the experience points, and I plan to see if I can collect a little more. But who knows, the guys from Yunren Village actually negotiated the conditions with the main envoy, Minato Namafeng, and talked one by one without Yunren's domineering at all. Even when Chen Fan proposed his own solution, he was rejected by Yunren. You guys are Yunren. Why can't you be a little more reckless? Chen Fan looked bewildered. This is unbearable. Yunren is also helpless, but it's not that they changed their reckless routine and started to play slowly. But they don't have a mastermind of their own. At this time, before he was released, the nominal leader of Yunren village was an old man who Chen Fan did not know. But in fact, that old man also has at least one puppet and a spokesperson they are waiting for to be released so that they can inherit the position of Hokage. Not even a leader naturally requires stability. How dare you bet against Chen Fan like Oyenmu? No matter how reckless Yunren was, he didn't do such a thing. Hearing Namikaze Minato explaining the reason to himself, Chen Fan's eyes widened. Missed. With a look of remorse on his face, I knew earlier that he should be released first. That kid definitely dares to bet with me. Failure. Namikaze Minato. 290 Sure enough, I knew you came here to make up the numbers to fight. He and Chen Fan were the candidates for this mission. Chen Fan asked for it on his own initiative, while Namikaze Minato was trusted by the 3 generations of Hokage and wanted to train him. In addition, he really cooperated with Chen Fan very well before and won great benefits for Konoha and Yamen village. So it was these 2 partners who were on the mission. Don't worry. Minato Namikaze smiled slightly. Next, we have to go to Sand Ninja village. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 239. That Kazekage is also a strong-willed person, so he might agree with your plan. Although he did not deliberately direct Yunren's negotiation direction to Chen Fan's plan. However, Chen Fan's plan did give Konoha a great advantage when he was in Yamen village before, and he also got a lot of information. If the other party is willing, he is not unable to agree. I remember that Yi Kang has already been released. Minato Namikaze thought for a while and said, a shadow-level person has a lot of right to speak. Maybe she will take the initiative to propose this plan in order to beat you up. As the envoy, his information is also very accurate. Only. Chen Fan looked over with a strange expression and said curiously, Yi Kang wants to hit me? Why? I'm so kind to her. As long as I have time, I will visit her, bring her some fun toys, and play with her. Why does she still want to hit me? Is this woman an ungrateful white-eyed wolf? Hearing this, Namikaze Minato stared at Chen Fan for 10 seconds. Only to be sure this one really has no count in his heart. Chapter 179 Yi Kang quickly cooks some snacks. Chapter 179 Yi Kang, please drink tea. On the shelf for subscription. Second update. Sand Ninja Village. Chen Fan and Namikaze Minato went back to the village, and after reporting the successful negotiation with Yunren, they immediately relocated to Sand Ren Village. It was still the same wind and sand that swept through the sky, and the swept-in sand and dust made all the scenery appear a kind of earthy gray. Chen Fan and the others met the gazes of the Sand Ninjas and were led by a Sand Ninja to the Fenjing building. Along the way, Minato Namikaze kept looking at the pedestrians who came and went in Sand Ninja Village. Countless people watched their mission, especially Chen Fan's face, for a long time. The faces of the Sand Ninja showed panic. Obviously, Chen Fan is not without memory. On the contrary, he didn't feel at all about his master, and most people even ignored him directly. How many things did Chen Fan do? Minato Namikaze said with a wry smile, Yunren is afraid of him, and Sand Ren is also afraid of him. Well, Yunren did not, because Yunren's troops were not scattered like Chen Fan, but were directly wiped out. It can cause so much fear to the hostile ninja village. Chen Fan is really a talent. Minato Namikaze smiled wryly. It's just that if I remember correctly, when Chen Fan was with Sand Ninja, he just graduated from the ninja school a few days ago, right? A person who has just debuted can make so many impressions on the hostile ninja village. How can this guy kill people? Namikaze Minato took a long breath and shook his head. Sometimes he even felt that if Chen Fan was older, he would have no hope of competing for Hokage. Maybe Chen Fan would not participate in the election, but Orochimaru was his teacher. This identity allows Konoha and others to subconsciously distribute Chen Fan's record to Orochimaru. But fortunately, I am not without accumulation. There is still a fight. Namikaze Minato secretly encouraged himself, but he didn't just observe the attitude of the people around him towards Chen Fan. He actually observed the expressions of passers-by, the expressions and mobility of the ninjas to infer San Shinobi's situation. Although Shide made a certain disguise, Namikaze Minato was still aware of San Shinobi's depressed morale from the expressions of passers-by. Obviously, San Shinobi couldn't fight anymore. The fact that the Scorpion killed the 3 generations of Kazekage gave the Sand Ninjas a heavy blow, leaving them demoralized. This information also reverberated in Minato Namikaze's heart. Only, it seems that this information was also obtained by Chen Fan. Namifing Minato smiled bitterly in his heart. The withdrawal of the 3 major ninja villages seems to be related to Chen Fan. Sanren is the morale suppressed by Chen Fan, and Yunren is the AD combination of the 3 generations of Rikishi he killed in the Capitulo. Rock Shinobi is even worse, almost all of them died in his hands. And the 3 ninja wars by yourself? If it weren't for the fact that Minato Namikaze was in front of him, he would definitely think it was a joke. But that's fine. If the negotiation is successfully completed, then Konoha will be able to slowly cultivate her self-cultivation. Minato Namikaze thought to himself. On the whole, Sand Ninja also yearns for peace. The only opponent. It's the 4th generation Kazekage who just took the position. It is also funny to say that the last one to join the 3rd Ninja War, Iwa Ninja, was the first to be eliminated. On the contrary, San Shinobi, the shinobi village that started the war in the ninja world, persisted until the end. The 4th generation Offenjing Luasha came to power by relying on the death of the 3rd generation Offenjing, and the first thing he did in his position was to start a war. If he can't get a decent ending, then his rule will be very difficult. That's why he let Sand Ninja grit his teeth and persist until now. It's just obvious that Sand Ninja Village can't hold on anymore. Sand Ninja Village. Wine Shadow Building. 4 generations of Kazekage Luasha sat in the main seat. Chio, Irazo, and Yikang, who had just been released, were all beside them, and there were a lot of Sand Ninja staff around. Namikaze Minato sat opposite Luosha, smiled slightly, and started this negotiation. It's almost the same as when Iwa Shinobu. The 2 sides first engaged in a lot of useless nonsense before slowly getting to the point. Luosha actually has certain political skills. When he integrated the entire Sand Ninja village to launch an attack on Konoha, he was able to let Chio and Irazo fully help, which has proved his ability. But Sand Ninja village's limited strength, tired ninjas, and weak national strength all limit his performance. Even if you can make 4 tails of 1,000 pounds, you have to have 4 tails first. Namikaze Minato ignored Luosha's threat with a constant expression, and after a few words, he slowly gained the initiative to negotiate and began to force Luosha into a disadvantage. During this period, Heilezang and others also spoke several times, trying to save the situation. However, he was beaten by Namifing Minato and was easily ignored. At present, only 2 countries, Sand Ninja and Konoha, are still at war. Yenin conceded defeat. Originally, there was a Fognen in the 3rd battle, but this time, because Chen Fan acted too fast, before the Fog Ninjas could start, the crisis of Konoha was wiped out. Seeing that Konoha did not show his defeat on the battlefield, the Mist Ninjas who couldn't find cheat began to fall into non-stop infighting again. Obviously they are not going to make a move. As a result, only 2 countries, Konoha and San Shinobi, are still at war. Compared with Konoha, who gradually released his hands, San Shinobi fell into an absolute disadvantage. Foreign aid can't be counted on, even if it's not a sudden powerhouse like Chen Fan. Sanren can't beat Konoha. A drop of sweat gradually appeared on Luosha's forehead. In fact, he had tried very hard to obtain preferential treatment for Sharon, but his innate deficiencies made him unable to do anything at all. And at this time, Chen Fan once again put forward his own suggestion: let's fight a ring. The winner wins big, so what? However, this suggestion was rejected by Luo Xia without hesitation. Joke. They're sand ninjas, can't compare to rock ninjas. There are ninjas that are enough to consume Chen Fan's physical strength. The land of wind itself is a poor country with limited funds. There are a lot of ninjas, trained every year. No matter what the problem of concealment of information, if you take out all your belongings, it will definitely not be comparable to the Rock Ninja Village. After all, unlike Iwa Shinobi who entered the final stage, Sand Ninja Village has been fighting for a long time. Do you really think I don't know what state Iwanin is in now? Luo Xia cursed inwardly. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 240. Iwa Ninja Village, which has lost its fighting spirit, like Taki Ninja Village, began to shrink its forces and shrink. It looks like it won't come out in a short time. Their Sand Ninja Village would not be stupid enough to play a wheel battle with Chen Fan. Cut. Chen Fan pouted. Why is Tang Tang Fenjiing so cowardly? Waste. The difficult and promised monster will be easily killed by Mr. Orochimaru. But this is a bit of a loss. The prisoners were sent, but there was no battle. If I had known, at least one Yikang would be left behind. And just when he thought so, a figure came slowly beside him. There was anger on her face, and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Then, bring a cup of tea on. Please drink tea. She gave a heavy meal as if the words were squeezed from between her teeth. Chen Fan couldn't help showing a smile. Minato, you really are blind. Who said Yikang wanted to hit me? You see, she's already serving me tea. Then Chen Fan looked down, but it was a bowl of turbid tea with a lot of strange poisons in it. Don't ask how someone like Chen Fan who can't tell the difference between a poison sac and a snake gall can see it. After all, there are too many poisons added, making the whole body of the tea a turbid purple color, and the bubbles are still rising, so fools can't recognize it. Chapter 180. The personal maid who bet on a glass of wine for a month. Chapter 180. Yikang, make some snacks. On the shelf for subscription. 3 more. 4,000 words. In the purple tea, strange bubbles rise and fall. Obviously poisonous. Hey, Leo Zhang's mouth twitched. I said Yikang why I want poison, so. Leo Zhang is the most famous poison master in the country of wind, and he has countless poisons in his hands. The first thing Yikang did when he came back was not to ask Fenjiang Luasha for instructions, but to ask Leo Zhang for poison. For this moment. Fourth Kazakish-sama. Minato Namikaze's expression changed, and he said sharply, what are you trying to do? Poisoned my Konoha ninja and murdered my Konoha ninja? Please give me an explanation for this. Calm down, the messenger of Konoha. Luo Xia wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Look, this poison is so obvious. Our Sand Ninja Village is not without colorless and odorless poison. How can it be said to be poisoned? It's just that Yikang and her Chen Fan haven't seen each other for a long time, and it's just a joke with him. With Yikang's move, even Fenjiang Luasha didn't notice. Luo Xia was caught off guard by her. But fortunately, although Yikang poisoned, this kind of thing, which is known to be highly poisonous at first glance, gave Luo Xia a chance to explain. Although Yikang hated Chen Fan very much, the village also held a lot of place in her heart. Even if she wanted to kill Chen Fan, she wouldn't be able to play the trick of poisoning the messenger during this kind of negotiation between the two countries. At first, when Yikang Guanhei asked for the poison, she deliberately asked whether the poison was colored or odorous. After making sure that normal people could see it, she decided to poison it. Rather than saying that Yikang wanted to poison, it is better to tell Chen Fan, you wait, I will kill you sooner or later. She stared straight at Chen Fan, her teeth were itching with hatred and her eyes flashed with the pleasure of revenge. I will never forget what you did to me. Just die. I won't let you go. Chen Fan touched his chin, ignoring the quarrel between Minato and Shidekage. Then reach out and hold the teacup. Since Yi Kang wants to invite me to drink tea, then I will drink it at 290. Let's just say, under everyone's stunned gaze, he drank that cup of tea that was full of poison no matter what. Wait. Luo Sha's expression changed. Chen Fan? Minato Namikaze's expression changed dramatically. Even Yi Kang, who brought out the tea by himself, was stunned. You actually drink it? Everyone stared at Chen Fan in astonishment. You also drink this kind of tea that is obviously known to be poisonous? Luo Sha and Namikaze Minato looked stunned. Just now Luo Sha was still shouting, who will be attacked by such obvious poisoning? Then in the next second, Chen Fan really drank it. Namikaze Minato was even more stunned. Don't look at the heated arguments between him and Luo Sha over this matter, but in fact he could see Yi Kang's thoughts. This was not poisoning, she just wanted to show her attitude. However, although Namikaze Minato is well aware of this, it does not prevent him from using this as an excuse to put pressure on Luo Sha. But, Chen Fan, why did you really drink poison? Chen Fan drank a cup of tea, and after drinking it, his face did not change, and he also made a comment. Yi Kang, you really don't know how to make tea. This tea is not good at all. Yi Kang looked bewildered, and after a long pause, he said, Are you all right? What can I do? Chen Fan smiled slightly. He was a man who could eat the venomous sac of a Longinon viper not long after graduation. Up to now, the poison of the White Snake Immortal has no effect on him. Can a mere cup of tea poison him? Joke. Seeing that Chen Fan was really fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Sha breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Fan really died here, it would really make Konoha and San Shinobi go to war without end. Although Luo Sha is still insisting on fighting, he also understands in his heart that San Shinobi is not Konoha's opponent at all. In the event of a deadly battle, San Ninja will definitely be miserable. Chen Fan is as good as alive, as long as he is alive. VGFH, Heilezang, was also relieved. If Chen Fan died here, the first unlucky person would be Yi Kang, who poisoned himself. But he, the poison provider, is absolutely inseparable from the relationship. It's okay, it's okay. Namikaze Minato finally put the raised heart back into his stomach, and then looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Everyone could see that the tea was wrong. But you actually drink it. Even Chen Fan enthusiastically made a suggestion. Yi Kang, when you make tea next time, you can consider squeezing some lemon juice to taste. Fruit tea is the latest trend. I'll make a ghost tea. Yi Kang's chest heaved up and down, eager to punch him. She clenched her teeth tightly as if she was biting not the air, but Chen Fan's flesh. Unfortunately, she still can't move. Hey. Chen Fan suddenly said, why don't we change the contract? Everyone turned their attention. I remember that your Sand Ninja village has always been known for its poison. Chen Fan smiled and said, in my opinion, this is not the case. Fenjing, you set a basic condition first. If I drink a glass of poisonous wine and don't die, then the condition will be changed. Double it. If I can't take it, or if I die, that's the end of it. Don't worry, even if I die, you won't have to bear the price. How about it? Drinking a glass of poisoned wine doubles the conditions. Although Fenjing Luosha does not know the ancient poems of the King and Maisie, he also understands, even if the bottom line he set is lower, as long as Chen Fan drinks a few times more, he can immediately raise the condition. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 241. But he was still instantly moved. There is not much else in the country of wind, but the poison is quite rich. The unique desert environment breeds numerous poisons. Sand ninjas are also very good at attacking with poison. Chio and Irazo are both masters of poison. If it goes a step further and can poison Chen Fan. Rosa was suddenly interested. In contrast, Minato Namikaze couldn't help covering his head. He pulled Chen Fan back and said angrily, Chen Fan, what do you want to do? I always felt that when he was with Chen Fan, his patience was reduced a lot, and his mentality was very easy to collapse. Don't worry, isn't it just a little poison? Chen Fan smiled and said lightly, That's Sand Ninja's poison. Minato Namikaze said with a solemn expression, Even Tsunade-sama, I wouldn't dare to say that it can crack all Sand Ninja's poison. Are you seeking death? How can anyone use poison to fight with people? Don't worry, I'm not stupid. How can I find death I myself? Chen Fan laughed and said in a low voice, Don't worry, I can resist the poison of the White Snake Immortal, and it's not a big problem. The poison of the White Snake Fairy? Namikaze Minato was stunned for a while. As the descendant of Miamu Mountain, he naturally knew the White Snake Immortal. But Chen Fan can even resist the poison of immortals? Maybe give it a try? After all, this test is very simple. As long as Chen Fan feels that he can't bear it anymore, it can be over. The big deal, he immediately pulled Chen Fan to find Tsunade. The speed of the Thunder God and Chen Fan's physique would definitely last until Tsunade shot. Then the seemingly dangerous competition in the end is just a contract to get. Since that's the case, I agree. Minato Namikaze breathed a sigh of relief. And at the same time, Luo Sha is also consulting with Heileo Zhang, the first poison master of Sharin. Elder Heileo Zhang, can we win? Luo Sha said solemnly, I see Chen Fan's appearance. It seems that he can last a long time. In the past, Sharin used poison on Chen Fan. However, the effect was not good, and it was almost ignored by him. Just now Chen Fan drank a cup of poisonous tea, and he was seen by everyone as if he had nothing to do, which made him a little worried. Sand Ninja Village is not Konoha Village. Konoha has no compensation from Sand Ninja, but only a small loss of money. And once Sand Ninja Village signs 2 strict conditions, that's likely to fail. Heileo Zhang also knew this truth. He was silent for a moment and said, Lord Fenjing, you know it. Talking about toxicity aside from the dose is all nonsense. In the war before, even if it could be poisoned, only a very small part would enter his body. But if you drink it directly one by one. During the war, what can poison Chen Fan is to use some poisonous needles to pierce his body and force him to inhale it with poisonous mist. In this case, Sharin released 1,000 copies of poison, and it would be nice to have a copy enter Chen Fan's body. The lower the dose, the weaker the toxicity. If the dose is increased, there is a high possibility that Chen Fan will not be able to carry it. Of course, Chen Fan's physical fitness is very strong, we all know that. Heileo Zhang said solemnly, I will also take out my most precious poison, but I can't say how effective it will be. Everything, it's up to Lord Fenjing to decide. Heileo Zhang is the #1 poison master in the Land of Winds, and in this respect, even his elder sister Chio cannot compare to him. This time, as long as the game starts, he will definitely use his poison. Luo Sha heard the words, was silent for a moment, and thought for a long time. He came to power by relying on the disappearance of the 3 generations of Fenjing. Now that he is like this, his prestige in the village is very low. Even if a contract is negotiated, Sand Ninja's losses will definitely be counted on his head. If that's the case, then it's better to gamble. In the end, Luo Sha gritted her teeth. Then bet. The principals on both sides have made a decision, and naturally it can go on smoothly. Of course, just in case. Fenjing Luosha set a very low contract as the basic condition. Even if Chen Fan won a few times, it would not cost Sand Ninja Village to lose too much. Namikaze Minato was a bit snarky about this, but he couldn't hold back Chen Fan's self-confidence. He doesn't understand poison, but since Chen Fan can resist the poison of immortals, there shouldn't be a big problem with Sharen's poison, right? So after a few quarrels, they agreed to the conditions of Sand Ninja Village. The bet is established. A tea table was quickly placed in front of the stage. The old god Chen Fan was sitting on the chair, and without waiting for more, Zhang walked over with Yi Kang. Come on. I'll watch you drink like this. Yi Kang put down a wine glass with almost black venom inside. It was obviously the poison that was brought out from Zhang's house, but it was delivered by Yi Kang himself. What she meant was obvious. I just want to see how you die. In Yi Kang's eyes, there was even a bit of pity. Isn't it a pity to kill him so easily? After all, he was on himself, tortured, and played all kinds of things. Damn it. Yi Kang was even more angry and glared at Chen Fan fiercely. Chen Fan smiled slightly, ignoring Yi Kang's malicious gaze. Then gently raised the glass, and he just put it to his mouth, and suddenly stopped. Namikaze Minato and the others were stunned. Why did they stop? Is it Chen Fan feels that he can't last the first cup? What? Are you going to admit defeat? Yi Kang said immediately, agitating Chen Fan. No. Chen Fan raised his head and smiled. I think it's too boring to have wine and no food. Yi Kang, why don't you make a few appetizers? Chapter 181 The maid rubs the master's back. Chapter 181 A glass of wine, betting on a 1-month maid. Yi Kang, why don't you make a few appetizers? Chen Fan waved his hand as if facing his maid. Yi Kang hated his teeth and said coldly, Okay. If you dare to eat, then come. Saying that, he turned his head back. After a while, she walked out with a few side dishes, with a cold face. Deep-fried peanuts, spicy cucumbers, a few skewers of barbecue, plus Japanese tamagoyaki. The dish was still hot, and it looked like it was just out of the pan. What did you do? The corner of Chen Fan's mouth rose. You didn't do it. I don't eat. Yi Kang's chest was bulging, but he snorted coldly. Yes, I did it. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 242. Then he said to Namikaze Minato, Don't worry, there is no poison in the dish. Otherwise, the bet will not be established. Of course, Namikaze Minato wouldn't trust the enemy's ninjas. He still carefully dispatched a few ninjas to check, and finally proved Yi Kang's words. It's really not poisonous. Then I'm welcome. Chen Fan left and took a peanut. Not to mention, it's crisp and salty, and it's delicious. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Chen Fan left. Then can you drink now? Yi Kang gritted his teeth and squeezed out between his teeth. I'm still waiting to see when you die. The reason why she cooks by herself is to make Chen Fan drink the poison quickly. Yi Kang didn't want to give Chen Fan any excuses. Since you've been cooking obediently, then I'm welcome. Chen Fan left and picked up the cup again. The poisonous wine in the cup was black, with a strange fishy smell, and it was unknown where the venom was extracted. Chen Fan didn't care either and directly poisoned him with a glass of wine. After drinking, he also took a photo of the bottom of the cup at the Sand Ninjas to prove his actions. He really dares to drink it. The Sand Ninjas were taken aback. That's real venom. It was the venom taken from the house of Zhang, the master of poison art in the Land of Wind. Namikaze Minato was relieved to see that Chen Fan had nothing to do with it. Chen Fan didn't like to me. His resistance to poison is really good. Then he paused and spoke beside him. This is the first cup, so the agreed conditions will be doubled. As the main ambassador, he is putting pressure on Sand Ninja Village in this way. Although it looks like it's just a competition between Chen Fan and poison, Minato Namikaze can also engage in psychological warfare with Sand Ninja, exert pressure, force them to make mistakes, and assist Chen Fan. Don't worry, we know. Luo Sha glanced at He Leo Zhang and then said solemnly. In fact, this situation was already within his and He Leo Zhang's budget. Chen Fan's poison resistance is well known, and He Leo Zhang doesn't really expect a glass of poisoned wine to kill him completely. But Minato Namikaze didn't know about poison, but he knew very well that poison depends on the dose. Don't talk about the dose and talk about the toxicity, it's all a fool. The same goes for the water you drink. Drinking too much water can lead to water intoxication. In other words, as long as the dose is sufficient, even a body as strong as Chen Fan will definitely be poisoned to death. Sooner or later, he will not be able to bear the poisoned wine cup by cup. Then go on. He Lei Zhang stood with his hands tied, his eyes narrowed. He didn't play against Chen Fan for a long time, and more often he became the assistant of his elder sister Chiyo or Kazuki Shuasha. And this time, it's his domain. It was his poison that was fighting against Chen Fan's body. Come on. I'll pour you wine. Yi Kang pulled out a wine jug from behind. The sleeves were lifted lightly and the wine dipped. The red sleeves poured the wine and the beautiful woman was by the side. It's a picture that a man dreams of, but he doesn't know that there is murder everywhere under the picture. Good. Chen Fan laughed, quite hearty. Yi Kang, you are quite good at serving people. I knew I would play with you more in the first place. Click. Yi Kang almost crushed the jug in his hand. Does she serve people? She just wanted to participate in the process of poisoning Chen Fan. Come on. It's your turn to drink. Yi Kang said fiercely. Chen Fan didn't care. He poured wine and drank, and ate with vegetables, even eating and drinking, ignoring the strange gazes of the people around him. Did he really take this gambling fight as a banquet? Sandren's senior members stared at this scene with a slight sneer on their faces. There are millions of strange poisons in the world, and the Wind Country Sand Ninja accounts for the top half. Poison is Sand Shinobi's most confident weapon. Only a cup. 2 cups. 3 cups. Chen Fan kept drinking poison. Gradually, the Sand Ninjas became a little flustered. How much has he drank? Luo Sha's face was solemn. Why is there no poisonous air yet? Chen Fan drank 2 cups or 3 cups. The cups he used were not big, similar to ordinary white wine cups. But the frequency is fast. 3 cups and 5 times the belly. The jug in Yi Kang's hand was empty. However, not to mention Chen Fan's death from poisoning, he didn't even feel any discomfort at all. He could even comment on the poison he drank. This one doesn't taste good, you should add some lemon. Hey, this fury taste is good. Hey Lei Zhang, have you considered using this poison to create a kind of spirit? I'll definitely buy it. Yi Kang, don't be idle. There's not enough food to eat. Go and copy 2 more. Chen Fan laughed, not to mention the taste of this venom is really interesting. Puffer fish is highly poisonous, but its meat is incomparably delicious. Although the venom he drinks now is extremely poisonous, there are occasionally some that taste quite good. This is a pleasant surprise. Snapped. Chen Fan slapped Yi Kang's butt with a slap and said with a smile, come on and cook. Yi Kang covered his butt and jumped 3 feet high. She stared angrily at He Lei Zhang. Elder He Lei Zhang, why hasn't your poison been used yet? He Lei Zhang's forehead was full of sweat. Don't worry, the dose should still be insufficient. He should drink a little more. Drink more. Yi Kang's teeth squeaked. Chen Fan drinking the poison was like drinking. Take a sip, eat a sip of food. Those who don't know it think he's drinking for fun. Okay. I'm going to cook now. Yi Kang was so angry that he turned around and left. After a while, another large table of dishes was brought out. Chen Fan continued to drink, and He Lei Zhang also started a few times. At first, he used a kind of fierce poison extracted from the purple-bellied snake, which is one of the 10 most poisonous poisons in the Land of Wind. Originally, this poison was used to smear Kaianben, Huashang, or simply make poisonous smoke. And now, he directly used the original venom, the purified one. But unfortunately, Chen Fan drank 3 cups in a row, and there was no effect at all. Lei Zhang suspected that Chen Fan might have something special, and he might be immune to the poison of the purple-bellied snake. So he switched to another one of the 10 most poisonous poisons in the land of winds, and the world scorpion. It is said that after being stunned, you can see the ghostly scorpion. His grandson, the scorpion of red sand, likes to use this scorpion poison, and the poison is very severe. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 243. However, not used yet. Lei Zhang twitched the corner of his mouth. I'll change it. Chen Fan continued to eat and drink. I'll change again. Chen Fan didn't feel it at all and said that the taste was better this time. I'll change again. Lei Zhang gritted his teeth, cold sweat on his forehead. Luo Sha even stood up directly with a solemn expression on his face, staring at Lei Zhang fiercely. Although the basic conditions he set at the beginning were extremely low, after several doublings, he has begun to approach the goal that Sand Shinobi hopes to achieve. Repeat it a few more times, and it will far exceed the bottom line that Sand Ninja can bear. Why haven't you poisoned him yet? Luo Sha was completely furious. I know, I'll use the more poisonous one now. Lei Zhang could only say that, turning around to replace the poison. In fact, at the beginning, he still held back a little. Whether it is purple-bellied snake venom or ghost scorpion venom, although the venom is fierce, the Sand Ninja also has its antidote. Lei Zhang was not willing to kill Chen Fan. Although Sharin and Konoha were enemies, Chen Fan also brought considerable grief to Sharin. But once Chen Fan is killed, he is likely to be revenged like Konoha. For this, he has to be steady. It's just that he can't keep his hands anymore. The people are far beyond the bottom line that Sharin can bear, so what else can he bear? Lei Zhang took a deep breath and took out the poison that he couldn't solve. Chen Fan still did not panic. As Lei Zhang said, talking about toxicity without talking about dose is all a fool. Chen Fan can't resist all poisons, he just has better patience. But how good is this? Not long after I graduated, I can resist the poison of the white snake immortal. Chen Fan smiled, and that was almost 2 years ago. The cooling time of the feast gradually shortened as Chen Fan's physical fitness increased, and Orochimaru's reasonable after-dinner training plan further shortened the cooling. Originally, it would take at least a month to digest once the body was improved. This is the result of Chen Fan's hard work and digestion. And now, for flowers. 20 days, I can improve once. It seems that the reduction is not much, but don't forget that every time Chen Fan eats, he eats the snakes that are cultivated in Lonely Cave and are rich in natural energy. Guaranteed to be full of energy. Make sure that the body shape is just enough for Chen Fan to eat within the specified time. Guaranteed to maximize your body. How much has Chen Fan's physical fitness improved in the past 2 years? Anyway, Chen Fan himself has never compared. Perhaps only the Orochimaru, who can't pierce Chen Fan's skin with a chakra metal needle and can only barely cut a hole with a grass pheasant sword, can he understand. Dose? With a current poisonous dose, do you want me to be poisoned to death? Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth. Then it is estimated that I need to drink a tank. And drink so much. Compared with poisoning Chen Fan, the probability of killing Chen Fan may be a little higher. Come on. Little girl, fill it up. Chen Fan slapped Yi Kang's butt and raised his wine glass. Yi Kang was trembling with anger, his whole body was sweating on a hot day, and his hands and feet were cold. Then, Lei Zhang. I'm changing to a more poisonous one. Lei Zhang's forehead was full of sweat. However, it was another cup of venom, and he drank a pot of venom upside down. Chen Fan still sat still, his face had no color at all, and there was no sign of poisoning at all. Sandrin was silent, Yi Kang was stunned, and He Leizang was even more suspicious of life. Luo Sha's face was ashen, and the dose Chen Fan's rank now has multiplied the original conditions. This has exceeded the limit that Sharon can bear. 0. If he abstained and conceded defeat now, San Shinobi would not be able to bear the current contract. Maybe I should use another way. He closed his eyes slightly, hiding the murderous aura in his eyes. His fingers moved lightly, his eyes gestured. Some senior members of the elite Junin received instructions and began to move faintly. This was also noticed by Namika's Minato. Not good. Lo Fengshu's face changed. Chen Fan drank too much, and he has exceeded Sharen's bottom line. Now Sand Ninja is going crazy. Continuing to fight with Konoha will inevitably result in a great loss of Sand Shinobi's interests and cause a large number of casualties. But if you follow this kind of treaty, then it's not the loss of profits, the problem of casualties, but the entire Sand Ninja village will die. In this case, it is better to fight to the death. Luo Sha is also a shadow, and also has the decisiveness of being a shadow. When he was in Yanren village, Chen Fan also deliberately left some space for Yanren. But this time, it pushed Sand Ninja to a dead end. At this time. Why, you can't afford to gamble? Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth, then we can change a condition. Well, if you don't want to pay too much, you can also use Yi Kang to pay the bill. Well, let me think about it. I have one more drink, and she will be my maid for a month. How about that? Chen Fan smiled and said meaningfully, if you agree, the cup just now can also be counted in this contract. Luo Sha, who was about to start, froze. If the current treaty is just the bottom line of Sand Shinobi. So if you don't count a glass of poisoned wine, it means that the current condition is divided by 2. This condition is very favorable for Sand Ninja Village. The price paid was that Yi Kang served as a maid for a month. This price, it can be said to be minimal. So, Luo Sha looked at Yi Kang subconsciously. Yi Kang also immediately noticed the look in his eyes, and his anger suddenly came from his heart. Body maid? Everyone is an adult who doesn't know what a body maid means. Konoha has already released the captive himself, but is Chen Fan still humiliating me? But compared to anger, in Yi Kang's eyes there was more sadness. Although Luo Sha didn't speak, the look in his eyes clearly showed the inclination in his heart. Yes, Yi Kang and Luo Sha did not have a good relationship, and she was also a bit of a political enemy in the village. Even Luo Sha was defeated by Konoha because her Yi Kang was intercepted by Chen Fan and could not reach the front line. But you act like this, don't you sell me? Yi Kang took a few deep breaths, and it took him 3 minutes to calm his anger. Then look up people in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 244. Okay. I bet you. 1 cup for a month, right? I said do it well. I don't believe that poison can kill you. Chen Fan smiled slightly, very good. Then keep drinking. Then drink, then gamble. Righteous. Chapter 182 Failing to resist the master will pay the price. Chapter 182 Maid, rub your master's back. Come on. Go on. Drink the poison. Double again. Chen Fan laughed. Yi Kang gritted his teeth and kept poisoning. Poison, cheers, poison. As if he was desperate, He Leizang also gritted his teeth and sent all kinds of venom directly, and the poison powder was mixed in the wine and sent over. At first, He Leizang hesitated, considering whether this glass of poisonous wine could be rescued. Later. Damn it. Why hasn't he poisoned him yet? His eyes were blood red. He glared at Chen Fan fiercely, gritted his teeth, and took out all kinds of poisons from his home. He Leizang has at least 20 or 30 kinds of poisons, many of which are the so-called top 10 poisons in the Land of Wind. But no use. Chen Fan refused to accept anyone who came and slapped his mouth from time to time to evaluate the taste. After Chen Fan's evaluation, Zhang suddenly had a new understanding of his poison. After all, apart from Chen Fan, no one cares about the smell of poison. Now, maybe he can mix an extremely intoxicating poisonous wine. Yi Kang's eyes were also blood red, and Zhang was in charge of getting the wine, so she kept pouring wine for Chen Fan. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. Why hasn't he been poisoned? Yi Kang gritted his teeth, and now he was not betting on a treaty between the two countries. The bet is on her own. But Chen Fan has not stopped drinking poison. In fact, even if Chen Fan stopped now, Yi Kang had to be by Chen Fan's side as a personal maid for the 307 years. The only desire in Yi Kang's heart now is poison him, and I won't have to implement any bullshit treaty. Yi Kang's eyes were red, like a desperate gambler who just delivered venom cup by cup. Except for these 3 people, everyone else was completely stunned. What's this called? Minato Namika sighed, covering his head. To be honest, the treaty between Konoha Village and Sand Ninja Village has now been settled. No matter what Chen Fan does, the treaty between the two villages has been settled. The rest is Yi Kang's bet. This gambling fight has nothing to do with him or the 4th Kazekage. Luo Sha also calmed down. Under the current conditions, he couldn't afford to kill Sharon. But if Yi Kang fulfilled the agreement, then Sand Shinobi would not have much to compensate for. So, look at Yi Kang. Just as in the original book, he sent Yi Kang to his death to Wuren to show his sincerity. Now that he gave Yi Kang to Konoha, he didn't have much feeling. Luo Sha felt extremely bad for Yi Kang. From the very beginning, they had political differences and were hostile to each other. Later, Luo Sha's biggest failure was because Yi Kang was defeated by Chen Fan. Although Yi Kang had done his best, he even became a prisoner of Chen Fan's men in order to cover the retreat of the Sand Ninjas, and he was humiliated. But that still didn't stop Luo Sha from still harboring prejudice against Yi Kang. Therefore, when Chen Fan proposed a glass of poisonous wine for a month's personal maid, he did not directly deny it. At the same time, it was precisely because of Luo Sha's performance that Yi Kang was disheartened, and he went crazy and bet against Chen Fan. Continue drinking if you have the ability. Yi Kang's eyes were blood red, staring at Chen Fan. 1 cup. 2 cups. 3 cups. Chen Fanman continued drinking without hesitation. But after a while, Chen Fan just ate a peanut and was about to continue drinking, but found out. Where's my drink? Chen Fan glanced at the empty wine glass. No, wait for Zhang to fetch it. Yi Kang was breathing rapidly, and his eyes were red. Now she is too lazy to count how many years she needs to lose to Chen Fan. Anyway, after more than 10 years, she didn't count. Now she has only one thought: she just wants to see when Chen Fan will die of poisoning. After a while, Zhang came over with a complicated expression. This time, instead of handing the jug to Yi Kang, he directly poured half a glass of venom on Chen Fan. This is the last cup. His expression was complicated, like a smile and a cry. My inventory has been emptied. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Zhang is a master of poison research by Sand Ninja. He has a laboratory similar to Orochimaru, specializing in how to make more poisonous poisons. And now you tell me his poison is gone? Are they used on Chen Fan? Zhang also smiled wryly. He didn't expect this result. You know, this is poisonous. He needs to extract and purify from countless poisons, and there are many processes. Every poison is cherished very much. When using these poisons on weekdays, it is only enough to dip a little on something like cayenne and cune, and the consumption is very small. But now, Chen Fan has 10 pots now, right? Zhang's mouth twitched. Ordinary people can't drink beer like you can. He took a deep breath and said slowly, this is my last poison. I just discovered this thing, and I haven't started related experiments. It is also the strongest poison I have. In fact, it was an accident that Zhang discovered the poison in his hand. Originally, this poison was purified from a not-so-toxic ornamental plant, chuma grass. Crispy hemp grass has a feeling of being crispy and numb when touched, so it is called crispy hemp grass. It doesn't look like a very poisonous plant. Zhang originally planned to extract some substances to see if it could be made into an anesthetic. In the end, I didn't expect that after the extraction, Zhang discovered that this is a strong poison. 10 kilograms of crisp hemp grass can also extract 1 milligram of poison. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 245. And just so pitiful that a handful of tuna is too little, enough to poison 100 people. This is my last poison. Zhang looked at the half-cup of venom in Chen Fan's hand, and his heart was vicissitudes. Crispy hemp grass is not low in value, and it is more difficult to extract. The poison in front of him was all he could extract. He was even worried that other substances would affect the toxicity of chuma grass, and only put chuma grass as a poison. But half a cup of venom was stronger than the 3 pots of poison he had given before. If this is all resisted by Chen Fan, then he has nothing to do. Come on. Try this bowl of Ganges water. Chen Fan left and took a sip. Suddenly, his face changed. After drinking so much poisonous wine, his complexion changed for the first time. Could it be that efficient? Zhang and Yi Kang both had a hint of hope in their hearts. Chen Fan. Namika's Minato suddenly changed his face and appeared next to Chen Fan in the next second. Now, can Chen Fan finally be unable to bear it? He was about to catch Chen Fan in one fell swoop, and was about to take Chen Fan directly to Tsunade with Flying Thunder God. It's just that he just grabbed it with one hand, but was dodged by Chen Fan's arm. Then I saw him say nervously, "Hey, Sanren, where is your toilet?" Come on. I can't hold back. Luo Sha. Yi Kang. Namika's Minato. Hearing this, Zhang almost spit out a mouthful of old blood from his mouth. Is my strongest poison to make you upset? However, Chen Fan couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed the sand ninja next to him and directly forced him to lead the way. Hurried to the toilet. After a long time, Chen Fengke walked out of the toilet leisurely. He patted his stomach and said with emotion, "Sure enough, some messy things will eat a bad stomach." Sand Ninja next to him was all silent. They really didn't know what to say at this time. However, as Chen Fan went to the toilet, the gambling contract between the two countries finally ended. According to calculations, not counting the treaty between the two countries, Yi Kang still needed to be Chen Fan's maid for 37 years. For the rest of her life, it can almost be said that she will stay in Konoha the whole time. After calculating this problem, Yi Kang slumped to the ground weakly, his eyes straightened, and his whole body fell into a state of daze. However, Luo Sha and Chio had to persuade Yi Kang to abide by the treaty between the two countries. If Yi Kang is unwilling, then according to the contract, the country of Wind will compensate the finances of 2 to the 444th power, which is really taking the entire country of Wind into it, and it is impossible to pay for it. Then we can only fight again, and everyone knows that the current Sand Ninja village can't stop Konoha, who has stabilized the situation in many parties. For this reason, Sand Ninja village can only sacrifice Yi Kang. Sacrificing Yi Kang is nothing to Luo Sha. In the original book, he sold Yi Kang. But now, Yi Kang needs to obey Chen Fan. This is not something he can sell if he wants to. Yi Kang must be willing to stay by Chen Fan's side. So Luo Sha and Chio began to fight one after another to persuade Yi Kang. You say, the country needs you, and I say, I hope you can sacrifice for Sand Shinobi. Chen Fan never cared about this kind of thing. The bet has been established, and I am willing to abide by the rules. But if you don't follow the rules, Chen Fan, never mind taking shots at those who think they are powerful. The war is over. With Luosha and Minato Namika signing their names, the Third Ninja World War is completely over. In the end, it still didn't work. Chen Fan sighed. He actually planned to copy the records in Yamen Village, but neither Yamen nor Sandy would be fooled. But it's okay, it's finally a little more harvest. Chen Fan turned his head away and looked at the woman who was silently following behind Chen Fan. Yi Kang's eyes were confused and his face was expressionless, as if he had lost all his vigor. She is a strong woman, and what Chen Fan did to her alone was not enough to break her defenses. But the actions of Sand Ninja Village made the woman's eyes lose their luster. Chen Fan, she is so pitiful. Nahara Lin gently pulled down Chen Fan's sleeve with a hint of pity in her eyes. She followed Chen Fan as an envoy. After all, Chen Fan was also worried that Madara Uchiha would suddenly do something wrong. Following Chen Fan all the time, he naturally knew exactly what happened to Yi Kang. Abandoned by his own ninja village, and even had to act as a maid by his enemy's side. This kind of tragic, not everyone can understand. Although it was an enemy, Nahara Rin couldn't help but feel a touch of sympathy for him. Chen Fan, why don't I go and comfort her? Yuri Hong also felt a little distressed for Yi Kang. Not everyone can have such a grief experience. Don't worry. Chen Fan smiled slightly. That's a shadow-level master. Don't underestimate her self-regulation ability. Oh, by the way, we are going to pass a city soon. It seems that the hot spring is very famous. Now that the war is over on 5.7, do you want to take a dip and relax? During the war, in fact, even high-level people like Tsunade lived a boring life. Although there is no shortage of water for washing, but there is no time to rest. The grassroots ninjas are even worse. Even at the base, they are not able to take a bath every day. Ninjas can endure harsh environments, but who wouldn't want to relax? Hot spring? The eyes of Hom Yuhi and Rin Nahara, plus the red beams who had just come over, lit up. The mission came out of the Sand Ninja Village. The land of wind is scarce in water, and the wind and sand are all over the sky. Girls who love beauty always feel that there is sand everywhere. Can take a bath, but a hot spring seems not bad. Okay. The girls nodded in unison as if chickens were pecking at rice. Chen Fan smiled slightly and talked to Minato Namifang. Although Namika's Minato wants to focus on the task, considering that the war has ceased and the contracts of various countries have been signed, it seems that it is not a big deal to repair it. So I agreed with this suggestion. Everyone cheered in unison, and Chen Fan went straight to the hot spring with a few girls. Finally I can take a shower. Sandren is too stubborn, and he doesn't give much water. Is this the taste of happiness? Red Yuhi and Rin Nahara looked relaxed and walked towards the female hot spring. And Chen Fan. He smiled slightly and ordered without looking back, "Come on, my little maid. Quickly rub your master's back." People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 246 Chapter 183 The magic skill of enhancing physical fitness, the master's dimensional kitchen. Chapter 183 Failure to resist the master is to pay the price. In the hot spring, steam filled the air, surrounded by clouds. Let the whole picture present a sense of confusion, like a fairyland. The water droplets on the wall, crystal clear, slowly slide down under the action of gravity and finally slide to the root of the wall. Several women let out a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, this is the taste of happiness. Rin Nahara, Hom Yuhi, and Red Bean sat in the pool together, closed their eyes, and felt a touch of relief at this time. What is more comfortable than eating delicious ingredients, watching the most beautiful scenery, and soaking in the most comfortable hot springs? If there is, it must be something that Chen Fan holds in his arms. Rin Nahara and Hom Yuhi looked at each other with a tinge of red on their faces, obviously thinking of the same thing. They smiled slightly, obviously with all kinds of deep meaning in their smiles. On the other hand, the red beans were still heartless, and after a while they started to toss. From time to time, I would swim in the hot spring pool, poking at the waists of Nahara Rin and Yu Hong from time to time, and even stood up just now to fight with Yu Hong. Girls slapstick naked, and the eyesight of boys is definitely the most charming scenery. However, there is not a single boy here, only Rin Nahara. Naturally, no one can enjoy the beautiful view from this side. Really, Red Bean is too, not too small, still like a child. Nahara Rin next to her watched the two women sparring and smiled slightly with a senior sister demeanor. She really likes the name senior sister. The little girl likes to be called her sister because she wants to pretend to be mature. If she wants others to call her sister in the future, she just wants to pretend that she is still young. I don't understand the mentality, but the feelings can be quite different. Nahara Rin sat upright, with the demeanor of a mature older sister, and looked at the sisters beside her with a smile, and her smile was full of the tolerance of her elders. Only. Do stop making trouble. Don't grab my chest. Hee, Sister you are so big, much older than me, it's so comfortable to hold. Don't make trouble, Red Beans, ah. Hey, does that guy Chen Fan enjoy this feeling every day? It's really enviable. Rin Nahara next to him. How to say? Although Nahara Rin tried her best to show the dignified posture that her older sister only had, her figure really didn't have the style of a mature woman. Nahara Rin was silent for a moment, then bowed her head helplessly. Men are all too flat to love who doesn't like the E-wave before the E-wave rises again. Even Chen Fan is obsessed with Yuri Hong's. Well, with a sigh inwardly, Rin Nahara fine-tuned her sitting posture. Originally, she was sitting half-leaning against the rock on the side, and the warm spring water could only reach a little bit higher than her smooth belly. But now she couldn't help shrinking, and at first glance, only the part above the neck was left. She tried hard to create a kind of it's not that I don't have it, it's just that mine is all submerged underwater and you don't see it. Why didn't Master Tsunade pass me the medical ninjutsu for breast surgery? Nahara Rin's heart was very sad, she was pitiful, weak, and helpless. On the other side, the fight between Yuhika and Red Bean is over. In the hot spring, even if there is no nonsense, he is sweating all over. But it doesn't matter, as long as you immerse your body in the hot spring, you will be a gentle and beautiful lady again. Speaking of which, Hondu suddenly turned his head. Sister Sister Lin, you all seem to be with my senior brother. Surune Yuhi and Rin Nahara blushed and were a little shy. Yuri Hong also said angrily, what are you talking about? No, I'm just curious. Hondu paddled on the water and approached. You said that the two of you are both beautiful and strong. Why do you have to look at him? Don't think I don't know. The two of you entered together the night before. Before she could finish speaking, her mouth was blocked by the embarrassed Nahara Lin. Hondu, what are you talking about? If you talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth off. Red Bean shook her head and broke free from Nahara Rin's hands. Cut. She pouted. No, I'm holding an injustice for the two sisters. You are also Master Orochimaru's disciples. Why are both of you willing to live with him? You are obviously disciples of Teacher Orochimaru. Shouldn't you be a good woman in the new era who is independent and independent? Of course, Nahara Rin was now taken by Tsunade and turned to Tsunade. But at least the status has not changed. Hearing this, the two women looked at each other and suddenly smiled. Two maids and a husband? Do not. Looking at Chen Fan's meaning, it is obvious that he doesn't have the feeling of letting go of his hand. Just now, he also took in a personal maid, and he knew his purpose, even with his buttocks. It happens that although the two are occasionally jealous, but there is nothing else. This seems strange in the eyes of Red Beans, but... Red Bean. Nahara Rin asked with a smile, I remember that you admire Teacher Orochimaru very much, right? Yeah. Hondu said as it should, this is no secret. Then what if? Naaralin paused and said, if you are apprenticing to teacher Orochimaru, you will have less than 3 years of life left, because of this, and you can live a normal life without apprenticing to teacher Orochimaru. Selected. Which one would you choose? Hearing the words, Hondu said without hesitation, of course I want to be a teacher, even if I can only stand under the Orochimaru for 3 years. No. Even if it is 3 days, I will die immediately after that, I am willing. A life of mediocrity and 3 days of heroism, of course I have to choose 3 days. This is the character of Hondu, and it is also her true admiration for Orochimaru. Only. Naara and Yuhi Hong looked at each other and smiled one after another. Yeah, so do we. On the other side, Chen Fan sat lazily in the hot spring and said without raising his head, come on, my little maid. Quickly rub your master's back. Behind him, Yi Kang, who was wrapping his body in a bath towel, twitched slightly. But he remained silent and walked over. Grab the towel in your hand, dampen it with water, and go about your task. To be honest, after being persuaded by Kazekage and by Chiyo, she already knew her destiny. The whole person seems to have lost its luster, but it is unable to resist. Because she also knew the situation of Sanbren, if she did not abide by the agreement, Sanbren would definitely suffer heavy losses. Injured, dead, but also her relatives and friends. At this time, Yi Kang had not been betrayed by Luo Sha, and her heart was still willing to give everything for Shunin Village. Even if it's her dignity. Only. Comfortable. After rubbing the back, little maid, rub the front for me. Not bad, it's a little dirty here, clean it up for me. People in Konoha Reckless to the point of panic chapter 247, huh? I'm not talking about using a towel, I'm talking about. Chen Fan commanded swaggeringly like the evil young master of a landlord's family. To be honest, Yi Kang was a total twisted melon to him. But so what? Although the twisted melon is not sweet, it can quench your thirst. A series of orders came out of his mouth. Yi Kang was still expressionless, but Chen Fan, the more Yi Kang didn't want to do something, he ordered Yi Kang to do it. It's a wicked look. Just bullying you. Gradually, Yi Kang turned from expressionless to twitching at the corners of his mouth. Then he twitched from the corners of his mouth, turning into clenched fists. At last, when Chen Fan ordered Yi Kang to move herself, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. A scorching fireball hit Chen Fan fiercely. Boom! The fireball shattered and sparks flew. The hot sparks fell on the hot string, raising the temperature of the hot string again. However, Chen Fan's skin that was hit by the fireball after the black domineering faded was still as white and translucent as jade. Yi Kang's eyes widened. When she faced Chen Fan in the past, although she had never hit Chen Fan, she could still cause him a slight injury. If Chen Fan hadn't avoided her big move at that time, she wouldn't have been able to seriously injure Chen Fan or even kill him. But now, is there not even a single bit of burnt skin folds? Yi Kang's eyes widened. Just you still want to resist me? Chen Fan laughed, and he didn't need a treaty to force her. I strode directly over, as if I was going to push the Overlord heart on the bow. Yi Kang subconsciously resisted. After all, she is a movie-level agile and experienced. But it didn't take long for her to be caught by Chen Fan, and she failed directly after all. This was just her subconscious resistance, and she herself was still in a state of loss. Come on, the more you resist, the happier I will be. Chen Fan laughed, with a villain look on his face. However, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Yi Kang began to struggle desperately. The intensity is getting stronger and stronger, and even attacking Chen Fan directly. It's becoming more and more like a normal movie class. But in the end, Chen Fan was crushed under him. That's why I said, a shadow class, it's not that easy to be hit. Chen Fan smiled slightly. What if he was betrayed? In the future, Yi Kang will directly attack Sand Ninja Village without any hesitation. But now, if you fail to resist the master, you have to pay the price, right, Yi Kang? Chapter 184 Tsunade Panicked. Chapter 184 Magical Skills to Enhance Physical Fitness, the Master Level Dimensional Kitchen. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts. 11,000 words. After being bullied several times by Chen Fan, Yi Kang finally stopped being that dead fish face. She started to resist. On the contrary, after failing to resist, she began to have a new goal. She's starting to get angry. She started training to the death. It was as if I was back when I just graduated and I put aside all my messy thoughts and focused on becoming stronger. Chen Fan, you will definitely die in my hands. Yi Kang's face was ruthless, his teeth gritted. Senju Azuma no Chi Amadara Resurrection can't save you, I said Yi Kang. After all, as a former Shadow Level Master, the senior of Sand Ninja Village. But he has been bullied and bullied all the time, and various incidents of shameful bodyguards take turns. Who has suffered this? Of course, before Yi Kang succeeded in revenge, she had to follow Chen Fan and become a little maid. Don't worry, I don't think Sand Ninja Village will be Konoha's little follower. Chen Fan said with relief, at most 10 years they should be against it. You don't have to abide by any promises at that time. Yi Kang. Yes, is there less to do with countries tearing up agreements? But the problem is 10 years old. I have to follow Chen Fan for more than 10 years. It's better for me to work hard and kill you faster. So Yi Kang didn't say a word and continued to practice hard. When Chen Fan didn't order her to do anything, he devoted all his time to practice. Looking at it like that, there is quite the fanatical momentum of Banquet. Chen Fan was satisfied with this, feeling that he was indeed a mentor in life, and he guided a confused soul. Look, how can Yi Kang still look like that desperate look before? Her life is full of hope. Speaking of which, when was the last time I gave people such advice? It seems to be when I gave pointers to the psychic snake Zaid, eh? Soon. Chen Fan and his party returned to Konoha Village. And outside Konoha Village, thousands of people stood outside the village, forming 2 teams. The red cloth spreads the floor, and the little girl holds the flowers and stands on both sides. 3 generations of Hokage greeted him at the village gate with a smile on his face. This is... Chen Fan looked at it with a blank expression. This is for you. Minato Namika smiled slightly, looking at Chen Fan's still green face, and gently pushed him behind him. Go. Ah! Chen Fan was stunned and was pushed to the front of the stage by Minato Nami. With a warm smile on the old face of the 3rd Hokage, he took 2 steps forward and then... Speak loudly. Chen Fan, a strong man in my village, defeated the army of the 3 kingdoms on the battlefield and made great contributions to the country. Now welcome Chen Fan back to the village. In the next second, countless people spoke in unison. Welcome Chen Fan back to the village. Their faces were full of happy smiles. There is joy and happiness in the beautiful big eyes of a little girl holding a bouquet. Yes, this ceremony is to welcome Chen Fan. When Chen Fan made a contribution, he should have been promoted to Shangnin, but he was suppressed by the 3 generations of Hokage, saying that he would give him a perfect promotion ceremony. That is at this time. Oh. Chen Fan showed a smile. The 3 generations of Hokage are showing their posture to meet the heroes of war. Of course, this is also true. Chen Fan really made a great contribution. This 3 wars, a total of 3 countries and Konoha as enemies, people in Konoha, reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 248 Sand Ninja, the Sand Ninja village that Chen Fan entered, and the information he found about the Scorpion, disturbed Sand Ninja's morale and forced them to surrender. Yunren, their Rikage who was killed by Chen Fan, captured the AV group and completely destroyed the Yunren village stronghold, forcing them to ask for peace. Yan Ninja, the son of the Earth Shadow Los, killed by Chen Fan, the meteorite group, wiped out the Yan Ninja army and even came to the door in person. The Yan Ninja who fought in the ring had to obey. Almost all 3 battles became Chen Fan's one-man show. How could a veteran who is good at politics like the 3 generations of Hokage not know the importance? Danzo, do you still want to win him over? A sneer flashed in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage. Why does Konoha Village, as long as the powerhouses of the shadow level, basically stand on the side of Hokage? Sannin can also be said to be the disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage, and Minato can be said to be the disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage. But what about Tsukumo Hatake? What about Kakashi, Banquet, Uchiha Itachi, Naruto, and Sasuke in the future? Because of the position of Hokage, it has a unique advantage in attracting people. There are some methods that only his shadow can arrange. Like now. Come. Can your Danzo make the whole village celebrate it? I can, Saratobi. Then of course it was a blast. The 3 generations of Hokage took out Chen Fan's various achievements and bragged in front of all the villagers. What is Chen Fan, how heroic, chasing and killing Shio? How dare Chen Fan to enter the Sand Ninja village? How does Chen Fan cherish the wood industry and fight against many masters of Yunren? Saratobi Hibiki's mouth was dry, although it was a prepared speech, but he was a little flustered when he spoke. Chen Fan really kills a lot. And what he did was all big things. He almost beat half of the shadow level in the ninja world. The remaining half was Konoha himself, and the mist ninja who didn't wait for the opportunity to shoot. This stuff can do things. The 3 generations of Hokage Saratobi Aizen felt a little helpless in his heart. Of course, what's even more helpless is that he wants to talk business with Chen Fan. I want to listen to him to be humble. Don't let yourself praise him, and he should praise himself. The 3 generations of Hokage who have worked hard and made great achievements. But wait, left and right, just can't wait for a good word. Chen Fan's face was full of smiles, but it wasn't that he was moved by his reputation or the welcome ceremony. Rather, after such a ceremony, I want to expand my real ninja team, so it will be easier, right? Why is the red beam so small, and I have never seen Orochimaru a few times, so I worship Orochimaru wholeheartedly? Why is Tsunade strolling outside every day, but Nahara Rin still regarded her as her idol at the beginning? Why Jiraiya? Forget it, the latter one doesn't. Because of the fame. They may have rarely seen each other with ordinary people, but their reputation echoes in the hearts of ordinary villagers all the time. With a reputation gained from several wars, they can rely on a face to attract their subordinates to join them. In contrast, if Chen Fan wasn't generous enough and had another jaw-dropping record, he would still be in Orochimaru's faction. There is no possibility of an independent portal now. If his reputation is big enough, why does he need so many things? Hook directly, and the other party may go with him. That is the current state of Orochimaru. With this ceremony, my reputation can also be played, and it will be easier to accept my younger brother. Chen Fan was full of excitement. These are all leaks. In the peaceful days that follow, he will rely on these leaks to live. As for the 3 generations of Hokage next to it. Who is this corny guy? I don't know him well. Well, anyway, the ceremony has already begun, and the 3 generations of Hokage are useless. Chen Fan has always been so direct. Of course, the welcoming ceremony is not just as simple as the welcome of the entry. There was also a banquet in the evening, and almost all of the Konoha villagers came to congratulate him. The strength Chen Fan has shown can no longer be described by the word new star. He himself has the power to confront and even crush those old-fashioned powerhouses. No one wants to be the enemy of such a person. On the contrary, many small ninjas also consider taking advantage of Chen Fan's east wind to make the family go further. For these people, Chen Fan naturally greeted him with a smile. They were all leaks who took the initiative to deliver to your door. I'm just sorry for not cutting myself. As a result, some small family members took the initiative to join him that day and sent many family members to Chen Fan's subordinate ranks. Of course, it seems that there are still many children from small families who have some strange thoughts. All they brought were girls. And they are all pretty girls. Mature royal sister, cute lily, young girl. Then I suddenly felt that I was superior to others and the family situation soared. Anyway, Chen Fan, who is holding Nahara Rin in one hand and Nuri Hong in the other, has no idea why they all regard themselves as a womanizer. Am I such a person? Chen Fan despised this very much. Then he turned around and decided to form a personal guard, something like the Shadow Guard. In the future, Orochimaru will be accompanied by 4 people of Yin and Nin. He should have several guards for Chen Fan, right? Those girls should be their own guards. With the end of the war, many ninjas on the front line will naturally disband slowly and return to the normal work of ninjas, taking tasks and receiving bounties. After the banquet, Chen Fan also returned to his daily life. In other words, it was the daily routine when I was on the front line training my subordinates every day. This is what he has been doing since he was on the front lines. While instructing his subordinates to expand the number of real ninjas, harvest leaks and grow himself. And now there is no need to worry about the possibility of the enemy attacking. Everyone can exhaust their physical strength and then go home to rest. There is no need to keep a certain amount of physical strength at all times in order to guard against the enemy. The progress is naturally greater. Chen Fan's harvest was also a little more cheerful. Of course, now that there is time, Chen Fan also has time to do something else. For example, cooking. Nahara Lin's face was blurred, her eyes were blank, the corners of her mouth were drooling, and she looked like she was being played badly. Okazeyo. Tsurune was lying on the table, twitching from time to time. Hondu was even more direct. She fell directly to the ground, and her face was covered with a line of big characters. The family is worth it in this life. Even Tsunade, who ran over to eat, relied on his shadow-level concentration to force himself not to let himself be completely lazy and collapse to the ground. Even so, it was difficult for her to endure. Chen Fan. Your craft improved again. Tsunade said with difficulty. A short sentence had to be divided into 3 paragraphs, which shows her current state. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 249. How do you feel? Your food suddenly becomes quite tasty. Looking at her appearance, it feels like she has gone a step further. That is, she has become the kind of completely blurred state that she doesn't even know when she is carried to bed. Chen Fan blinked. Why do you need to ask? It's because of the master-level skills of the dimensional kitchen of a little master. Chen Fan did not expect that this skill was originally only used to make up numbers, but later used to speed up food production so that he would stop eating sashimi and raw snake slices. After Krypton Gold became a master, it suddenly glowed. Eating green pepper, shredded pork rice bowl will give you a sense of satisfaction in the taste. Get the effect of full eating, enter a state of full energy, strength plus 30%, last for 1 hour, and slightly improve physical fitness. The first 30% of the power is important, but the last sentence is the most important. Improve your fitness. Chapter 185 Killing is not a trivial matter. Chapter 185 Tsunade is a little panicked. Subscribe on the shelves. One more update. 5,000 words. Eating green pepper, shredded pork rice bowl will give you a sense of satisfaction in the taste. Get the effect of full eating, enter a state of full energy, strength plus 30%, last for 1 hour, and slightly improve physical fitness. Strength plus 30%. Putting it on others may only enhance a little bit, but on Chen Fan, this is simply a hang-up. Of course, if that's all it is, it's nothing. There are still many strange medicines in the ninja world. The effect of the water of heroes in Taki Ninja Village is much stronger than that of Chen Fan's cooking, although the cooking does not have the sequelae of the water of heroes. But what really caught Chen Fan's attention was the last special effect. Slightly improved physical fitness. In other words, as long as I keep eating, I can also strengthen my body. This is a surprise. Of course, this kind of enhancement is very weak. Anyway, Chen Fan himself can't feel how much the so-called minor enhancement has improved. All I can say is that talking is better than nothing. But, system, give me an upgrade. Chen Fan said without hesitation. He originally planned to harvest the experience of losing sand and yen after the rock ninja was finished, and he could easily meet the needs of upgrading. Consume 100 million experience points. Little Master's Dimensional Kitchen. Master Little Master's Dimensional Kitchen. Legend. Chen Fan turned around and walked into the kitchen. Not long after, a new dish came out. Eating garlic lettuce will give you a sense of satisfaction in the taste, get the effect of full eating, and enter a state of full energy. The speed is plus 50%, the duration is 1 hour, and the physical fitness is slightly improved. From trace to slight. Literally enhanced a lot. However, after Chen Fan ate the meal himself, he didn't feel much. Although it feels like it has become stronger, it is faint, and it is estimated that the increase is very small. After all, it is only slight. But it is far from the effect of the feast. But I'm also thinking about eating shit. Can legendary cooking skills compare to a mythical feast? Chen Fan shook his head. Let's not talk about the cooling of the feast, just say that cooking is not for physical fitness. The effect of increasing the speed by 50% is very important. If you give Chen Fan time to eat a lot of cooking, maybe he can grab Madara Uchiha now and eat it at will. Perhaps I should make some simple and easy-to-eat dishes to take with me in the future. Chen Fan thought about it and said, once you encounter a battle, start eating immediately. As for whether it's unethical or not. Isn't it normal to be in a state of krypton before fighting the OSS? Chen Fan felt that there was no need to say more about the 307 provisions of the basic law. Before, his cooking had a similar ability, but the effect was average and the value was not high. Chen Fan had never met an enemy he couldn't defeat, so he ignored it for the time being. But now the value is pretty good. If you make some convenient dishes that are not afraid of cold, take them with you, eat one before you fight the boss, then the scene. Quite beautiful. Of course, as before, Chen Fan valued his physique more than the temporary buffs. Even if the cooking is not as good as the feast, the improvement effect is only slight, but the cumulative effect is equally astonishing. And Chen Fan's eyes lit up. I have a feast to improve my physique. Now my body is arrogant in the ninja world. Even Susanoo of Madara Uchiha doesn't know if I can handle it. But no one else. Cooking is just a small addition to me, but for others. That's the trump card. Even if Chen Fan has been cooking for one person, will he cultivate a real ninja who is similar to himself? With this idea in mind, Chen Fan immediately found Mr. Orochimaru and tested it with his research equipment. Well, how to say? It will take me about 50 years to keep eating the dishes I make, and then I can have my current physical fitness. Chen Fan calculated it carefully. Time may be more or less, but it is probably within the range of these 50 years. This made Chen Fan suddenly lose his excitement. It took 50 years to compare with me now. Rubbish. Of course, this was compared to the existence of Chen Fan, who was capable of ignoring movie-level attacks. In fact, it only takes 30 years to train ordinary people with shadow-level combat power. And this is still the shadow level of pure flesh, even if you know a little ninjutsu, understand a little skill, have a little more experience, and master some killer skills. Maybe 10 years or so. To be honest, if the 3 generations of Hokage know this, he will definitely go crazy and give Chen Fan a favor, and then let Chen Fan cook every day, and finally cultivate a shadow level powerhouse for Konoha. Change a movie level in 10 years? Not to mention 10 years, it is 20 years, 30 years, he is willing. This kind of happiness can make him laugh out loud when he sleeps happily. But to Chen Fan, it's really useless. He's only 13 years old now, and looks like he's almost 14. The feast skill was acquired at a very young age, and it was only 10 years old. And you must know that Chen Fan grew up very slowly before, because he was small, his mouth was small, he ate less, and he couldn't get the ingredients rich in huge energy. And what loaded on energy-rich snakes he is eating now, using the training plan given by Orochimaru to speed up digestion. The effect is outstanding. About his total income in the first half and 12 years is similar to the current 1-year effect. In other words, use the current efficiency to calculate. His physical quality is equivalent to a 3-year feast of full efficiency. 3 years, compared to 50 years, I have to cook and cook without interruption, which consumes a lot of time and energy. The price difference is huge. But it might be good to get some for Nahara Lin and the others. Chen Fan immediately thought of this. Their strength has not kept up with Chen Fan's rhythm, and they have always been synonymous with dragging their feet. Nahara Lin is okay, she has always been the role of a healing ninja. However, Hong Yuri couldn't stand the result that she couldn't keep up with Chen Fan's rhythm. Several times, she almost gave up the family tradition of illusion and went to learn Sun's Breath and Lieshi and Shattering Fist with Chen Fan. After all, her family's illusions have been learned, and she will not know if she will become a shadow class. However, if the Breath of the Sun and Lieshi and Shattering Fist are learned, they will definitely become shadow rank. She is not for strength, but she wants to get closer to Chen Fan. For this reason, Hong Yuhi has been training for a while as if going mad, and the degree of madness is even better than that of the hot-blooded Banquet. It was Chen Fan who finally stopped her training. After all, if she continued to practice like her, Chen Fan didn't know if she would become a success, but King Kong Barbie would definitely become a reality. People are in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 250. There are already many female ninjas in Chen Fan's subordinates who have this tendency. Although Sun's Breath and Flowing Water Rock Shattering Fist are not known for their muscles and strength, but in the end they are physical arts, and they will have some influence to some extent. When they put on their coats, they looked so sweet, and they were bulging forward and backward, and they spoke softly and pleasantly. But if you take off your coat, you can see the high bulging biceps and 4 clearly visible abdominal muscles, vividly explaining what it means to, you may die if I punch you. Chen Fan didn't want Yuri Hong to become like this. But he doesn't know illusion, and he can't find a suitable teacher, for Hong Orochimaru is already a teacher who is good at illusion in Konoha, and others are not as good as Orochimaru. It is the righteousness to use cooking to enhance the strength of the girls. Anyway, after knowing that, the little master's dimensional kitchen has the effect of improving his physical fitness, Chen Fan also plans to stop being lazy and cook by himself every day. There are a few more people, but it is a matter of increasing the size of the dishes. Even the leftovers can be provided to the geniuses in the subordinates. After all, there is still a little effect. Just do it. Chen Fan really got rid of his bad habit of being too lazy to cook, and only used the small master's dimensional kitchen once for occasional feasts. Start cooking every day. Surune Yuhi and Rin Nahara couldn't help but smile happily every day. Red, I feel like I'm getting fat. It's a coincidence, I feel the same way. So I had to increase my physical activity. On the other hand, Hongyu didn't panic at all. If it wasn't for Chen Fan's spanking to drive her to training, she might be the one with the most meat. As for Yi Kang, her thoughts were relatively simple. Anyway, the amount of training is not small, she consumes a lot, and she doesn't need to worry about weight. Every day I wish I could blow her belly against her, and I have an idea in my heart. Chen Fan, I can't beat you for the time being, but I'm going to eat you too. VGFH. And there is a woman who eats rice. HMM. Mute, why don't we go out after a while? Tsunade looked confused. When the battle was over, she had no intention of staying in this sad village any longer and was going to travel immediately to continue her gambling career. But this dish is so delicious. Mute, who was chewing the vegetables in his mouth, couldn't speak, but nodded desperately. What to go? What to bet? Isn't it delicious to eat honestly? However, although Tsunade often shamelessly ran over to Chen Fan's side to eat, he ignored Chen Fan's words, "If you're lazy, can't you pay for food?" several times. A thick-skinned one, completely unmoved. But the little mute has not yet cultivated to the shameless level of Tsunade. Although she was there every time she rubbed a meal, her little face was always red, and she also scrambled to do the work of washing dishes and cleaning the table afterwards. But, looking at Rinahara and Kane Yuhi, who looked indifferent and greeted Tsunade calmly with a hostess attitude, a look of envy flashed in Mute's eyes. Although Tsunade always licked his face and rubbed his rice, he ate free food. But how can you feel comfortable eating at home? If Tsunade-sama is married, won't this be a perfect solution? Zaiomayan secretly thought. If it doesn't work, I can do it. Of course, Tsunade is not really a complete freelancer. Today, she just came to the door, and before Chen Fan's daily words, "You're here to eat again," she took the lead. "Chen Fan, I'm not here for free food this time. I have big news to tell you." "Oh?" Chen Fan raised his head slightly. "Big news. Well." Tsunade smiled. "After you came back, didn't you apply for the promotion for a lot of your people?" "Yeah." Chen Fan nodded. Chen Fan has been promoted from Chunin to Elite Jonin and has become a senior executive of Konoha. Although the title of Elite Shaman sounds the same as the name of the street beaters kneeling in Chen Fan's hands, in fact, Elite Shaman is the strongest position under Konoha Hokage. Although he is a shadow-level powerhouse, Shadow is not the name of strength in the first place. Naruto, Reckless, Tsuko. Shadow is just the title of the leader of the 5 great ninja villages. It's just that the 5 major ninja villages are full of talents, and their leaders have shadow-level strength. Over time, the name Shadow-level Powerhouse came into being. But in fact, whether it is Orochimaru, Tsunade, or Danzo, their positions are Elite Jonin, at most with the titles of advisors, elders, and root leaders. So Chen Fan has actually jumped to the highest level. Unless he runs for Hokage next, he will be an Elite Jonin all his life. And Chen Fan, the boss, has been promoted, and naturally he will not forget to follow his subordinates. The combat power evaluation that Chen Fan and his subordinates trained at the beginning are still there, and the merits are also very easy to calculate. It is clear at a glance who meets the promotion criteria. So on the second day of Chen Fan's promotion, he sent a lot of promotion applications to the 3 generations of Hokage. The number of promotions you gave is too much. I just calculated it. There are more than 20 elites in Shangnan, about 50 people in Shangnan, especially Shangnan, Chunin and so on. Tsunade touted. The old man wouldn't agree with so many people being promoted. As far as I know, with the exception of a small number of people who have agreed, the application reports of others have been put on hold, and you can't wait for them to advance. Oh? Chen Fan raised his head slightly. In fact, this was not what Chen Fan expected, and Narayan also gave Chen Fan an advance call. It was impossible for Naruto to agree to so many promotion applications in one go. He needs balance, he needs to control the power of the various factions. The treatment of the Elite Jonin is completely different from that of the bottom, and he is not willing to give so many benefits. On the basis of keeping the Hokage series in the mainstream, it is estimated that the 3 generations of Hokage will be like pepper noodles, with a few places for Orochimaru in the east and a few places for Danzang in the west. As for Chen Fan, oh, don't even think about it. I can give you a few places, depending on your outstanding military exploits. It's okay. Chen Fan's face was calm. This is also within my expectation. I agree with the rules, and on the premise of conforming to the rules, I am also willing to maintain a fair environment. But if anyone doesn't want to give justice to my subordinates, then I can go over and take a look and preside over justice. Having said that, he got up and walked out. This sentence was said to Narayan at the beginning, and Narayan advised Chen Fan not to act rashly because he was at war. Chen Fan agreed. After all, he is not someone who ignores the overall situation. At that time, even his own promotion ceremony was put on hold for the time being. How could he make trouble because his subordinates didn't get promoted? But now, Chen Fan has been promoted. At this time, the major countries went back to lick their wounds, and it was no longer during the war. I'm going to see the old man. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth rose, and his eyes were full of excitement. Look at what kind of dog with no eyes dare to harm Konoha and do injustice. As a ninja of Konoha, if I see such a person, I will run over such a person to death. Saying that, he walked out excitedly. Terrified Tsunade almost fell to the ground. Are you going to run over Sandai Hokage himself? Although I agree with your idea, but... Cough, Chen Fan, I think we can use a little euphemism. After all, the war has just subsided and Konoha shouldn't have any trouble. Tsunade coughed twice and suggested, I have a suggestion here. If you follow my method, I guarantee that it will not only allow your subordinates to advance smoothly, but also greatly enhance the attractiveness of your forces. How? Do you want to listen? She originally wanted to use this to extort a few meals, but... Novel Crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. People in Konoha reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 251 Chen Fan Meng's appearance made her a little panicked. Okay, my suggestion is for nothing. I will continue to eat. Increase the attractiveness of my power. Chen Fan immediately stopped. Chapter 186 Things are going to be a big deal. Chapter 186 Is murder a trivial matter? On the shelf for subscription. 2 more. 3,500 words. Konoha 74th Training Ground. This is actually an ordinary open space near the suburbs, but because the place is big enough, it was chosen by Chen Fan and became a gathering place for his subordinates. There are piles and piles of physical training equipment, almost manned. A set. On the stage, a group of people are competing with each other. The movements of their hands are like flowing water, which seems to be slow and fast, but the power is amazing. The flowing water rock smashing fist, obviously it has already started. And everyone in the audience has long been accustomed to this, except for some people who watch the battle and applaud. More people just gathered here, using all kinds of equipment to train and talk and laugh. Aoki, congratulations on your promotion. A ninja laughed. There's no such thing. Didn't you apply for promotion to journeyman like me? Aoki smiled, a little shy. Hey, I don't have any news yet. The ninja sighed helplessly. I don't know when Hokage-sama will give you news. Hey, I heard rumors that Hokage-sama seems to have given a little quota. A ninja came over after hearing the words. After the Aoki group, it seems that everyone else has nothing to play. Why? Are we not strong enough? Lord Chen Fan said we are qualified enough. Yes. It's not just Aoki, Mita, Otomo, Shinichi and the others have all been promoted. They are the ones who Chen Fan said are qualified enough. I don't know, it's been a while and we still don't have any news. There are also positions that are a bit downgraded. I remember that Nayashu was clearly rated by Lord Chen Fan as the strength of the elite Shaman, but this time he was only promoted from the special Shaman to the Shaman. Many ninjas were discussing rumors. This kind of thing about one's own position is more likely to cause heated discussions than housing prices. Narayan stood aside and sighed inwardly. It is true that some of Chen Fan's subordinates have been promoted, but that is because Chen Fan's military exploits are too prominent, and his subordinates also have good military exploits. But it can also be pressed. As for the others, as far as he knew, the 3 generations of Hokage did not give an answer to promotion. Position directly affects your status, income, and even your future. A 20-year-old shonen is completely different from a 40-year-old shonen. As soon as everyone started talking, there was a lot of discussion. The situation is getting louder and louder. Oh, if it wasn't for the clear combat power indicator given by Lord Chen Fan, it wouldn't be like this. Narayan sighed inwardly. In fact, the 3-generation Hokage suppression promotion is not only now suppressed, but nothing like this has ever happened before. One is because the 3 generations of Hokage will not do the kind of exaggerated things that you already have the strength of a shinobi, but still do not let you advance to the small chunin. The second is also because of the merits of the war. Each item has a record of Konoha. But strength is hard to measure. What kind of strength is the strength of the jounin? No one can say. Where are you positioning the indicator? Is the small country jounin, the wandering ninjas jounin, and the Konoha jounin of the 5 major countries the same level? Kakashi is now a jounin, but can he be used as an indicator of jounin's combat power? He has already killed at least 5 hostile jounin in his hands. Is it hard to say such things as strength? Do you want them to fight? But there are many determinants of battle, and a single mistake, or simply a problem of restraint, may affect the outcome of the battle. So the 3 generations of Hokage suppressed it a little, but no one could actually say anything. You just advance to chunin. Shouldn't you be at the chunin level for a few years before you advance? After all, you also need time to become stronger. Of course, there are occasionally some talented geniuses who have made rapid progress and are powerful, but they can also use the saying, you are still young and need to learn more experience, to give them a little pressure. No one will feel unhappy. After all, combat power is a vague concept. But now, Chen Fan directly gave the combat power index for promotion. In his mouth, those who meet the indicators have the strength of Chunin and Shangnin. The military exploits have also followed Chen Fan enough, so of course everyone will choose to apply for promotion. Trouble. Naranage scratched his hair, a little helpless. In fact, Naranage also understands the 3 generations of Naruto, and the bottom-level ninjas such as Chunin are fine. If so, but now there are applications for promotion to Jounin and Elite Jounin, but it is difficult to handle. There are only so many high-level seats. How can it be possible to squeeze in a lot of Jounin and Elite Jounin? The 3 generations of Hokage will only share the benefits equally. How many people are promoted under the name of Orochimaru, and how many people are promoted under the name of Danzo, to maintain the balance between a faction. Otherwise, only Chen Fan's subordinates will be promoted, and the ninjas under the name of Danzo will not be promoted. You can see if Danzo will cause trouble. On Chen Fan's side, there are a lot of applications, dozens or hundreds of applications. It's no wonder that these 3 generations of Hokage can agree. Not only that, after Chen Fan's subordinates learned the breath of the sun and the flowing water rock-shattering fist, their strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and almost most of them have made a considerable leap in strength. The result of the performance is that before participating in the battle, there was only a newly promoted Chunin, and after the war, for more than a year, all of them passed the Elite Chunin, the Special Shangnin, and became the Shangnin directly. How long has it been? Even if the 3 generations of Hokage are fair and just, as long as they look at the resume, they will subconsciously reject this ninja. Do you think everyone is a genius like Kakashi? But how could Lord Chen Fan just let it go? Nara sighed helplessly. At the beginning, he clearly explained to himself, if anyone doesn't want to give justice to my subordinates, then I can also go over and take a look to preside over justice. No solution. Narayan looked helpless. On the other side, many ninjas discuss and discuss, but they can't figure out anything. Chen Fan is of the shadow level, and his strength is absolutely sufficient. If he evaluates that someone has a certain level of strength, then he should really have this level of strength. But the merits are enough, but the 3 generations of Hokage have been stuck for a long time, and they will not be promoted. Does that mean that the 3 generations of Naruto think that some ninjas are not strong enough? Well, the acting skills of the 3 generations of Hokage are still very good. Although no one knows what it looks like behind the scenes, it is relatively fair and impartial on the surface. Everyone didn't think that the 3 generations of Hokage were deliberately stuck. Or, even if someone thought of this, he didn't say it in public. Since then, it has become a competition between the 3 generations of Hokage and Chen Fan. The 3 generations of Hokage think that their strength is insufficient, while Chen Fan thinks that he is full of strength. So the question is, who made the mistake? Although Chen Fan led everyone to fight in the north and south, he showed his absolute strength. But he is young and not experienced enough. And the 3 generations of Naruto are the veteran powerhouses who have experienced 3 ninja world wars. So, although there are still a large number of people who are seriously brainwashed, they firmly believe in Chen Fan and feel that the 3 generations of Hokage are confused and make mistakes. But there are still many people, especially the ninja who joined Chen Fan's subordinates later, naturally more inclined to Chen Fan's mistakes. For flowers. In fact, Naruto himself understood Chen Fan, he did not make mistakes. It can even be said that Chen Fan has suppressed a lot of his subordinates. The combat power that Chen Fan evaluated was indeed the standard of combat power for all levels of ninjas, and he did not deliberately suppress his subordinates. But the problem is that the combat power he evaluated is the combat power that the ninja showed when he fought against him people in Konoha Reckless, to the point where you panic. Chapter 252. Even if no one thinks that they can hurt Chen Fan, is it the same situation when beating one's own boss is the same as beating an enemy ninja? Most people will subconsciously hold back a little strength, so that their strength cannot be fully exerted. So in fact, the ninjas who can get Chen Fan's evaluation of enough to become a Jounin are often stronger than Jounin. It's just that Naruto can never say that. Although he is getting closer and closer to Chen Fan, even when he has nothing to do, he will come to the place where Chen Fan's subordinates gather, and he has a good relationship with many of Chen Fan's ninjas. But he has not completely joined Chen Fan's command, nor has he learned real ninja ninjutsu, such as the Breath of the Sun. Just fighting with Chen Fan to the north and south, and getting closer to Chen Fan. Nobunaga himself is actually a direct descendant of Hokage. 0. Chen Fan is right, Hokage is wrong. What should he say? It's not that the other elites under Chen Fan did not find the problem, but like Naruto, they are not good at speaking ill of Hokage. Only, I just don't know how Lord Chen Fan will act in the end. Naruto sighed helplessly. I hope that nothing major will happen. After all, the war has just ended. If there is any major trouble in Konoha at this time, it will easily make the war that has just subsided again. Suddenly, Lord Chen Fan? Lord Chen Fan is here. Lord Chen Fan, I have something unclear about Lieshi and Shattering Fist. Can I ask you for advice? As soon as Chen Fan walked in, a large group of ninjas immediately surrounded him. Lord Chen Fan? Naruto was stunned for a moment, and suddenly had a bad premonition. With the end of the war, many ninjas began to accept missions and left the ninja village. In addition, Chen Fan often needs his subordinates to improve before they can take action, so he now spends almost an hour on the training ground every day, and no longer needs to accompany him all day. It will be around 3 o'clock in the afternoon that he will appear on the training ground. And now, it's only noon. Why did he come so early? Naruto, known for his wisdom, was a little flustered. And what made him even more nervous was, I'll take a look. Chen Fan glanced at the subordinates present, and suddenly said, Takuto, Yabe. You guys, come and lie down with me. Takuto, Yabe, Mizuno. All said that they submitted an application for promotion, but they have not yet been approved. Lord Chen Fan, you are, Naruto, couldn't help asking. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Chen Fan shook his head calmly, continue training. Say it, take those people directly, turn around and leave. Narayan wanted to say something, but was restrained by the elite next to him, and said, "Young, let's train. You don't know the temper of the adults." He said that it must be a trivial matter. Narayan was told so much, but did not stop in time. He took a deep breath and sat down as if giving up. After a pause, he asked quietly, "Do you think, in the eyes of Lord Chen Fan, is murder a trivial matter?" The elite next to him made a face and smacked his mouth. "Holy crap, it seems like it really counts." Righteous. Chapter 187 The fourth Hokage candidate Chen Fan. Chapter 187 Things are going to be big. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts. 12,000 words. Chen Fan took a group of people and strode down the streets of Konoha village. Although everyone was puzzled, the ninja did not know the reason and had to execute the order. In other words, when do ninjas execute orders and need to give a reason? Suddenly, Chen Fan stopped. Not far away, he looked at a Konoha ninja of 33 or 4 years old who was eyeing fruit, and asked, "Who of you know him, and what is his name?" Everyone looked at a loss, but they still replied, "Sir, he is Iwata Teki, and his position is joinin." Chen Fan nodded slightly. It seemed that he did not recognize the wrong person. "So, Turin," Chen Fan said. "This subordinate is here." Takurin immediately knelt down on one knee, bowed his head and stood by. He is a 19-year-old young man, and his face is still a little immature. Of course, he is not as immature as Chen Fan. Rank. Chunin. You don't have any friends with him, do you? I've only met a few times, so I'm not familiar with it. Then there's no problem. Chen Fan waved his hand. Go, ask him to learn from him, and then defeat him fairly and justly in front of everyone. Takuto. Challenge. Shangnin. 37. Why challenge him? But as I said before, ninjas execute orders without ever needing a reason. So, Tuoren paused, then strode over. Is it Iwata Kamijin? Takuto said directly. I am. Iwata Kamijin was a little confused, but he still replied, "Are you looking for me?" "Yes." Tuoren said bluntly, "I want to discuss with Your Excellency, and I hope Your Excellency will make it easier." Shinobu Iwata. Learn from each other? Why are you looking for me? I'm just an ordinary joinin. I don't even know you. Sorry, I don't have time. Iwata Kamino's face suddenly turned cold. He was not interested in messing around with a stranger. No time? Tuoren frowned. Sorry, this is the order I received. Today, you have to accompany me, and you have to accompany me if you don't. As soon as the voice fell, he punched him directly. Seeing this, Chen Fan nodded again and again. Tuoren's style is very tough, but this is what Chen Fan taught. A real ninja, shouldn't he have this momentum? What are you doing all the time playing with real stuff? Takuto punched him, but it was Joinin who had just come down from the battlefield, and Iwata responded quickly. He jumped after a step, pulling the distance. Boy, what are you doing? Iwata Kami asked angrily. Tuoren did not directly pursue him. He paused before saying, I just want to have a discussion with Your Excellency. Let's just say, watching Iwata Jonin stand firm, this is one step closer to the past. After all, what Chen Fan said was fair and just. When Iwata Kamijin heard the words, he almost laughed angrily. Learn from each other? People in Konoha, reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 253, Why should I discuss with you? And you know, this is the downtown area of Konoha. Believe it or not, there will be guards to arrest people in the next second. Of course, more importantly, a small chunin dared to ask me for lessons. Iwata Kamijin was so angry that he left instead a mere chunin who gave him the courage to learn from this chunin himself. Believe it or not, I'll kill you with 3 punches and 2 kicks, next second. Takuto narrowed his eyes. Breath of the sun, open. Boom. 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 Heart beating fast. Breathing becomes short and powerful. Physical fitness skyrocketed at this moment. Boom. He stepped out, and his figure changed drastically. Liu Xuyan shattering fist. Instant kung fu. In an instant, Takuto seemed to be incarnated as a gentle stream of water, and his figure approached Iwata smoothly and quickly. Then it. Boom. 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 10 seconds later, Iwata Kamijin was knocked to the ground with a confused look on his face. Shouldn't I be the one who took out this Chunin with 3 punches and 2 kicks? Why is it that I am now solved by this Chunin with 3 punches and 2 kicks? Even Takurin was a little stunned. Is this one Shangnin? Why is it so rubbish? With this strength, dare you call yourself Joinin? After a moment of silence, he left Iwata lying on the ground and walked to Chen Fan's side. Lord Chen Fan, the discussion is over. Very good. Chen Fan glanced at the audience, who were watching all this with wide eyes, and said decisively before the guards arrived. Takurin, call out your name to everyone and report your level. Tuo Ren did not know why Chen Fan made this request, but he still obeyed and shouted, My name is Tuo Ren, and now I am under the command of Lord Chen Fan, a Chunin. Very good. Chen Fan nodded. Come on, send Iwata Kamijin to Konoha Hospital for a checkup. If there is any medical expenses, it will be recorded in my name. Go. Let's find the next one. The next one seems to be called the South, right? Tsunade said he should be in the bath in the residential area by now. Takurin, you are not familiar with that southern part, are you? That's right. Chen Fan's actions like this are all suggestions given by Tsunade. Why can the 3 generations of Hokage be able to deny Chen Fan's subordinates promotion? This kind of credit has been recorded for a long time, and the merits that should have been placed here are not an excuse to make things difficult. The only way that the 3 generations of Hokage can be said can only be the strength of so-and-so is good, but it is still a little short of the requirements of joining. This is his only excuse. That being the case, break his excuses. The method is very simple, just find those Jounin challenges. Of course, there are strong and weak ones among the Shangren. The weak may be like the current Iwata Kamijin, who came from a small family and has no advanced ninjutsu. The strong ones are some geniuses who can even fight an elite Jounin. But Tsunade is a 1,000-handed clan anyway, so he is familiar with Konoha's upper ninjas. Joinin who survived by time. The dandy who barely obtained the qualification of Shangnin through the efforts of his family. In order to set the benchmark, the parallel imports of elite Jounin qualifications are given. She knows all about it. Under her guidance, Chen Fan directly led a large group of subordinates to challenge. And every time, he ordered his subordinates to shout out his name and his class. Then, with everyone stunned, complete the leapfrog challenge with ease. What is special about the Jounin, and the elite Jounin? At the most exaggerated time, a Genin finally crossed the elite Genin, Chunin, elite Chunin, special upper ninja. Cross 5 levels and challenge the elite Jonin to succeed. That's right, the name is Genin, it's Banquet. When he didn't actually join Chen Fan's command, his strength had already reached the level of elite Chunin. But at that time, he was still stubborn mainly because it was not long after graduation, he had no background, and a war broke out, and he was not able to advance to the rank for a while. Later, I joined Chen Fan's command, and after learning the advanced physical fitness such as Breath of the Sun and Lieshi and Shattering Fist, my strength suddenly soared. Now that he has opened the first 8 gates dungeon a little bit, he has directly challenged this elite Joinin with ordinary strength. I'm actually so strong. When this result appeared, Banquet was stunned. He did participate in several battles with Chen Fan, and he also faced many opponents. However, when he applied for promotion before, he was rejected by the 3 generations of Hokage. The reason is lack of strength. Banquet is very simple, and he trusts the 3 generations of Hokage very much. He really thinks that his strength is not enough. After all, he has been the tail of the crane for several years. But now, without anyone's help, he was able to challenge the elite Jounin by himself alone. Is this still me? Don't everyone call me the tail of the crane? Banquet was stunned, his eyes were slightly red, and 2 lines of tears couldn't help falling down. More exciting, though, are the people around you. Chen Fan did not just challenge, he directly pulled his subordinates and challenged more than 70 ninjas with 15 subordinates in 3 days. The opponent has Chunin, their Shangnin. But without exception, all challenges were successful. Each of them has played at least 5 times, and every time it is a leapfrog challenge. There are a lot of spectators around, and Chen Fan has played enough games to instantly become popular in the whole village. Leapfrog challenge. This can be called a genius when it is placed on other people. However, all of Chen Fan's subordinates are like this. Then I don't know when a rumor suddenly spread in Shinobu village. In fact, it is not a rumor, it is just a fact. That is, Chen Fan made a comment on the appropriate combat level of each subordinate early on, and also applied for promotion for each person, based on the merits made by each person. Then, all were rejected by the 3 generations of Hokage. To be honest, if it was before, everyone would think that Chen Fan was wrong. After all, although Chen Fan has made great contributions, his record is scary. But after all, he was just a kid who just graduated people in Konoha Reckless to the point where you can chapter 254 in the 20-year-old ninja world. He still belongs to the kind of person who can't even drink alcohol. And who is the 3rd Hokage? An excellent leader who has experienced 3 ninja wars in 5.7 and has led Konoha village to victory every time. Does such a person make mistakes? But now, it's not that Chen Fan's evaluation is wrong, it's the 3 generations of Hokage who have missed it. Suddenly someone said excitedly, it's the 3 generations of Hokage who are wrong. Master Chen Fan has a keen eye and a good eye, so he can actually make the Genin challenge the elite Shangren successfully. How did he train it? It's no wonder that so many people want to join Lord Chen Fan's sect. It turns out that if you join this sect, you will become stronger. Immediately, a wave of heated discussions erupted. Of course, the prestige of the 3 generations of Hokage is still there, and everyone just felt that there was a little mistake in the 3 generations of Hokage, and they didn't really think about what was going on inside. Suddenly there are some ninjas who love Konoha, holding banners at the entrance of the Hokage building every day. There is a line on it. Hokage-sama, we can't let the genius of Konoha be wronged. Leapfrog challenge, which is synonymous with genius anywhere. How can such a genius be wronged? So, things have gone terribly big. The angry 3rd Hokage was furious in the office. Damn! What is Chen Fan thinking? Isn't it just pressing your subordinates? What's so strange about this? It turned out to be such a big deal. Chapter 188 Hyuga and Uchiha both support Chen Fan. Chapter 188 The 4th Hokage candidate, Chen Fan. On the shelf for subscription. One more update. 4,000 words. The 3rd Hokage was furious. Isn't it just suppressing your subordinates? Is this a thing? Do you really think that as long as you meet the standards, you will definitely be promoted? Joke. How naive are people to have such an idea? In fact, Chen Fan, he suppressed, Danzang, he suppressed, Orochimaru, he also suppressed. This is the daily routine of almost every high-rise. I don't suppress you, that's weird. Even if other people know this, they should endure it. But Chen Fan, he actually made such a fuss? Chen Fan's trouble instantly forced the 3 generations of Hokage to a dead end. The leapfrog challenge of Chen Fan's subordinates is not a challenge for one person to be successful. He is a person who challenges several people in a row, young and strong. His combat style restrains him. He is restrained by him. Ninjutsu, illusion, taijutsu. Although I dare not say that all types are played once, but it is almost the same. This made it impossible for the 3 generations of Hokage to explain it with excuses such as, you can beat so-and-so, but you are more restrained. In fact, you still don't have the combat power of a ninja, and the victory is just a trick. Damn, how did they become so strong all of a sudden? 3 generations of Hokage frowned. In fact, Narayan also reported to him the combat power of Chen Fan's subordinates, but he didn't believe it much. After all, who could imagine that an existence like Banquet, who belongs to the tail of a crane in the ninja school after graduating less than 2 years and following Chen Fan for a long time, can directly kill the elite Junin? But the facts are in front of you. If he doesn't believe it, he has to believe it. The 3rd Hokage took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and his face was solemn. In fact, he still has some excuses to suppress the arrogance of Chen Fan's subordinates. But those excuses are really just excuses. For example, what kind of strength is enough, but the mentality is not qualified, or they can only hack and kill and do not understand the tactics of ninjas. 16. There are many excuses, but Tsunade sent him a word. It was Chen Fan's original words. Enough strength and enough merit, shouldn't you be promoted? If I can't make the cut, it must mean that there is something tricky in it. I think in order to give the Konoha people a bright and upright Konoha, I need to personally take action to see who really wants to die. He is forcing me. The moment the 3rd Hokage Saratobi Hizen saw the letter, he understood what Chen Fan meant. If you dare to make excuses, I really dare to kill you. Only hack and kill, don't understand tactics? I don't know, I'll just hack and kill. Otherwise, let's try to chop a few knives. The 3 generations of Hokage knew that it was not a day or two for Chen Fan to slash himself. When he did not graduate from ninja school, when he went to the school to give a speech, he heard his enthusiastic speech. The ordinary students were moved to tears and shouted, Lord Naruto, I will do my best for Konoha just like you. Discourse. It was Chen Fan who asked excitedly there. Lord Hokage, can you fight me? At that time, he wanted to fight with himself. Give him a chance now, and he will happily run over and chop himself. But even the 3 generations of Hokage know one thing, he is really not Chen Fan's opponent. The 3 generations of Raikage and the 3 generations of Hokage are old friends of the 3 generations of Hokage Saratobi. Then one of them died in Chen Fan's hands, and the other was hacked to death by Chen Fan, and almost finished. Compared with their own strength, the 3 generations of Hokage are only in the middle. Saratobi Hizen took a few deep breaths on the pouch, watching the tobacco inside burn out. He didn't think Chen Fan would hack him to death, but... Saratobi Hizen took a few steps and walked to the door of the office window. Below, countless people held up banners that read, Don't let our genius of Konoha bleed and cry, shouting messy slogans, looking like they would risk their lives for Konoha. Saratobi Hizen sighed. He really agreed with Chen Fan's subordinate's request for promotion. He is about to step down from the seat of the 3rd Hokage, and it is only a while away from the door. A person who is about to retire, for the sake of his own evening, this good reputation that has been cultivated for decades, can't be thrown away. Konoha. Chen Fan's home. Heard just now. Ha! I knew the old man would definitely compromise. Tsunade laughed loudly and patted his belly, not looking like a movie class at all. The old man has cherished his reputation all his life, and he is about to retire soon. How could he not be able to protect himself at the end of the season because of this? Hey, I see how you eat this dark loss. Tsunade smiled happily. The experience of the Kyanshu family made her have no good feelings for her teacher at all. This time, the ninjas, challenged by Chen Fan's subordinates, were carefully selected by Tsunade, the ninjas of Saratobi and Danzo. Others saw Chen Fan's subordinates leapfrog the challenge, and thought they were majestic and very cool. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 255. But those who were successfully challenged by lower ninjas would not be in a good mood. Especially the elite shaman who was successfully challenged by Banquet. Junin almost fell into depression because of this, and did not dare to come out of the house for several days and nights. He was so embarrassed. How could he dare to show up? Even he is not humiliated by himself, but even with the Hokage and Danzang sects. Deserving it. Tsunade smiled extremely happily, looking like he was getting his revenge. So, if you provoke anyone, don't provoke a woman. She hates you, she can hate you forever. It's a pity I couldn't chop off the old man. Chen Fan looked regretful. The 3 generations of Hokage have sent a letter to Chen Fa's subordinates. Successful promotion. The reason why I was delayed for a while before was not because I was deliberately blocking you, but because the program didn't finish. But obviously, who doesn't know exactly what happened? Oh, Banquet probably didn't know that. But it doesn't matter, he is really blind, but most people in this world are not blind. Chen Fan, I promise you will definitely receive a lot of applications to be transferred to your command. Tsunade smiled. The strength is progressing so quickly, and it can even help you advance. You have absolutely no idea how attractive this is to ninjas. In fact, pressing people to advance is an unspoken rule that everyone knows. Who is willing to let the subordinates, who are easy to use in their hands, quickly become an existence on the same level as themselves? The reason why Namikaze Minato was able to rise so quickly with the support of a large number of people naturally has his own charm. But at the same time, there are also factors that he is very fair, willing to delegate power, and willing to support the promotion of his subordinates. However, with Chen Fan, all the subordinates who can advance in one breath all advance to a competition. Namikaze Minato directly became his younger brother. As Tsunade said, almost overnight, Chen Fan became a big hit. The strength of his subordinates is good to say. In fact, any ninja who worships the boss will have a certain degree of increase in strength. For example, if you worship the mountain top of Orochimaru, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will soon get a series of secret techniques, researched by Orochimaru. Of course, many of them are junk that he threw away after researching it, but it will definitely make you stronger. In addition, the Third Ninja War lasted for a long time. The ninjas had a lot of time to exercise themselves, and at the same time fighting easily stimulated people to break through. It is normal for ninja strength to progress, and there are also a large group of ninjas under Orochimaru. Therefore, in terms of strength, Chen Fan's attractiveness is stronger than others, but it is not strong enough that the entire Konoha respects him after all. Even if Chen Fan has dry goods, he needs to slowly ferment it. The breath of the sun plus flowing water rock-shattering fist is very powerful. With these 2 skills, the lower ninja can challenge the elite upper ninja by leaps and bounds. But are you sure that this secret technique has no sequelae? After all, the rise of Chen Fan is too short, and it will always make people feel unreal, wondering if there will be any flaws, whether it is a secret technique that is quick and has major flaws. As for Chen Fan's own combat power, of course, it is also an attractive advantage. In today's general situation of peace in the ninja world, it doesn't make much sense. After all, Chen Fan himself is strong, but others are also movie level. He may be stronger than other shadow classes, but this is not a problem that ordinary people care about. But now, Chen Fan can actually give an accurate evaluation to every ninja, and also willing to support the ninjas to advance. This is not easy. God see you pity. In the future, even a junior staff member who is promoted to a manager can cause a series of troubles, let alone a ninja. Many people have an idea in their minds those who are willing to support their subordinates for promotion are good bosses. And Chen Fan is a good boss who has met injustice and directly dragged his subordinates to prove it. Do you really think that the 3 generations of Hokage will send the promotion book and claim that this is just a normal walking process, and it will be able to hide everyone? How is this possible? Immediately, there were many ninjas who clearly had a certain strength, but were suppressed by their level, and they couldn't help and turn to Chen Fan. Chen Fan was not polite and accepted it directly. Then first use the method of battle to determine the strength of the opponent, and give some pointers. I helped him deliver a promotion application. Konoha's system is not rigid, and the 3 generations of Hokage are generally more enlightened. But there are a lot of ninjas who are obviously strong, but because of insufficient background, or who have been on the wrong team and cannot advance. 3 generations of Hokage faced the application submitted by Chen Fan. His face was as ugly as eating a pound of cockroaches, but had to sign the words of consent. After all, things like not having enough background, being on the wrong team, and deliberately suppressing are all unspoken rules, and you can use them in private. But if something like Chen Fan is directly placed in the public eye and placed in front of everyone's attention, it will not be accepted. Saratobi Eisen is also worried that Chen Fan will take a group of people to challenge again. As a result, this further fueled Chen Fan's arrogance, and made many talented people who were obviously powerful, but had nowhere to use because of the rigidity of the system, to defect to the past. Even some ninjas who did not meet the promotion standards have some careful thoughts. After all, who doesn't want to be promoted immediately after reaching the standard? Isn't E307 in the name of Shangnin? Isn't the position of the elite shonen important? Immediately attracted a large crowd to defect. Chen Fan also refused to come. He always wanted to expand his team of real ninjas. The more people came, the happier he was. As always. First, brush the opponent's experience 3 times, and then point out a few words. In an instant, the ninja who came to defect were moved. Ninjas like this, unless they are on the wrong team or are refrigerated for some other reason, their strength is generally poor. Such people defect to Orochimaru and Tsunade, and they must carefully consider whether to accept each other. However, Chen Fan accepted it without hesitation, even passed down his secret techniques without reservation, and even personally directed them. What kindness is this? Lord Chen Fan is indeed the heir to the welfare of the first generation of adults. Countless people were moved to tears. But he didn't know that Chen Fan's smile was as happy as a flower. These are all good leaks. Under the circumstance that Chen Fan refused to come, and there was an endless stream of defectors. His power has grown rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short period of time, it almost doubled. The number reaches nearly 10,000. You know, there are hundreds of thousands of ninjas in the entire Konoha. This was before the Ninja World War, and now after the continuous battle with 3 major powers, it is still unknown whether we can still make up 100,000 ninjas. Although many of them were later joined under Chen Fan's command, their own strength was very scum. But as the number of people increases, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, and wonderful chemical reactions appear. The 3 generations of Hokage are about to step down, and there are 3 originally recognized candidates for the 4th generation of Hokage. One is Orochimaru. He is a disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage. Maio Genjing is red. He has an obvious record, and there are many people behind him. One is Namikaze Minato, a disciple of Jiraiya, who was beheaded in the war, and his mild personality also attracted a group of ninjas to support him. One is Danzo. He is a teammate of the 3 generations of Hokage and a veteran of Konoha. Although he offended many people because of the actions of his roots, there are also a group of people who support him. Normally, the 4th Hokage was chosen from the 3 of them, and the other candidates were just joining in the fun. But never expected. With the growth of Chen Fan's subordinates, there is one more candidate for the 4th generation of Hokage, and he is still a very competitive one. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 256, that is. Chen Fan. Chapter 189, Pre-booking the daughter who is full of sunshine in advance. Chapter 189, Hinata and Uchiha both support Chen Fan. On the shelf for subscription. 2 more, 5,000 words. Chen Fan became the 4th generation Hokage candidate. How old is he? 14. It's still the same as it was. 14 years old, let him inherit the position of Hokage? What a joke. However, such a wave of upsurges has really risen. First of all, Chen Fan is a disciple of Orochimaru, Myaogen Jengon. Secondly, it is not without the support of Chen Fan's backside. Tsunade is very optimistic about him, especially after scolding Danzo and Saratobi. Tsunade prefers this nephew who eats 3 meals a day. At the same time, Chen Fan's own subordinates are also very powerful. Of the approximately 100,000 Konoha ninjas in total, 1/10 joined Chen Fan's faction and became the reserve army of real ninjas. Although most of them have just joined and their strength has not improved much, most of them are low-level ninjas. But there are so many. 1/10 of Konoha. Everyone else accepted elites to join the faction, and Chen Fan would not refuse. Even if he was a fresh graduate, he would gladly accept it. As a result, the total number of direct descendants of Orochimaru plus Tsunade plus Minato is not as many as half of Chen Fan's. The huge base brings up a big momentum. Even as the call for the 4th generation Hokage campaign came out, the cheers of Chen Fan's subordinates increased. Even some big families were driven. The Sun family. As the oldest clan of Konoha, the Hinata clan tends to behave in an ancient style. Ancient buildings, large courtyards, empty dojos. And in a quaint conference hall, Hyuga Izu, who had just become the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, looked calm. The latest news, the elders of the clan have also seen it. What do you guys think about Chen Fan becoming the 4th Hokage? As soon as the voice fell, the clan elder said rudely, Lord Clan Chief, do you really think he can become Hokage? He's only 14. Yes. Chen Fan is only 14 years old. Although his record is so exaggerated that everyone present is put together, he can't make it. But given his age, would anyone really support him to become Hokage? Hokage is not made by combat power. I know. Being questioned in public, Rizu remained calm, but everyone should know how important Chen Fan is to our Rikshang family, right? As soon as this word comes out, the voices of everyone stopped, and a dignified color appeared on their faces. Chen Fan has been fighting for so long, so naturally he has some big family disciples. In fact, there are Konoha's physique masters and members of the Hinata clan. The Hyuga clan is a master of Konoha physique, although they do not use steel fists, but each clan's physical fitness is also very strong. This can form a natural match with a secret technique taught by Chen Fan. Almost every member of the Hyuga clan who joined Chen Fan's command after learning Sun's Breath and Lyeshi and Shattering Fist can greatly enhance their strength and achieve a leap in strength. The 2 secret techniques in Chen Fan's hands are a great temptation for the Hyuga clan. Our family needs the secret technique in the hands of Chen Fan. Sun Ziyang Sun Tzu said decisively and then calmly glanced at everyone, but I don't think anyone would choose to act recklessly against that adult, right? Although they can be sent to participate in the war, they also joined the ninjas under Chen Fan. Most of them are people from separate families. As long as the master uses some orders and a little means, they can tell them how to practice the 2 secret arts. But as long as a person with a normal IQ would not do this. At least, not so blatantly. Chen Fan's record was not told, but killed. Even the Hyuga clan would never dare to touch its tiger whiskers easily. Of course, there is no way to do anything on the bright side. But in private, if the Rikshang family didn't inquire about the 2 secret techniques, it would be purely an insult to people's IQ. My idea is to exchange benefits for the permission of Lord Chen Fan. Hyuga Izu said calmly, learning the secret techniques of other people's families is a very taboo period. But seeing Chen Fan casually teaching the 2 secret techniques to his subordinates, it is obvious that he did not take these 2 secret techniques too seriously. In exchange for some interests, maybe you can exchange for his concessions. Normally, family secret techniques are hidden and tucked away, and they are the most precious treasures of the ninja. Before the Third Ninja World War, Chen Fan had told Orochimaru that he wanted to ask the Dao clan's doubling technique, but until now he has not gotten what he wanted. How important it is. Chen Fan's subordinates have skyrocketed in addition to his excellent record. In fact, to a large extent, it is because he is not stingy with the factors of teaching Sun's Breath and Lieshi and Shattering Fist. However, since Chen Fan can teach the secret technique to his subordinates, perhaps the Hyuga clan can also use a profit transaction to solve it in exchange for his consent. Of course, secret arts are secret arts after all, and their value is extremely high. We can't have too high expectations for the exchange of interests. For example, send more clansmen to join Chen Fan's command. In fact, Hyuga Sun Tzu prefers to send more clansmen to join Chen Fan directly. After all, I only know that secret techniques are not very useful, and it is difficult to get started quickly without the guidance of a strong teacher. You must know that any one of these two is a powerful skill that can become a shadow level after mastering it. Chen Fan's guidance is obviously the main reason for the soaring strength of his subordinates. However, the Hyuga clan is an old ninja clan after all. They have their own heirs, and they are not willing to act rashly. Hyuga Izu discussed with many clan elders for a long time, and finally came to a conclusion. Support Chen Fan to become the fourth Hokage. Maybe he can run for election in the end, but this is a favor. With this kind of favor, no matter if it is to negotiate with Chen Fan with interests, or if more clansmen join Chen Fan's command, they can get certain preferential treatment. At the same time, Uchiha family. In the shrine, countless Uchiha high-level officials gathered together. Patriarch, do we really want to support Chen Fan? Isn't the cooperation between Namikaze Minato and my clan very good? How about continuing to support Namikaze Minato, in my opinion? It is. It is. Chen Fan is too young. Even with the support of our clan, he may not be able to become the fourth Hokage. There was a lot of discussion. And Uchiha Fugatsu, who also recently became the Patriarch, just closed his eyes and stood in the main position, with his face unchanged. A long time. After everyone shouted for a long time, the voice dropped slightly. He just opened his eyes and sighed slightly. My clansmen, do you know that supporting Chen Fan may be our best choice? Most of the ninjas of the Uchiha family will be added to the guards to maintain order in Konoha. The entire guard force has almost become the private army of the Uchiha family. However, there are also a small number of clansmen similar to Obito who will mix into the ranks of normal ninja. Shizu, Obito, and Itachi in the future are all in a similar situation. However, although a dominant security force has brought various benefits, it has also caused the Uchiha family to be resisted by countless people. In other aspects, people in Konoha reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 257. Even if the Uchiha people make great contributions, it is difficult to get the corresponding treatment. Uchiha Fuyu knew that the entire Konoha, only two major factions did not boycott the Uchiha clan. 1. He is under the command of Minato Namikaze. He has a gentle temperament and doesn't like to engage in petty tricks. In addition, he is eager to become Hokage and needs the support of the big family, so he even specially accepted Obito as his apprentice, hoping to gain the support of the Uchiha clan. 2nd, it is Chen Fan. If there is still some purpose in the wave of wind and water, then Chen Fan is completely no matter which family you are. Come on, I'll take it. Then everything is up to you. Don't look at the background, just look at the strength. These two are the only two people in Konoha who are willing to accept the Uchiha family. And obviously, compared to the slightly utilitarian Namikaze Minato, Chen Fan's non-discriminatory attitude is more friendly to the Uchiha family. Obito only died. Even if Minato Namikaze is willing to continue to lead our Uchiha clan, there are at most a few who have his support. Fuyu is very clear in his heart. After all, this is just an exchange of interests, and it is impossible for Namikaze Minato to go against the consensus of the village's top management. But Chen Fan is different. Chen Fan is a person who only looks at his abilities and doesn't look at others. But the Uchiha family has never been afraid of competition. Relying on ability? Exactly what I wanted. It's not that the Uchiha family is incapable, they don't have a channel to reach the top of the village and integrate into the village. Both Chen Fan and Namikaze Minato can be this channel, but obviously Namikaze Minato will not do it against the top of the village, for the sake of the Uchiha family. At most, he will only support a few Uchiha clansmen and let them get eye-level treatment, and then start with this, and slowly integrate the Uchiha clan into the village. And Chen Fan's words. He will support all who are capable enough, whether that's Uchiha or not. But this cannot be said here. Fire knew that for the arrogant clansmen, what an irony it was that he, the two great families who created the ninja village, had been reduced to relying on some outsiders to integrate into the village. They are unwilling and impossible to accept this fact. Once you say such a thing, even if it is a secret recognized by everyone in the heart, it will still drive the extreme clansmen crazy, and maybe even go crazy to assassinate the 3 generations of Hokage. So, don't you know that Namikaze Minato let his disciple Kakashi obtain the riding wheel of our Uchiha clan? Fire raised his head indignantly, his face solemn. We're going to take revenge on him. Like splitting up some of the forces that support him and turning to support his competitors. In fact, even if Fire didn't say it, which of the Uchiha executives present didn't know that his family was faintly excluded by Konoha? That's why they acquiesced to Kakashi's acquisition of the wheel eye and did not interfere with it. Even the proposal itself was passed by Fire himself, and it also suppressed the opposition of many clansmen. Because before Chen Fan appeared, Namikaze Minato was the one with the best attitude towards the Uchiha family in the entire Konoha village. Although his approach was slow, it did open a channel for the Uchiha family to integrate into the village, and it was the only hope for the Uchiha family. So even if Kakashi obtains a wheel-shattering thing that is a big taboo, it can make the Uchiha family grit their teeth and acquiesce. But now, there is one more Chen Fan. A far more broad-minded Namikaze Minato is more suitable for Chen Fan of the Uchiha family. So, perhaps Chen Fan is now the person with the lowest possibility of becoming the 4th Hokage. Uchiha Fire made the final decision. But with our support, he may not have the power to fight. And don't forget, Japan is a long time coming. Chen Fan is so young, even if he loses this election, he still has the chance to become the 5th and 6th Hokage. I think we need to support Chen Fan. There are 3 most famous families in Konoha. The old-fashioned Taishu family and the Hyuga family fully support Chen Fan. The big family who created Shinobi Village, the Uchiha family, cheered Chen Fan with great fanfare. Tsunade, the patriarch of the remaining Kaienshu clan, praised Chen Fan early on, and even when Chen Fan first participated in the 3rd Ninja War, he was Tsunade's subordinate. With such a love of incense, many vassal families of the Kaienshu clan couldn't help but gravitate towards Chen Fan. And the vast majority of ninjas from small families support Chen Fan very much. Small family ninjas often don't care about their fathers, their mothers don't love them, and the secret techniques in their heads are not particularly powerful ninjutsus. It can only be said that they are barely stronger than ordinary ninjas. As for Chen Fangguang's secret technique, as long as the opponent joins his subordinates, the sun's breath and the flowing water rock-shattering fist can be passed on indefinitely. A long time ago, after experiencing the power of the 2 secret techniques, some small family ninjas gave up their own secret techniques and became a Chen Fan-style ninja, wholeheartedly. In order to strengthen the family, they not only joined Chen Fan's subordinates themselves, but also brought other people in the clan to join in, enjoying Chen Fan's personal guidance. And enjoying so much, naturally you have to contribute to Chen Fan. Maybe do some big things that affect the village, they can't do it. But drumming and cheering is very good at it. As a result, Chen Fan himself was stunned to find that he had suddenly become the most popular among the 4 generations of Hokage candidates. In other words, I'm most likely to become the 4th Hokage? Chen Fan looked confused. I didn't do anything, why did I become the most popular candidate for the 4th Hokage? In fact, don't talk about him, even Tsunade and Orochimaru were dumbfounded when they heard the news. Do you want to be the 4th Hokage? Tsunade looked complicated. Hokage, this word is a bit special to her. But she knew that Chen Fan had no chance of winning. With the support of the two major families of Konoha, I have a good relationship with Chen Fan. If I support him again, plus a lot of small families, he really could be Hokage. What am I doing as Hokage? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask back. Don't think I don't know what Hokage does every day. Look at the 3 generations of Hokage. You can only stay in the office every day and sleep in the file pile. I don't even have time to peek at it myself, so I have to use some kind of telescope technique. The position of Hokage has a chicken for me. If you want to say that after becoming Hokage, the only job is to work with other countries, then you don't want Chen Fan's Hokage. He has to be, and he will kill all competitors. But, although Hokage is of high authority, Konoha is not a man of his word. Even if you want to start a good war, you need to get the support of a large number of votes in the Shangman meeting to pass the proposal. And the 3 generations of Hokage are not dead yet. He is just old and not dead. This means that he is different from the previous 2 Hokages. Even if the new Hokage takes his place, he can instruct the younger generation and impart experience. At least in a short period of time, the 4 generations of Hokage will not be able to obtain all the rights of Hokage. Unless Chen Fan really hacked to death a large group of people including the 3 generations of Hokage and the 2 major advisors, otherwise he would be a Hokage, and he would not be able to start a war. Then what the hell am I supposed to be? When Hokage, to deal with those files that pile up taller than me? As for the other things Hokage can do, could it be that with Chen Fan's current status, he still can't do it? That's right. Tsunade smiled bitterly. You don't look like a Hokage material no matter how you look at it. Yes. Yes. Chen Fan said with approval, I am suitable to be a pioneer. If anyone said that the first thing for the 4th generation of Hokage is to start a war, I will support him immediately. It's a pity that even Chen Fan himself doesn't think that he can immediately pull Konoha to fight the 4th Ninja War when he becomes Hokage, let alone others. This guy. Tsunade's mouth twitched. Konoha's Hokage kept promoting benevolence and friendship. Even the most murderous 2nd generation Hokage is like this. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 258. This guy. It's really not suitable to be a Hokage. Didn't you see that the teacher didn't come to me after he got the news? Chen Fan pouted. He already knew that I would not compete with him for a seat. Orochimaru is also a candidate for the 4th Hokage. And it was the most popular candidate spear before Chen Fan exploded inexplicably. That's right. Tsunade smiled bitterly, feeling that he was worrying in vain. But she felt like she was worrying in vain. Orochimaru knew that his disciple would not argue with him. But another person didn't know. Root. In the quiet basement, Danzo looked at the news with a bewildered expression. That boy Chen Fan, may he take the seat from me and become the 4th Hokage? Chapter 190. What the hell did Danzo prepare? Chapter 190. Pre-book The Daughter of Sunshine in advance. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, 13,000 words. Danzo actually never thought that Chen Fan was qualified to compete with himself for the position of the 4 generations of Hokage. After all, Chen Fan's age is here. No matter how strong the record is, seniority is also an issue. Who would trust a 14-year-old? So Danzo never worried that Chen Fan would grow up to compete with him for the position of Hokage, and even thought about it in his heart. Should we focus on cultivating Chen Fan? You see, Chen Fan is still very strong. The character is also hawkish enough, which is in line with his character. When my Tuanzang gets old and abdicates, maybe I can let this young man take my seat. He thought, well, but now. Danzo's eyes almost popped out. A 14-year-old boy is actually qualified to run on the same stage as me? Danzang looked confused. And he can actually threaten me. Even from a popular point of view, Chen Fan is even stronger than Danzang. However, Danzo has also been dealing with Chen Fan for a long time, and he has always had some doubts in his heart. Chen Fan's support from so many people really surprised him. But that boy Chen Fan, do you really want to be Hokage? He is clearly a pioneer. Chen Fan knows a chicken Hokage. Hokage is not a position that can be held by combat power. He seems to be a strong man, but in fact he is the real leader of the ninja village. The most important work is to balance the power of the village, unite people's hearts, and conduct diplomacy with various countries. What is needed is a politician, not a strong man. Of course, the strong can also serve as leaders. For example, the first Hokage did not understand diplomacy and balance at all. But he has a younger brother who understands everything and is willing to bear the darkness. 307. The original Hokage was completely a mascot, and although no one could ignore his words, in fact, almost all the political work in the village was taken over by the second Hokage. As for Chen Fan's subordinates, Narayan, Danzo immediately thought of this character. As a member of the Nara family, he may be enough in terms of wisdom alone, but because of his closeness, he shouldn't be able to keep the first-generation Hokage almost as infinite as the second-generation Hokage, right? Others may not know it, but Danzo knows it. Although Naranaga has been with Chen Fan all the time, fighting in the north and south, but he is indeed a man of 3 generations of Hokage. So the 3 generations of Hokage want to find a puppet. Danzo's first reaction, who was accustomed to dark thoughts, was this. But it felt something was wrong. But no matter what, Danzo knew something. Chen Fan cannot be allowed to continue like this. Danzang is definitely not a person who thinks that Chen Fan will want to compete with himself, so he really allows him to act freely. As a man who is used to taking the initiative, his judgment is not based on whether the other party is willing to fight with him, but whether the other party has the ability to fight with him. Orochimaru has this ability, so he has already moved his hands and feet in private and will activate it soon. Namikaze Minato has this ability, but Namikaze Minato is actually the one with the lowest probability of becoming Hokage among several candidates. His debut time is too short, and he lacks accumulation, compared to veteran powerhouses like Orochimaru and Danzo. And in the Third Ninja War, he could have shown his style. However, Chen Fan stole the limelight, and his support rate plummeted, making him the candidate with the lowest winning rate. However, Danzo has also been framed in private, but Minato Namikaze is very cautious, and Danzo's method has not been successful. And now that Chen Fan also has this ability, Danzo will not let it go. VGFH. After pondering for a moment, Danzang said directly, "Invite Chen Fan to come to my root office." It was an empty room, but there was a voice so cold that it seemed that there was no living person. "Promise." And this time, Chen Fengke walked in from the gate of the Sunzian clan. He was invited by the Hinata clan to attend a small banquet. At the banquet, "Lord Chen Fan, come, have a drink." "Lord Chen Fan, what do you think of my Hyuga clan?" "We will fully support you to become Hokage." "Lord Chen Fan, your breath of the sun is very strong. I wonder if you would like to spread it more widely." The enthusiasm on the face of Rikshang Rizu completely ignored the problem that Chen Fan was not an adult and could not drink according to the law, and kept toasting Chen Fan. "On the other hand, we will support you to become Hokage." While talking about breath of the sun and flowing water rock shattering fist, meaning we want these 2 secret arts, you can ask for a price. It's just that he himself is already an old fritter, and all kinds of words come and go, and the meaning of what he says is very obscure. This is also normal. When it comes to political transactions, how can you directly say, "My Hyuga family wants you XX, you can make a price, like buying vegetables"? So Chen Fan was at a loss, and he understood only one sentence: the Hyuga clan shouted to support themselves to become Hokage. "Why do you always think I'm going to be Hokage?" It seems that I just passed by and met Uchiha Fayek, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and also came over and said a few words to me, and also supported me to become Hokage. When did I say I was going to be Hokage? Chen Fan wanted to explain his thoughts, but Sun Rizu went against his calm personality, toasting again and again, and many people of the older generation around him also said this and that. All kinds of words kept going, implied internal transactions, exchanges of interests, but Chen Fan didn't understand a word. In the end, Chen Fan was so confused that he couldn't really hear the meaning of the 9 twists and 18 bends in the words of these old fritters. Just follow your own feelings and ask. Hizu, how is your daughter? Hey, you just got married and you haven't had children yet. I'm sorry, no, I think you should be able to give birth to a daughter and it should grow well. No, I mean, it should be a good match for me. Well, yes, Chen Fan is talking about Hinata. Of course, sparks work too. Two together I prefer to have. Although it takes a little more time to develop, Chen Fan can wait. But this time, it was Ayuga's turn to be stunned. What's the situation? What does Lord Chen Fan mean? People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 259, he wants to marry my Ayuga clan? But why do you say my daughter? I've only been married not long ago. Or, he wants to find a clan to marry, and this is the price he offered for Breath of the Sun and Liu Xiuyan Shattering Fist? Ayuga Sunzu was a little confused, but since Chen Fan made a bid, he should respond. First of all, you have to express your refusal. After all, there are currently no girls in the Zong family. They want to send girls, but they can't. Lord Chen Fan. So Sun Zion and Rizu showed a bold face. If I can really give birth to a girl, then I really want to give it to Lord Chen Fan. It's a pity I just got married. Even if I'm in a hurry to hold the child, I have to wait for a while. I really can't satisfy the thoughts of adults. Now the Zong family is just me, and our Sun Zion family really doesn't have a daughter to send you. But Chen Fan sounded so. When I give birth to a daughter, I will send it to you. Then Chen Fan said without hesitation, I think you can have 2 daughters, why don't you give me both? Ayuga's expression is a little embarrassed. They naturally prefer boys to daughters. It's just that a person of Chen Fan's stature speaks, and Sun Zion Rizu can't yell directly. He could only force a smile and say, it's also an honor for my Ayuga clan to like the girls of my Ayuga clan. If I had 2 daughters, I would have already betrothed my daughter to an adult. Unfortunately, I just got married. He was just being polite. But in Chen Fan's ears, when I give birth to a daughter, I will send you. Okay. That's settled. Chen Fan said with a serious face. As expected of the Sun Zion Zone family, it's refreshing. I like it. Ayuga Sunju. Where is it? The adults are too famous. The 2 left one after another, and the smiles were quite harmonious. Hiyaka, who was next to him, said, I always feel like there's something wrong. But forget it. The 2 continued to talk. In the eyes of Ayuga Rizu, Chen Fan gave a price that the current Ayuga clan could not agree to. After all, there is no single girl in the Zong family. Then it can only explain one thing. Chen Fan takes Sun's Breath and Liu and Shattering Fist very seriously and is unwilling to trade. Then you can only send the tribesmen to become Chen Fan's subordinates and learn by yourself. This transaction is not taboo. Rizu didn't say too many devious words, and Chen Fan naturally understood it. Then he immediately patted his chest and assured, don't worry, I will definitely teach your clan with my art. I promise not to hide. In fact, Chen Fan didn't hide any secrets from each of his subordinates. He was teaching them with all his heart. Of course, Ayuga Izu didn't know this, so she smiled when she heard the words. Thank you, sir. Our Ayuga clan will continue to support you to become the 4th Hokage as always. Chen Fan. Go out of the gate of the Hyuga clan. Chen Fan glanced back at the quaint wooden door. He always felt that Hyuga seemed to have misunderstood him a bit. But forget it, Hinatayan and Huo have already been booked anyway. Chen Fan shrugged. The other problems were minor ones. Of course, if there is a tape recorder in the ninja world, Chen Fan can't get Hyuga Hizu to sign a note. So, find time for Narayan to arrange it and spread the news. Chen Fan thought for a while, as long as the Hyuga family doesn't show an obvious rejection, then it should be recognized by everyone, right? Everyone has admitted it, if the Hyuga clan refuses to admit it. The big deal is to hit them and admit it. You see, I am more reasonable. That is to face the future old husband's family, otherwise I would have come directly to grab a kiss. What's wrong with you? Chen Fan praised his empathy. And suddenly, Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly and a figure knelt in front of him on one knee. Master Chen Fan, Master Danzo, has a request. The root ninja whispered, he has a gift, I asked you if you want it. Chapter 191, From the Bandit to the Clubhouse to the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Fire. Chapter 191, What did Tuanzang prepare? On the shelf for subscription. One update, 3,500 words. The location of the roots has always been a mystery. Chen Fan followed the root ninja to an extremely remote Konoha residential building. Then, they walked into a bottomless tunnel together. It was secluded and cold, as if there were faint drops of water dripping down. Lord Chen Fan, please be careful. The ninja's voice was very low. There are traps everywhere. Please follow my footsteps without any changes. Otherwise you might. Boom. Chen Fan stepped on a voice. Next second. Countless shuriken and kunai have shot. Come here. The corner of the root ninja twitched. He just said not to step on other places. The next second Chen Fan triggered the trap. The entrance to the base, which is the root, is full of traps that not even they themselves can remember. If you don't follow the secret route, you will trigger a trap and you will die. Climb. Climb. After the sound of metal touching, Chen Fan nonchalantly shook off Q and Kyanban who were tied to his clothes. By the way, what did you just say? The root ninja was silent for a moment, then said, nothing. Please follow me forward. Next, Chen Fan didn't care about any traps at all and just relied on his own flesh and walked abruptly. Falling rock, one punch and hammer. Rolling stones, where to go? Thousands of books flying out. Kunai. It was regarded as a good massage just now. The root ninja in front twitched from the corner of his mouth at the very beginning to the expressionless face later. Just get used to it. These are the basic operations. Sit down. And after walking through countless traps and turning all the way so that I can't tell the difference between east, west, north and west, I finally reached the headquarters of the root. However, the root ninja did not rush to take Chen Fan to see Danzo, but walked through countless training grounds as if deliberately. Each training ground was separated by steel walls, and only the glass that Chen Fan passed by could see the internal environment. It's not so much a training ground as it's a cage. There were quite a few boys and girls fighting each other in groups, and a masked root ninja watched indifferently and said nothing. From time to time, someone will be injured, and the side with the slightest injury will take care of it at will, and then wait for the arrangement to continue the fight. The seriously injured people are carried out by the staff, and then there will be specialized medical ninjas from roots to heal them. Hiss. Even if the seriously injured were seriously injured, they gritted their teeth and tried not to make a sound. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 260. It's not that they don't want to howl, but that as long as they accidentally make a sound, they will be beaten by the instructor next to them, regardless of the fact that this person has been seriously injured. Roots never need weak people. Don't say hurt, even death. Bear it for me. Chen Fan looked at all this with great interest, and there was a look of eagerness in his eyes. A lot of people are fighting. I seem to mix it up too. Adult, don't you feel anything about the training of our roots? The ninja at the root suddenly said. Many people think our training is too harsh, and even some kind-hearted ninjas will protest to Danzo-sama. When he spoke normally, there was no fluctuation in his tone. However, when he said the last sentence just now, he felt a little bit of disdain, as if he was proud of his roots. Isn't it just 2 hits? Didn't you die? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask, is there any problem with this? Root Ninja. The training of the roots is actually insane, but it is also because of this that a large group of elites can appear. The elites mentioned here do not refer to strong men such as Kakashi and Obito. It is the elite among the ninjas who perform their tasks normally under the strong ones. Many people are dissatisfied with a bloody training system at the root, and this is how Danzo replied to them, believe it or not, if I have a Jonin at the root, I can assassinate your elite Jonin. There were people who didn't believe it. Later, they all believed. It's just Chen Fan. Didn't he claim to have inherited the will of fire? The root ninja thought to himself, is this the so-called inheritance of the will of fire? Well, Chen Fan is famous for inheriting the will of fire. After all, in the face of the enemy, he would rather suffer 2 blows from the enemy himself, and also protect his subordinates, and Chen Fan is the only one who does not let his subordinates play. Fortunately, Chen Fan is very strong, and he dares to do this when he encounters it. Otherwise, it is estimated that he has already been in textbooks and has become a typical example of soft-hearted and stupid. But he did it, and because of this, he was praised by the ninjas and became the successor of the recognized will of fire. After all, besides him, who would do such a thing for his subordinates? But now, seeing those fierce fights, Chen Fan didn't change his face and heart, and even wanted to get involved. The root ninja took a deep breath and looked at Chen Fan, who was eager to try, and always felt that something was wrong. However, he still complied with Danzo's order, and after taking Chen Fan around the training ground at the root headquarters for a long time, he took him to the Danzo's office. Inside the Danzo office, the root ninja left after completing the task of leading the way. Only Danzo and Chen Fan were left in the room. I heard that Elder Tuanzang wants to give me a gift. Chen Fan said directly, is there any gift that can't be delivered directly to my house? This gift really can't be sent directly. Danzo sighed faintly, after all, I also have a request for you. If you can finish it, my gift will come naturally. That is to say, it's not a gift, it's a deal. Chen Fan frowned and immediately lost interest. He thought it was really Danzo who wanted to give him something, such as a girl, and a girl or something. Who knew that was it? Old Immortal. I mean Danzo, what kind of deal? Chen Fan pouted and his attitude dropped instantly. Danzo's forehead burst into cold sweat. This guy's attitude is too obvious. But he's scheming and calm. Danzo just pretended he didn't hear it and coughed. Chen Fan, what do you think of my roots? There are not many people who can take a punch from me. Chen Fan said lightly. Forehead. I can't talk anymore. However, Danzo still insisted, according to my observation of you, you seem to like fighting. And a man, if he doesn't improve, you only hit 3 times at most. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, because of the system. But all the way down, there are still too many people staring at him, and finally found a trace. But based on this trace alone, no one can think of anything. So what? Chen Fan asked. So. Danzo was silent for a while and said, if you are willing to complete a task for me, I am willing to ask you to be the instructor of the route, specially responsible for helping me train the ninja of the route. I don't need you to teach them anything, I just want them to gain some experience from the battle. In other words, just to brush the experience. Chen Fan heard the words, and his eyes that didn't really care instantly flashed a ray of light. The next second, he said with a straight face, it doesn't matter if I teach or not, I just suddenly want to perform a task and play. But Danzo Elder, what is your mission? for flowers. Chen Fan's face was excited. Assassination of Suying? Destroy Annan village? Attack the Kingdom of Wind? No. Danzo's eyes twitched. It's just an ordinary V-level mission. It's just that I can't open my hands for a while. I just want to trouble you. V-level mission? It was just an ordinary quest, and the reward was between 50,000 and 150,000 taels. Although there would be ninjas in the face of enemies, there would generally be no strong men like Shangman. It must be too dangerous a task for a fresh graduate to carry out. But for Chen Fan, there should be something special about this mission. Chen Fan secretly thought. Tuan Zhang Tang can't open his hands? Where are his subordinates? This kind of thing is almost a liar. But, okay. Chen Fan said indifferently, I promise I will complete the transaction. But if you don't fulfill your promise, don't blame me for hacking you to death. After all, turn around and leave. Oh, by the way, remember to prepare my office at the root, and it is best to build a hidden underground passage from my house to the root, the kind without traps. It's not that I'm afraid of any traps, but you always change traps, and it's quite expensive. 0. Early the next morning, Chen Fan brought Rin Nahara, Hong Yuhi, and Red Beam to get dressed and set off together. To be honest, this was the first normal task that Chen Fan performed. Nahara, Rin, and Yuri Hong were also very curious, and asked chatteringly, Chen Fan, what is the mission this time? With your strength, defend your name? Or assassinate an enemy executive? Hongdu said with great interest, I haven't taken this kind of test yet. Such tasks are generally S-level tasks. It is the shadow level, or it is picked up by the elite Shangman group. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic chapter 261, but if it's Chen Fan, it's a match. Only. No, it's a V-level mission, an escort mission. Chen Fan smiled and said, just send a girl named Yu to the Kingdom of Chuan. V-level mission? Send a girl? Several girls were dumbfounded. Well. Chen Fan nodded calmly and pointed forward. Look, it's her. As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked up. That girl named Yai is a pretty girl. The figure is very good, the place to be raised, the place to be flat. The face is also very beautiful, with a pair of big eyes, painted with special eyeshadow, with a somewhat strange style. He was wearing clothes that looked a little strange to a ninja, not to mention the large gold and silver jewelry and a few strings of Buddhist beads hanging on his shoulders. It's just that she is beautiful, and how people look at it is the standard of an ordinary beauty, and at most it is more exotic. Could it be that? Chen Fan, do you like that kind of woman? Nahara Rin said resentfully. Chen Fan, don't look at that woman who seems to be a bit exotic, but I tell you, those are actually painted eye makeup. Yuri Hong also said seriously, if you don't believe it, I'll give it to you tonight. Make one out. If you like it, I can completely satisfy you. Red Bean also rolled his eyes with a look of resentment, that's all. The girl named Yu heard the voices of Rin Nahara and Kane Yuhi, and her face flushed red. She glanced at Chen Fan secretly, then lowered her head quickly, very shy. Where do you want to go? Chen Fan laughed, although it's good to experience an exotic atmosphere at night, but... This task was given to me by Danzo. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth rose. Bring it on. Let me see what tactics you have prepared for Danzo. Righteous. Chapter 192 Konoha Shock. Chapter 192, From the Bandit to the Clubhouse, to the Prime Minister of the Country of Fire. On the shelf was inscription. 2 more, 5,000 words. The so-called mission of escorting to the country of Chuan is actually no different from the mission of Naruto to escort Dasma to the country of Waves in the future. Chen Fan, Nahara Rin, Red Bean, Yuri Red. The 4 of them replaced Kakashi and the others, and there was no sense of disobedience at most. Chen Fan's side was relatively calm, not as surprised as Naruto. The girl named Yai, aside from her attractive appearance, would have no problem replacing it with Desna. However, there seems to be no difference, but in the subtleties it can reflect the difference between the two sides. Yai should be an Inu. Yuhika observed for a moment and whispered, Inu? Hondu was taken aback. There are also ethnic minorities in the ninja world, but their sense of existence is not high. The famous ones are Laolan people. But in fact, Laolan people's sense of existence is not high, and it can only be said that talking is better than nothing. The Inu people are ethnic minorities on the other side of the country of Sichuan. They belong to the Alpine ethnic group. They have a unique cultural heritage and are relatively rare. But that's it. At least Chen Fan had never even heard the name Inu. But Danzo will definitely not put such a test on it so easily. Naara Rin, Yuhi Hong and the others were all energized, and their eyes were staring at the surroundings faintly. Don't look at their low sense of presence around Chen Fan, but as ninjas who have followed Chen Fan to fight 3 big countries in a row, they are definitely not lacking vigilance. Hondu glanced ahead, compared the map in his heart, and said, there is no problem with the route, and there is no place in front of me that is particularly suitable for ambush. Naara Rin glanced at the sky. The weather is not bad. There is no possibility of using fog and rain to ambush us. That you doesn't look like a person of status, and his behavior is not elegant. He whispered, it should be possible to rule out the possibility that the other party is a princess of a certain country. Each of them has a solemn look in their eyes. I think there shouldn't be many people who would dare to pick my tiger beard, right? Chen Fan's face was relaxed. This was not carelessness, but confidence. As a strong man who had fought all over the 3 major countries, he really didn't think anyone would dare to attack him. Not to mention that the entire mission is in the territory of Konoha and Konoha's vassal state, the Kingdom of Chuan. Even if Chen Fan went to the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder, he didn't think Oyenyu would dare to do anything. After all, if they wanted to fight me, I would have accompanied me. Chen Fan pouted, but do they dare? Yes. Do they dare? However, Yuhi and the others still had serious expressions on their faces, even red beams. They know who Danzo is. That man, will he casually throw an ordinary task over? It is impossible to think. Even from a dark point of view, even the identity of Yai remains to be investigated. Is it possible that she is actually a root ninja? On the contrary, Chen Fan calmly chatted with you, feeling that this guy was more like an ordinary girl. There is not much scheming, and he is not familiar with a ninja world, and he is even less aware of Chen Fan's strength, and his personality is also a standard gentleness, with a bit of liveliness. Looking at her appearance, she seems to be more curious about Chen Fan's handsome face than Chen Fan's reputation. It's a pity that Chen Fan was dragged away by Naara Lin before she could have a deep discussion with her. But no matter where she came from, she was an ordinary girl. Suddenly, Chen Fan turned his head slightly. Yuhi and others were stunned for a while, then their expressions changed, and they looked forward. In front, more than a dozen people, dressed as pirates on horseback, quickly surrounded them. The leader took out a scroll, opened it, and glanced at you again. Well, it should be her. Then he put away the scroll and shouted excitedly. Little ones, rush with me. Oh. The bandits also screamed and rushed over on horseback. Chen Fan blinked. Bandit? This is really a long time no see opponent. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard Naara Lin say solemnly, Chen Fan, don't make a move. They seem to be brought here, but a few bandits should not be Danzo's means. He may have other thoughts. Leave it to us here. As he said that, he looked at Enkodu and Yuhi and greeted them directly. Forehead. Chen Fan's outstretched hand was so stiff there, looking at the figure of the 3 women rushing over. Fine. Chen Fan shrugged and retracted his arms. Just leave it to them. Is it all right? The Yu seemed a little scared and couldn't help grabbing Chen Fan's sleeves and shrinking. A good smell came people in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panicked. Chapter 262 Chen Fan said calmly, no problem. Yes, no problem. A mere group of bandits, even if one of the three girls singled them out, there is no problem. But after 3 or 5 minutes, a group of bandits let out babbling groans, all lying on the ground, unable to get up. And the boss of the bandit, he even held his head and covered his butt. Ants, be gentle, be gentle. Speak. Hondu looked excited. Who asked you to attack us? If you don't tell the truth. She raised her sleeves. A thin green snake raised its head from her sleeves, opened her mouth, revealing sharp snake teeth. I said. The bandit leader trembled and said quickly, we have received a reward. A reward? Everyone was stunned. Yes. The bandit leader said while enduring the pain. Someone bought this woman at a high price. We just wanted to tie her up and sell it to those people. This is traffickers? Chen Fan and the others were taken aback. Yes. The bandit cried, we usually loot some caravans, and if there are beautiful women, we sell them to some unscrupulous merchants. But she is different. Someone notified us of her existence after they learned of her existence. There were 2 lines of regretful tears in his eyes. If I had known this earlier, I would not have accepted this order. Have you heard about her? Chen Fan and the others turned their heads slightly and looked over. How to say? The little girl in you is really pretty, and it's normal for someone to rob her and sell her. But the girls couldn't help frowning. This is not some earth-shattering beauty, let alone some noble princess. Just look at the people who took action to loot. They are all a group of waste bandits, the kind that ordinary Chunin can repel. At this level, is it worth letting Chen Fan take action? Where is Danzo's calculation? Do you have an impression of what he said? Yuhi-kun turned her head and asked you. You sobbed a few times, like a frightened quail, and said in a low voice, I only know of our family. When we are in a foreign country, we often encounter danger. The bandit next to her also said, actually, she doesn't see the point where it is worth asking us to take the initiative, but she is an NU with a bit of an exotic aura. So the price is also high. That's probably why they messaged us. Simply put, it is a good age for foreign monks. Yu is not a beautiful beauty, but she has an exotic style that makes her worth a lot. But in conclusion, isn't it still a human trafficker? Hondu pouted. Hey, tell me, where are the people you kidnapped sent to? Who is the mastermind behind Enzo's command? Bandit Investment gave a wry smile and said, what we're dealing with is just a middleman businessman. How do we know it's the imperial capital of the Fire Kingdom? I have been to the capital once before, and I saw the girl I sold at the entrance of the Sihei building welcoming guests. They should have been sold to Sihelu in the end. He wanted to hide it for a while, but Hondu calmly lifted his hand to the poisonous snake, and the poisonous snake followed the hand of Hondu and climbed to the face of the bandit chief. In an instant, he was frightened to tell the truth. Sihelu? Chen Fan glanced at the girls, but their eyes were also blank. Obviously they don't quite know what the behind the scenes is. I can only listen to what the bandit said, probably guessing that it is the brothel club? This is the feudal era after all. There are many feudal remnants, and the leader is the backward era of daimyo. Even there are a lot of bandits, so it is obviously normal to have a few guys who are forced to be prostitutes. But that's okay. Chen Fan said calmly, let's carry out the task and send you to the hometown of Chuanjiguo. But obviously those turtle heads are always staring at our protection target, so in order to perfectly complete the task of sending you home, I think we should first overthrow those cosmopolitan buildings. What do you think? This is also Chen Fan's style as always. Chasing Chio? If you don't capture and kill everyone in Chio's army, is it still a perfect mission? In the same way, since I took the task of protecting you home and didn't catch and kill those guys who had plots against her, would it still be a perfect completion of the task? Okay. Chen Fan, let's destroy that cosmopolitan building. The women said indignantly. They are all ninjas though. But as a woman, it is strange to be used to this kind of thing of abducting and selling girls to become prostitutes. Very good, then let's act. Chen Fan nodded calmly. So, with Yai's face stunned, Chen Fan and the others turned around and headed straight for the capital of the Kingdom of Fire. Of course, Chen Fan killed those thieves before he left. It was more or less experience, don't pick it up. Chen Fan and the others directly entered the capital of the Land of Fire, and after inquiring about the news, they went straight to the Four Siege Tower. After all, they are all ninjas, and they are very good at inquiring about information. And Sihelu, just as Chen Fan thought, is really a brothel. Of course, this is a high-end brothel club. According to passers-by's boast, only high-ranking officials and aristocrats can enter and exit it. There is a very deep background behind Sihelu. In fact, when I saw it, I did see that it was a bit high-end. In every sense, this is the most magnificent building that Chen Fan has seen in this world. The pagoda-shaped high-rise building is about 7 stories high, and the whole lobby is brightly lit, as if it is burning. The building of the Four Siege building is much more high-end than the Hokage building. Before entering it, a steaming aroma came towards him, causing a faint flame to rise from his abdomen. There are the most guests at the bottom, holding the most coquettish women, talking and laughing, and even impatient people put their hands into the women's clothes. Chen Fan touched his nose, and Hongdu and the others were also embarrassed. After all, they are also girls, and in the face of this situation, forget it. Chen Fan curled his lips. You can just destroy it outside. He paused slightly, holding the sword in his hand. Then, a powerful sword energy suddenly blasted out. A blade of light hundreds of meters long slashed straight towards the luxury building in front. Along the way, the earth cracked open. The whole world seemed to be cut into 2 pieces by him. However, Chen Fan did not stop. Brush a few knives down. The originally luxurious building was shattered into a dozen pieces in an instant. Boom! The building immediately collapsed. Chen Fan. The girls were a little flustered. It wasn't just the sinful thieves. Don't worry, I'm very good at doing things. Chen Fan clapped his hands. I promise to kill only the other party's staff, not girls and customers. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 263. Many girls are trafficked and forced to survive. Customers are just warring prostitutes, not guilty. But the staff. To die is to die. Only. Boom. The runes were knocked away by a samurai, and he yelled cursingly, Who dares to attack me in Sihelu? Do you want to die? His face was furious, and the buildings in front of the stage were chopped up by Chen Fan, but he seemed to be busy in the basement before and was not affected. Now feeling the movement above his head, he immediately ran out. The strength is also good about elite tuning level. Putting it in the brothel, it should be regarded as the leader of the handle, right? Chen Fan thought, and suddenly showed a smile. After a minute, the warrior, with his limbs broken and his teeth broken in half, cried bitterly, Sir, behind our city tower is young Master Anton. I've said everything I need to say, can you please give me a treat? His cries were very miserable, and he only wanted to die quickly. Chen Fan touched his chin. The so-called young Master Anton seemed to be the son of a wealthy businessman. With money and beauties he plundered, he had a strong political presence in the Land of Fire. So, then in order to perfectly complete the task of sending you home, I don't think we can let go of the man called Mr. Itang. Chen Fan said seriously. The 3 girls of Yu Hikane nodded indignantly. This time, they also saw the misery of the commoners. In the basement of the city building, hundreds of women were imprisoned. They were all covered with whiplash marks, and even some were full of weird dry white marks, and both eyes had lost their minds. Apparently it has been broken. The culprit, not killing them is not enough to quell their anger. Okay. Chen Fan smiled slightly, then let's kill that Mr. Entang. What happened next was pretty straightforward. Under the anger of the girls, Chen Fan first found the Itang Chamber of Commerce, went straight to the door, and hacked to death a large group of people, including the young Master Itang. But Mr. Itang has solved it, and the people behind him have not solved it yet. However, in order to perfectly complete the task of sending you home, to prevent anyone from retaliating against you, Chen Fan had no choice but to kill the Itang family behind young Master Itang. As the ninja world's wealthy merchants, the Itang family naturally also has some strong men, and the strongest one has the strength of ordinary Jiaonan. However, in front of Chen Fan, it was a one-shot solution. However, after solving the Itang family, Chen Fan perfectly completed the task of sending Yayi home, to prevent someone from taking revenge on Yayi for the loss of his younger brother, the Itang family. Chen Fan went to Sweet Fee Zhongnayan, official title belonging to a high-ranking official behind the Ting Tang clan. Then after the Nakano Yen was swept away according to its various dirty behind-the-scenes transaction records in order to prevent you from being retaliated by the existence behind it. Chen Fan had to continue to Sweet Fee Danayan, official title, higher level, behind him. Then after the Danayan was swept away, Chen Fan had to. At the beginning, the girls of Yu He Hong were still full of righteous indignation and full of anger. Chen Fan said to kill, then continue to kill. This is also the execution of justice. Such sinful people not killing is not enough for the common people to be angry. Just killing and killing, they began to feel more and more wrong. Chen Fan killed from Zhongnayan to Danayan, then from Danayan to the Tibetan office, official title, higher level, and then from the Tibetan office. When they reacted, Chen Fan was killing the left minister of the country afire. What rank is this, left minister? Well, it is probably equivalent to the ancient prime minister of Chen Fan's previous life. Prime minister of the Fire Kingdom. No. Chen Fan. You wait. Swish. Chen Fan slashed it with one knife. The left minister died in an instant before he understood what was going on. The three girls, Kane Yuhi, Rin Nahara, and Red Bean, looked blank. What happened? Obviously it's just a V-level task to solve the Chunin and Bandit level. But why did Chen Fan kill the left minister, the prime minister of the Fire Kingdom now? Chapter 193, do you really think the 3 generations of Hokage are protecting me? Chapter 193, Konoha Shakes. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, 13,000 words. After Chen Fan killed the man, he walked out swaggeringly. He actually wanted to follow the line of the left minister and continue to kill. According to records, when Minister Zuo was young, he was known as a lucky minister. So, do you want to kill the big name too? Chen Fan was eager to try, but unfortunately Nahara Rin and Yuri Hong didn't dare to continue after being beaten to death. Only now did they realize how big a basket they had stabbed, and they panicked. They were struggling to stop each other, and Chen Fan didn't care, and continued to return to the task of protecting you. As soon as he left the Zuo minister's mansion, he met the army of the official mansion. On the way, the official mansion is not a fool. Chen Fan is a murderer who did not cover his actions at all, and it is a bit dereliction of duty for them to catch up now. It's just that although the capital of the Fire Nation has a lot of standing armies, it's well armed. But how could it be possible to stop Chen Fan? He just slashed at random, and after cutting the road between himself and the army into a bottomless gully, no one dared to chase again. Next, he patted his butt and continued to escort the Yai home with Rin Nahara and Hong Yuhi. There were no problems on the way. After they were sent to Yu's hometown, Chen Fan and the others returned to Konoha village. But that doesn't mean it's over. Chen Fan slaughtered the senior officials of the country afire and even killed the left minister of the country afire directly. This news spread in Konoha almost instantly. Countless people widened their eyes and looked confused. What's the situation? Why did Chen Fan go to the capital of the country afire to kill? Tsunade was eating when she got the news. She just straight it out. Orochimaru 16 pills is doing research, accidentally crushed his own test tube. And as the leader of Konoha Naruto office. What's the matter? 3 generations of Hokage's eyeballs almost popped out. You said that Chen Fan hacked to death a quarter of my senior officials in the country afire and also hacked to death the minister of the left? What is the concept of left minister? Prime Minister of the Fire Kingdom. And now you tell me that the hero of my country afire, the ace in the war, hacked to death his Prime Minister? People in Konoha reckless to the point of panic. Chapter 264. By the way, he also purged the faction of the left minister and swept away its senior officials? Yes. And you who reported the report also looked helpless. I have confirmed this matter 7 times, and I have repeatedly asked the members of Lord Chen Fan. Lord Chen Fan. He did indeed do these things. 3 Hokage took a deep breath. And you didn't have the guts to spread such a question. He said so Chen Fan must have done such a thing. So, the 3rd Hokage calmed himself down quickly and said, why did he do this? It's not without reason. And you thought for a while and replied, according to the testimony of Nahara-rin and others, it was Lord Chen Fan who discovered it. After speaking, he told the story of Chen Fan. Although Nahara-rin and Yuri-hon were also shocked by Chen Fan's attack on the senior officials of the Kingdom of Fire, they naturally stood by Chen Fan. And in fact, Chen Fan is not inexplicably killed. Every time he turned over a high-ranking official, he was asking the client or looking for the next prisoner from the various behind-the-scenes transaction records that the official had. Although he almost killed a quarter of the senior officials in the country afire in one fell swoop, he dared to say one sentence, I have not killed a good person. However, the politics of the country afire is indeed darker. The Itang clan kidnapped the woman and gave it to the officials. The officials held various gatherings of many people, the bosses and the subordinates together, under the duty of money. Everyone played it was called a high. There are a lot of mischievous things. These evidences are in front of them. Chen Fan will not kill innocent people. In fact, when he cut down the Zuo minister, the Zuo Dacheng was in depth exchange of skills with the wife of a subordinate. However, the 3 generations of Hokage heard the words, but said unceremoniously, this is not what I said. What I'm talking about is, why did Chen Fan suddenly kill the officials of the Kingdom of Fire? It's not that he doesn't know Chen Fan's temperament. As long as Chen Fan really has any task as an excuse, he will immediately expand. If he can kill 10 people, he will definitely not only kill 9. And when such a person discovers a state-owned traitor, he will naturally quickly find an excuse for himself to remove harm for the people. Chen Fan, doing such a thing, is completely in line with his impression of the 3 generations of Hokage. As for the broken affairs of the officials of the Fire Nation, there are many new things. Do you really think that his 3 generations of Hokage don't know what those officials in the country of Fire have done? But he has no choice. This is the normal state of society at this time. The officials in the country of Fire are very dark, so are the officials in the country of Thunder and the country of Water all unassuming? Joke. Only. This is not the problem. What I want to say is, why did he go to kill the senior officials of the Fire Nation? The 3rd Hokage looked ugly. Isn't he going out for a D-level escort mission? Why did it become like this? The 3 generations of Hokage naturally knew Chen Fan's mission. But why can an ordinary escort mission become like this? And you heard the words, thought for a moment, and said, it seems to be an escort mission. A group of bandits was entrusted by a businessman to attack and kill the object of Chen Fan's escort. Then Chen Fan followed this line, from bandits to businessmen, to officials. It ended up like this. Hearing this, the three generations of Hokage narrowed their eyes and immediately grasped the point. Are you saying that someone dares to attack Chen Fan? This is so weird. Chen Fan is a movie-level powerhouse. It is a shadow-level powerhouse famous in the war. Ordinary thieves meet, let alone attack, do not immediately kneel on the ground but turn around and run. They are all courageous. So, why would anyone dare to attack Chen Fan? It's really just a coincidence. Someone accidentally didn't know Chen Fan's reputation and then came to the door. And then they also occasionally side with big businessmen. Then the big businessman colluded with the officials behind him. Go and investigate who issued the task. The three generations of Hokage keenly discovered the problem, and that woman named you also investigate carefully. This thing is definitely not that simple. Yes. And you led the way. Only the three generations of Hokage were left in the office smoking a cigarette helplessly. The third Hokage has received an order from the furious daimyo asking the third Hokage to give him an explanation. This explanation. Probably want me to hand over Chen Fan? The third generation leader laughed at himself. Does he really think I can still hold Chen Fan down? Chen Fan, that is the fierce man who can single-handedly kill the three generations of Hokage and beat the three generations of Hokage to half-death and escape by luck. Want to kill him? Can. Even if the three generations of Hokage have not fought against Chen Fan personally, they can estimate the cost of killing Chen Fan only by relying on the information they know. Even if the entire Konoha is besieging Chen Fan together, he, Senin, and Danzo will attack together, plus the army of tens of thousands of ninjas. At least one shadow rank, plus thousands of troops, can kill Chen Fan. And that's just at least. How difficult it is to kill a shadow-level powerhouse, no one knows better than the three generations of Hokage. And how difficult it is to kill Chen Fan, presumably in Nin Village, San Nin Village, and Yan Nin Village are very clear. In fact, during the Third Ninja War, there were corpses all over the place, but how many shadows died? 2 in total. A three-generation Hokage, a son of Earth Shadow Los. And they were all killed by Chen Fan. Paying so much, just to give an explanation to the big name? 3 generations of Hokage twitched the corners of his mouth and gave up the idea of making friends. He's not stupid, and he doesn't really think that Chen Fan will obediently be captured when he gives an order. On the contrary, the 3 generations of Hokage felt that Chen Fan shouted, "Dog Hokage, dare to kill me," and then it was more likely that he would directly cut him with a knife. Paying so much price just to quell the anger of the daimyo? Of course the 3 generations of Hokage do not want to. However, there is a lot of anger on the daimyo side, and they are unrelenting. Trouble. 3 generations of Hokage side. There was indeed a problem with Chen Fan's temperament. As soon as Chen Fan returned to the village, he was greeted with astonished eyes from Tsunade and other people. "You guy, you are really crazy." Tsunade's mouth twitched. Orochimaru hesitated to speak, with a helpless expression on his face. In the end, he just sighed. "I accept you as a disciple. It feels like I have a ticking time bomb. Everything he does is an explosive that is easy to detonate. But none of them exploded as easily as Chen Fan. He clearly hacked to death the first high-ranking official of the country afire and walked out swaggeringly. Does he have even the slightest respect for the country afire and the great name? Oh, well, he doesn't need to ask this question to know, certainly not. The 3 girls of Tsuruneyu have also been frightened all the time, and their faces are heavy. On the other hand, Chen Fan looked calm. "Don't panic, it's all trivial." "This is a trivial matter?" Tsunade couldn't help but said, "Aren't you afraid that the daimyo will force Hokage to take action? At that time, the entire Konoha will surround you." However, when Chen Fan heard the words, he glanced at him strangely. "Is it a matter?" People in Konoha reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 265, wasn't it just being besieged by a village? Does that count? Tsunade snorted 3 times in a row. Isn't this a thing? He is not worried. Will he also become his enemy? Believe me, I never thought that I would help the village to surround and suppress you. Or do you think that Amir Tsunade is also an enemy? 307, if it's the previous one it's fine. But how can I listen to your tone? It seems to be the meaning behind. It's just that Chen Fan really didn't take it seriously. He returned home and, as always, went to the exercise field every day to instruct his subordinates to practice. At the same time, he also sent a letter to the group. Root. Looking at the information in his hand, Danzo fell into a deep silence. That's right, the mission this time was actually his Duanzang calculation. That Yu was even disguised by the female ninja at the root. The attacking bandit, even the root ninja quietly notified the news. Only. This guy, he killed so crazy? Duanzang's eyes were full of solemn colors. God see you pity. Although he wanted to cheat Chen Fan, he didn't plan to let him kill Minister Zuo. Danzang originally just wanted to figure out Chen Fan's temperament and fool him into destroying the Itang family. As a wealthy businessman in the ninja world, the Itang family is not low in reputation. If Chen Fan is allowed to take action against him, it will definitely greatly affect the favorability of the officials of the Kingdom of Fire towards Chen Fan, and further reduce the probability of Chen Fan becoming Hokage. After all, the position of Hokage also needs the approval of the Fire Nation. Although not decisive, the impact is also very large. In fact, if Chen Fan didn't take action against the Itang family for a while, the Yai arranged by Danzo would still be like Desna in the future. Shouting words like, "It's okay for you to leave, it's just that a poor person will die in XX's revenge," which motivated Chen Fan to kill. Chen Fan is a man who can even chase Chio all the way to Sand Ninja Village in order to perfectly complete the mission. He will definitely hit the jackpot. It's just that Danzang never expected that without waiting for you to play a role, Chen Fan immediately fell for it, and the effect of this coup is really good. So good that he panicked. Slaughter a quarter of the senior officials of the Fire Nation? Directly kill the left minister of the country of fire? Then he swaggered back to the village. Did he really not think he would be besieged by Konoha? Do not. Now that the matter has fermented, he should also know that the mission this time is actually my calculation, right? But why? Danzang bowed his head slightly, and there was a note in front of him, a letter from Chen Fan. There is a line above. I have completed the task, what about the reward you said? Chapter 194. The teacher really wants me to give birth to Chen Fan's child. Chapter 194. Do you really think the 3 generations of Hokage are protecting me? On the shelf for subscription. One update, 3,000 words. Things were going in a very strange direction. Chen Fan, who committed the crime, didn't feel at all he should eat, drink, and go out and wave. The Fire Nation's daimyo was full of anger, urging Konoha in various ways, and his words were very serious. Even if the ministers on the left are at fault, they are high officials and nobles. How could it be possible for you to be killed casually? Konoha must hand over the murderer. Worst of all, you have to hand over the murderer's body. However, the 3 generations of Hokage just kept prevarication, racked their brains to explain, quibble, and did not let go. You come and go between the 2 sides, and there is a lot of official nonsense. In the end, the 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but secretly persuaded the big name of the country of fire. Sir, even if Konoha gives up on Chen Fan, and then a large number of ninjas are besieged, I may not be able to keep him. If something happens and we can't do it, then he is a lawless rebel. To tell the truth, if he wants to assassinate you at any time, unless I, Danzo and others, are by your side, they can't stop you. Are you really not afraid of death? Still really think that Chen Fan dare not kill you? This sentence was sent to the past, although the Fire Country daimyo still forced Konoha with a look of anger, but his momentum fell a lot in an instant. Some small means of deducting materials were quietly taken back. Obviously, they are also worried about something happening. This made the 3 generations of Hokage breathe a sigh of relief. Although his words, unless I, Danzang and other people are together, I won't be able to stop Chen Fan, was deliberately set in a serious direction. But it's also somewhat true. Assassination is much easier than protection. If Chen Fan is like a ninja, slowly lurking and waiting for the opportunity, he really feels that he and Danzo can't stop him. But can Chen Fan hide? Can we wait for the time? This is a big joke. The 3 generations of Hokage are worthy of being a veteran in politics. They fought together softly and hard, and after a series of combined punches, it finally became a result. First of all, on behalf of Konoha, the 3 generations of Hokage expressed deep apology to Daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire. But Chen Fan didn't kill for no reason. Everyone he killed had a reason. Of course, even so, it was not the reason why he killed Zuo dashing rashly. But here, please look at the old face of his 3 generations of Hokage, and give the child a chance. In fact, the 3 generations of Hokage can suppress things. The most important thing is that although the reason for Chen Fan's murder is not very good, it is a reason after all. If Chen Fan saw someone, he would kill him, regardless of whether that person had done bad things. That is really, no matter how big the price is, the 3 generations of Hokage will be shot. Chen Fan stood on the side of justice and on the side of reason. Although he exaggerated a bit, he also gave the 3 generations of Hokage a chance to suppress the situation. Only tired. Sandai Hokage couldn't help but hammered his old waist. In order to hug Chen Fan, he fought with some courage with the officials of the Kingdom of Fire while suppressing Konoha's fishing reel and constantly preaching Chen Fan's justice. Even the cunning man felt deeply tired. Sure enough, I should also retire. The 3 generations of Hokage sighed softly, then thought of Chen Fan, and the corners of his eyes twitched. How to say? Although he worked hard to protect Chen Fan, he just didn't want Konoha's power to be damaged, not purely for Chen Fan himself. At the same time, as a military force, Konoha also has the value of making the country a fire face up to it. This kind of incident that stands for reason can often be suppressed. But Chen Fan, he really has a big heart. Really not nervous at all. Actually, the itinerary has not changed at all. It is time to eat and drink. People in Konoha, reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 266. Is he not afraid that I can't bear the pressure and hand him over? 3 generations of Hokage's mouth twitched. However, with the passage of time, the people under the 3 generations of Hokage have also investigated the matter. This time, it was to Danzang's end. Chen Fan didn't intend to keep Danzo a secret, and Yuri Hong and others couldn't wait to push all the problems on Danzo. Although my family Chen Fan's rank murdered and hacked to death the minister of the left. But he is actually a good boy. An Anbu, dispatched by the 3 generations of Hokage, has also investigated. Clearly there is no such person in the country of Sichuan. In other words, it's Danzo's method. He's worried that Chen Fan will steal Hokage from him. The third Hokage immediately saw through Danzo's mind, but instead he smiled, quite proudly. Saratobi Rizeo didn't mean to let Chen Fan be Hokage. Let a 14-year-old be a Hokage? As long as you eat a peanut, it is impossible to get drunk like this. After this incident, the Kingdom of Fire would not agree to let Chen Fan be Hokage, which can also be used as a punishment for his reckless behavior. At the same time, Danzang's move also made him and Chen Fan separate again. He protected Chen Fan, so Chen Fan didn't say that he joined the Hokage family and he has been working for himself in the future. At least he should be close to him, right? Sandai Hokage thought, and couldn't help showing a smile. By the way, what is Chen Fan doing now? He suddenly opened his mouth with a smile. After Chen Fan heard that he was defending him like this, would he be moved to tears and run over to hug his master's thigh? The 3 generations of Hokage smiled very brightly. Although he was alone in the office at first glance, he knew that Andy was always there. Sure enough, in the next second, a figure knelt in front of the 3 generations of Hokage on one knee. Master Huoying, Master Chen Fan, went to the route today. Oh? 3 generations of Hokage suddenly smiled. He went to the route. Did he go to Danzo to settle the account? No. Andy's mouth twitched, and he whispered, Danzo-sama hired him to be the instructor of the route, and he is teaching the ninja of the route. 3 generations of Hokage's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. Route. Training course. Boom. A ninja slammed hard against the wall, making a muffled sound. And in front of him, Chen Fan laughed. Very good, this person is the 3rd time. It's time for a replacement. Don't you have other ninjas that need to be trained? The corners of his mouth, the smile, could not stop overflowing. The corner of Danzang's mouth twitched. Yes, Chen Fan is performing his route instructor mission. Even Danzang himself didn't expect that Chen Fan really didn't panic at all, and he didn't even blame himself, and continued to trade with himself. As if he didn't realize that he had cheated on him at all. But... Top! Top! Danzo clapped his hands twice, and immediately a ninja took the defeated root ninja away and brought a new ninja. Hey, Lord Danzang, you are still very trustworthy. Those people are completely blaming you. Chen Fan looked at Danzang with admiration. He thought about the possibility of this old thing going back on its word, but he didn't expect that he would continue to travel and trade. This old man has always done what he says. Danzang's mouth twitched, and he said solemnly. He didn't want to be trustworthy, because he was afraid that Chen Fan would not be able to spare him if he was too trustworthy. Because Chen Fan said if you don't fulfill your promise, I will hack you to death. Even the Minister of the Left could be hacked to death by Chen Fan for inexplicable reasons. Danzo really didn't think he could have much more face than that Minister of the Left. Only. You don't know, have you been tricked by me? Danzo said in a deep voice, Saratobi also helped you block the accountability of the country fire. Normally you shouldn't stay away from me and then approach Saratobi. It's a pit. Chen Fan said while dealing with the attack of the new root ninja. How can there be? It's just a normal transaction. Did you force me to go to the capital of the country fire? Obviously I wanted to go. You took out your conditions, I agreed to your conditions, good Zayo, and I voluntarily completed the transaction. Since it's your love, why did it become being tricked by you? As for Hokage-sama. Boom. Chen Fan punched out and knocked the root ninja to the ground. Then, he glanced at Danzo strangely. Do you think that, deep down in Hokage's heart, he is protecting me, or is he protecting the daimyo? When Danzo heard the words, his pupil shrank immediately. Yes, although Saratobi seems to be protecting Chen Fan, he is also protecting Chen Fan from being held accountable in his actions. But does his subconscious mind really feel that he is protecting Chen Fan's spear? If he wants to protect Chen Fan, why is it that he hasn't seen Chen Fan once and asks what happened? All the actions, why haven't they discussed with Chen Fan once? But he just stopped all the accountability of the Fire Nation and blocked all contradictions outside of Chen Fan. Is he and Chen Fan that close? Don't ask why, block it all. In his subconscious mind, was he really doing this just for Chen Fan? Still, in order to protect the big name, not to be called by Chen Fan. Kill. Chapter 195 The Psychic Snake Cultivation Plan was successful. Chapter 195 The teacher really wants me to give birth to Chen Fan's child? On the shelf for subscription. 2 more, 4,000 words. For the next few days, Chen Fan was as usual. While pointing out his subordinates, he fights against the ninjas at the base. Although Danzo just said, as long as you fight, you will definitely learn something, but did not expect Chen Fan to really teach the root ninja seriously. But Chen Fan didn't really just brush up on his experience. After all, the root ninja has now become Chen Fan's leak, although it is a less obedient leak. But Chen Fan also managed to get a lot of ninjutsu from Tuanzang, and he looked like a big ninjutsu delivery. In the entire Konoha, there are not many people or departments who will teach their subordinates ninjutsu. A disciple with strong roots like Namikaze Minato also relied on his accumulated merits and Jiraiya's face to get a Flying Thunder God technique from Konoha's Book of Seals. Not to mention others. Although the roots are relatively open to ninjutsu, they only teach some low-level ninjutsu. Strong ninjutsu requires higher merits and better talent before it can be taught. After all, ninjutsu is the most powerful means of controlling the ninjas under Ninja Village. However, since Chen Fan has already spoken, although Danzo was a little unwilling, he still took out a batch of ninjutsu scrolls. Wind done. Crushing Lee done. Pseudo-darkness fire done. Hard-working. About each property, come up with 3 or 2 looks. But enough. Chen Fan sent these ninjutsu to the ninjas who had been instructed by him, and their strength began to rise slowly. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 267. It is estimated that after a while, he will be able to brush again. And during this time, Danzo finally understood what Chen Fan meant when he said to him, "Remember to prepare my office at the root, and it is best to build a hidden underground passage from my house to the root, the kind without traps." Chen Fan didn't follow the root's roadmap at all. He directly ignored all the traps in the middle and swaggered towards the final position. Along the way, all kinds of traps explode wildly. But it was all resisted by his understatement. The angry 307 Danzang scratched his hair straight. Just kidding, those traps also need money to set up. Funds from the root can't be wasted in such a place. For this reason, Danzang had to really follow what Chen Fan said and build a path for Chen Fan alone. At the same time, in order to let Chen Fan not continue to waste the funds of his roots during the road construction period, Danzang also took great pains to point Chen Fan to a path to the Wild Konoha Prison. Konoha Prison, also known as Konoha Severe Punishment Room, is a place where prisoners of homicide and leaking secrets are imprisoned. Mizuki will be imprisoned here in the future. The more famous prisoners are Fengshin and Thor brothers. But the other prisoners are not weak, and the last time they are all ninjas. The most important thing is the prisoner is beaten to death by Chen Fan, and no one cares. Chen Fan heard the words and went away happily. Is there such a paradise? Danzo couldn't help wiping off a sweat. There are still people who regard prison as paradise. Alright. For Chen Fan, it is really heaven. And when Chen Fan was slowly brushing up his experience in prison, the 3 generations of Hokage also gradually raised the influence of Chen Fan's killing of the left minister. While working hard to promote Chen Fan's justice, he also promoted the corruption and bribery of officials in the Zuo minister lineage, shaping Chen Fan into a righteous ninja who can't stand evil. The Fire Nation's daimyo also seems to be gradually quieting down, but the small movements in the back are more involved. It seems that the 12 guardian ninjas have also begun to form. It's just that a ninja of this level is not taken into account by the 3 generations of Hokage at all. Not even a shadow level is it considered a force. The Konoha ninjas were initially confused by Chen Fan's killing of Minister Zuo, but in the subsequent publicity, many people immediately changed their positions. I knew that Lord Chen Fan would not shoot for no reason. Damn those human traffickers. It's not just the bandits that deserve to die, those businessmen and officials deserve to die. The 3 generations of Hokage continued to expose the sins of the Itang family, which made everyone angry, and the fishing reels began to stand on Chen Fan's side. It is the country afire. I don't know if it is the inaction of the big name, or some fish who escaped the net who were killed by Chen Fan's family are angry. He even offered a reward to Chen Fan. The price is not low, 1 billion taels. In the future, Asma, who exists at the elite level, is also the son of 3 generations of Hokage, with a special status, only 30 million taels. It can be seen that the price is really not low. immediately attracted a large number of bounty hunters. But the moment all the bounty hunters saw their targets, they suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Damn it! Take your money and feed the dogs! The bounty hunters scolded, really thought they were all thieves who had never seen the world, not even Chen Fan. Who doesn't know what Chen Fan did in this third ninja war? Especially with the end of the war, the major ninja villages may be considering that someone may take action against Chen Fan in order to prevent those people from wasting opportunities due to intelligence mistakes. They all announced Chen Fan's information in their ninja village. For example, Sanren Village announced Chen Fan's tolerance to toxicity, Yanren Village announced Chen Fan's endurance, and Yanren Village also joined in the fun and made a series of evaluations on Chen Fan's strength and speed. Of course, the country has signed a contract, and it is impossible for them to directly disclose information. But they can completely pass on the information in the way of bragging about Chen Fan. For example, He Leizang publicly praised Chen Fan. Chen Fan's body is really strong. I have never seen a ninja with such a strong body. I think in today's world there should be no ninja stronger than Chen Fan, right? After all, even my poison has no effect on him. He can drink 3 bowls of poison from the netherworld scorpion. This is a godlike body. Well, it's all about intelligence. But it can also be regarded as a kind of compliment. Although this way of revealing information will contribute to Chen Fan's reputation. But it's better than wasting power for no reason. The bounty hunters naturally know this information. Although they are not small, they obviously have no intention of going all out with a godlike body for a mere billion taels. However, there is a bounty hunter who claims to have fought with the first generation and is concerned about this. In this regard, Chen Fan said that it does not matter if a bounty hunter does come over. Is there any reason not to brush the losses that were sent to you? Konoha Village. Bondu was walking on the road of the village, 2 beautiful little brows wrinkled. What? Why does the teacher insist that I get close to Chen Fan? Bondu frowned, looking puzzled. She just came out of Orochimaru, and the teacher she thought was adoration finally summoned her, but she was very excited, but the reply she got was just asking why she didn't get close to Chen Fan. Then, with a gentle but non-negotiable tone, VGFH let Bondu go to Chen Fan's house for a few more walks. Why does the teacher have to get close to Chen Fan? Bondu said with a look of resentment, yes, I know that Chen Fan is very strong. But they are all disciples of the teacher, and I will definitely be better than him in the future. Just like him. Not much worse than him. Yes, I'm not much worse than him. Why do I have to get close to him? Bondu sniffed her nose, with dissatisfaction on her face. Although she followed Chen Fan to fight in the north and south, she gradually realized that the probability that she wanted to defeat Chen Fan and become the strongest disciple of Orochimaru was a little low. But she's not bad either. After the war, as a disciple of Orochimaru, she immediately became an elite chunin. Other ninjas of the same age have not graduated yet. Even among Chen Fan's classmates, only a few people such as Kakashi and Maruke surpassed her, and the others were far inferior to her. But why does the teacher always let me get close to Chen Fan? Bondu walked into the door of Chen Fan's house, with a look of puzzlement and a trace of resentment. Chen Fan has money in his hand, and he has never treated himself badly. He bought a rather large house outright, with its own yard, indoor dojo, and even a small training ground. Of course, the most important thing is his master bedroom has a super big bed that can sleep 10 people without feeling crowded. No one knows why he made such a big bed. Except for himself. When Bondu walked into Chen Fan's house, it was the same as entering his own home. He casually took out the juice that Chen Fan squeezed, and after 3 cans of it were dried, he snorted and asked Chen Fan directly. Chen Fan, why does the teacher keep me close to you? Chen Fan was cultivating by himself, topless. Wen Yan tilted his head slightly and looked at Hongdu. What happened? I don't know if it's a fruit juice drink with a hint of fermented alcohol. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 268 with a bit of resentment. Hongdu told Chen Fan what Orochimaru said. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the words. Teacher Orochimaru, I can't wait. Orochimaru, in fact, has been waiting for the next generation with a bloodstone of eating escape. Even for this reason, he did not hesitate to accept Hongdu as a disciple in advance and send it to Chen Fan. But the teacher's patience has always been very good. So, is that what happened? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Hey, Chen Fan, I'm asking you something. Hongdu snorted twice, looking dissatisfied. Oh, why did the teacher do this? Chen Fan said calmly, I guess he wants you to give birth to my child, right? Huh? Hongdu looked confused. I said the teacher wants you to give birth to my child. Chen Fan spread his hands. After all, your talent is not low. You are worthy of me. And teacher, he really wants to study my bloodstones. Although even if you have a child, you may not have a food escape. Even if the child has a food escape and Chen Fan is there, Orochimaru would not dare to conduct too much research. But he still wants to get a second sample. Are you kidding me? Hongdu spit at the words. How could Mr. Orochimaru betray his own disciple? You thought it was you? Chen Fan. Orochimaru won't betray people? You who asked this sentence, are you sure you are not joking? But since Red Bean doesn't believe it, that's fine. Chen Fan shrugged and started his practice. His practice is nothing else, but he began to learn from the Chunin exam, but it was only the immortal mode that was interrupted because of the war. But this is not the practice of the past. Chen Fan dug a little oil from the oil tank next to him and smeared it on his naked body. This is toad oil. That's right, as Chen Fan's body became stronger and stronger, his skin became harder and harder. The White Snake Immortal in Lonely Cave was no longer able to inject venom into Chen Fan's body, and he couldn't bite the mouth to inject venom. In fact, it is useless to inject it, and the anti-toxicity has long been full. Although if the White Snake Immortal uses all her strength, it is not impossible to bite a hole. But I want that snake to accompany Chen Fan wholeheartedly, to practice the immortal mode. Or wash up and sleep. But Chen Fan still wanted the immortal mode, so he turned his head and aimed at Miamu Mountain. Minato and Chen Fan had a good relationship. Chen Fan just mentioned it, and Minato brought a large bucket of toad oil from Miamu Mountain for Chen Fan to practice. And now, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. It's been so long. I feel like the day when I master the fairy mode is coming soon. And next to him, a complex color flashed in Hongdu's eyes. Teacher, do you really want me to give birth to Chen Fan's child? Chapter 196 I wish girls drink more hot water. Chapter 196 The Psychic Snake Development Plan. Success. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, 11,000 words. Chen Fan felt that he was really not good at learning ninjutsu. A psychic, he has been learning for a long time. Both Yuhika and Nahara-rin have learned it, but he has not yet learned it. And the immortal mode, with higher difficulty, naturally took more time. If Chen Fan met the White Snake Immortal for the first time after the Chunin exam, it would be almost 2 years. Although many of them are due to the war, the factors that cannot be fully practiced. But now that he is only able to get started, he can only whimper. But okay. The biggest risk of the immortal mode is useless to Chen Fan. A powerful body, even if natural energy wants to petrify it, it needs a huge amount. This lowered the threshold for Chen Fan. Otherwise, it is estimated that he will not be able to learn a fairy mode by now. But so what? Now I am also good at ninjutsu. Chen Fan said with a smile. Although he is currently doing it, if it is not the basic three-body technique, then the ninjutsu he can know is nothing more than psychic, celestial shock, and the immortal mode he just learned. Among them, psychics can't be used for combat. Chen Fan dislikes psychic beasts and grabs his own experience. Speaking of psychic beasts, Chen Fan's psychic snake Zaide was finally cultivated and achieved the movie level. I finally succeeded. Zaide felt the mighty power in his body and burst into tears. In order to become a movie class, it is really hard to get rid of the probability of being eaten by 100,000,000%. Others are not. You can see the difference from the appearance alone. Today's Zaide has changed a lot. Although the whole snake is still 1 or 2 meters long, it still has smooth scales like jade, but it is completely different from the thin and small snake at the beginning. It has strong muscles and strong bones. Don't look at the length, it's not much longer, but the weight has at least doubled. Especially the tail. The closer the normal snake is to the tail, the smaller it should be. But Zaide is different. It is only at the base of its tail that it begins to taper rapidly. In addition, they are all extremely strong muscles, strong tail, and even seems to be thicker than the abdomen. Zaide thought about his painful training routine and just wanted to shout. Do you know how I've been through all these years? Let a snake that likes cold and damp come to practice the breath of the sun that is rich in the power of the sun? Thank you for thinking about it. Even later, he let it practice the flowing water rock-shattering fist. I am a snake. Whose snakes have you seen have fists and can punch? However, all this was slowly overcome by it. It finally succeeded in being promoted to a shadow-level powerhouse. I didn't expect that among my subordinates, the first person to become shadow rank was actually a snake. Chen Fan pouted. He has a wide range of subordinates, and he never hesitates to give pointers. Breath of the Sun and Lieshi and Shattering Fist are both direct trains that can lead to shadow-level strength. As a result, the first person to achieve the shadow level was not Banquet, who was extremely suitable for the Breath of the Sun, or the elite Jonin who had joined Chen Fan's sect early on. But a snake? Sure enough, it's better for me to point it out. Chen Fan said with emotion, it was I who inspired it to make it break through in one fell swoop. I really am a qualified life mentor. People around. You sure? Although not everyone heard what Chen Fan said to Zaide at the beginning. But everyone knew that when Zaide was training frantically, he kept shouting, No! I don't want to be eaten, and I want to become a shadow-level person in death. The source of these words. Do you really think we don't know? People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 269. Zaide is really working hard. When others are eating and drinking, it is training, and when others are picking up girls and spanking, it is training. Even with occasional breaks, it needs to cooperate with Orochimaru for research. But now, I finally got through. Thinking of his previous efforts, Zaide burst into tears. Now, I will finally not be eaten. Yeah, I can finally have a mount. Chen Fan said with emotion. In fact, he also envied the handsomeness of Naruto and Sasuke in the future, riding the blue snake and the toad across the battlefield. However, ordinary snakes can't meet his needs, and the speed of entering the battlefield is too slow. Now that Zaide has reached the shadow level, he can finally meet his needs. The only trouble is that Zaide seems to be a little small, only 2 meters long, and the thickest point is as thick as the soles of his feet. But it doesn't matter, the growth of the psychic beast is very fast. Its small size is because Chen Fan has always been greedy, and he specially asked the Shuan to set up a daily recipe for Zaide that only grows energy and does not grow meat. Next, just feed Zaide some Ginkella and it will grow up like air in no time. Let's go, mount. Chen Fan stepped on Zaide's body. Find a bigger training ground first, I'll rush first. Let's see your strength. Mount. Zaide heard the words, nodded subconsciously, and was about to walk forward. But the so-called full, warm and lustful, walking and walking, it felt the powerful power in its own body and suddenly had an idea. The snake body twisted, causing Chen Fan to jump down. No! Lord Chen Fan, now I'm at the movie level. It's a shadow-level psychic beast like Lord Wansh. Zaide raised his head with a proud look on his face. You actually made me a mount? This is outrageous. Think snakes. It is also a shadow-level psychic beast. Let's see what life is like. Every time you play, there are sacrifices. Weekdays and festivals, there are many gifts. Everyone is a shadow class, how can I only be a small mount? Chen Fan looked at it silently and then... Boom. 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 Chen Fan's figure surrounds Zaide as if he has transformed into a dozen phantoms, constantly punching. Punch out with wind, the force is heavy. Normally, when Chen Fan punches out, Zaide doesn't fly a few hundred meters, it's all way down. But this time, Chen Fan punched him here. Zaide was about to fly there, but before he could start flying, Chen Fan appeared in the direction it flew out, and punched him back again. Boom. 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 Countless fists beat people out of breath. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. 10 punches, 20 punches, 30 punches. Boom. Wait. Zaide finally endured the pain and found an opportunity to speak. Chen Fan paused and asked calmly, what do you want to say? The little white snake gasped a few times and then said coldly, you actually let me be a mount, it's really outrageous. Chen Fan raised his fist. The little white snake hurriedly continued, I mean, you underestimate me too much. Not only can I be your leg strength, I can also serve tea and water, do laundry and cook, and clean up housework. Do you think I'm just a mount? I'm actually an all-around mount that no one can match. You take me as an ordinary mount, this is really outrageous. For flowers. The little white snake was full of tears. The snake was under the eaves and had to bow its head. Alas, Senior One Snake. You were signed by Orochimaru, what a happy time this is. You still care about Orochimaru, asking for offerings? It really is born in the bliss and does not know the bliss. However, Chen Fan didn't care about that. He originally planned to let Zaide act as a foot force, but since Zaide is so enthusiastic, Chen Fan calmly retracted his hand. Since you said so, then you can wash the bowl tonight. Zaide stared wide-eyed, looking at his snake body and tail. It really couldn't figure out how Chen Fan's head was so long that he actually gave him such an order. I'm such a snake, why do I wash the dishes? To actually bully a shadow-level powerhouse like this. His chest was full of anger, causing Zaide to open his sharp snake teeth and say angrily, Lord Chen Fan, don't worry, leave this job to me. To be honest, I like washing dishes the most. I was washing the dishes as if I had been baptized the whole snake. I've cleaned this bowl. Hokage can't stop it when it comes, I said it. 0. Time passed little by little. Chen Fan killed the fishing boat of the senior officials of the country afire and finally was slowly suppressed. The Hyuga clan and Uchiha clan who once supported Chen Fan were also panicked by this, but instead they stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes. Fuck, he's actually okay? What a crime to kill the second in command of the country afire. There's nothing wrong with that. Even under the control of Hokage's fishing reel, Chen Fan became a hero for the common people? What are you kidding? The two big families looked confused, but as the political masters in charge of the family, they immediately invested more clansmen and joined Chen Fan's subordinates. Even this kind of event can't shake Chen Fan, obviously he has big thick legs. It's weird if you don't hug it carefully. Of course, because of this, Chen Fan is also out of the race in this Hokage campaign. Some of the high-level people who just supported him, but did not go to Chen Fan, began to support Orochimaru. Orochimaru is Chen Fan's teacher, and he is more or less incensed. The rest of the people went to the mild-mannered Namikaze Minato. Although Chen Fan took away a lot of the limelight of Ninja Minato in the Third Ninja War, he was simply an outlier among many candidates because of his mild temperament. Nobody dislikes a gentle superior. Namikaze Minato worked hard again and actually got a lot of ninja support. But the most popular is Orochimaru. Orochimaru's qualifications are very old and he is a real veteran. His connections cover the entire Konoha village, and he also taught Chen Fan to be such a reckless man. This has won Orochimaru a lot of popularity. Chen Fan's record is genuine. Although the merits of the battle are his, he can also give Orochimaru a faint blessing. At the same time, because Chen Fan lost his eligibility for the election, Chen Fan's subordinates would naturally subconsciously pull the votes to their boss's teacher. This made him directly the most popular among the 4 generations of Hokage candidates. Danzo and Namikaze Minato combined can't match his popularity. People are in Konoha reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 270. So, time to shoot. Danzo took a deep breath. A few orders go down. Soon, as the new year was approaching, something strange happened to Konoha. Some Konoha ninjas with special bloodstones disappeared. Righteous. Chapter 197 Orochimaru's Defection. Chapter 197 I wish the girls drink more hot water, on the shelf for subscription. One more update, 4,500 words. This wagey boundary has always been in existence that has been spied upon. Ninjas are bloodstones. When their strength is not strong, they are often like children holding gold in the downtown area, often attracting the attention of many ninjas. Like the Hinata clan, their clansmen do not know how many times they have been targeted. The same is true for the Uchiha clan. Even though the Uchiha clan has more clan members and is stronger, there are more people staring at them than the Hyuga clan. From this point of view, the family separation system is really not simply to harm the clansmen and protect the face of the clan. Of course, Hinata and Uchiha are the types that are easier to attract enemies. After all, their bloodline limit can be used as long as they change their eyes, unlike other ninjas, which require various studies. However, the blood Gigi bound ninja is indeed a sweet pastry in the eyes of everyone. And now, the news of the disappearance of the ninja at the boundary of blood quickly reverberated in the Konoha village. This is no small matter. This means that someone committed a crime in Konoha village. It is said that the captain of the guard team, Uchiha Fugitu, was called by the 3 generations of Hokage and cursed. Ninja practice, you may not see anyone for a few days. Many times, even if the person cannot be found, people will not care. But now it can be clearly determined that some blood-based limit ninjas have disappeared, which means that more people have disappeared. As predicted. When the guards really investigated, Uchiha Fuyu's face was ugly and found that there were more and more missing people. He just found out there are a dozen people. This is not an ordinary dozen or so ninjas, but a ninja who is bound by blood. In an instant, the entire Konoha vibrated. Check. This matter must not be left alone. 307. 3 generations of Hokage shouted with an angry look on his face. It's almost New Year's Eve, how could such a thing still happen? Really think he has no temper? Only. Who is it who can avoid the barrier between the guards and Konoha and kill so many ninjas who are bound by the blood? 3 generations of Hokage frowned. Disappearance, in fact, can already represent death. But how did the murderer do it without knowing it? This is Konoha. Konoha, who has himself, Danzo, Sannin, Chen Fan and other shadow-level powerhouses. This point, 3 generations of Hokage cannot understand how. Under Hokage's order, the entire Konoha village took action. Even some ninjas in the blood-based limit have been warned not to walk around in the near future, and it is best to stay at home honestly. No matter how bad it is, go with your companions. It is obviously a good day for the Chinese New Year, but this kind of thing happens. Many Konoha ninjas were very depressed, but they had to continue to obey orders and reduce gatherings. However, Chen Fan did not panic at all. I even felt that the end of the year was approaching, so I gathered all my subordinates to celebrate. On a cold day, he told his subordinates to convene a party in the exercise field and even personally took action to make hot pot base ready to invite his subordinates to eat hot pot. This made Longdu and others very puzzled. Chen Fan, Konoha's situation is not right now. Why do you insist on having a party at this time? What are you afraid of? Chen Fan pouted and said indifferently, in the whole Konoha anyone may disappear, but mine will never disappear. Teacher. Cough, teacher, do you also think that no one dares to take action against my people? He actually wanted to say, teacher won't take action against my people, but when the words came to his lips, he quickly swallowed them. Turning to ask Orochimaru. Orochimaru gave him a deep look with a pair of bright yellow snake pupils, then nodded slightly and said, I also think that no one should take action against your subordinates. When Chen Fan heard the words, he immediately smiled. Yes. He is naturally well aware of the recent turmoil in Konoha. Not only him, Orochimaru also knows it well. It was created by Danzo. It's just that Orochimaru remained silent, quietly waiting for Danzo to expand the fishing reel, ready to force himself to flee. Yes, Orochimaru already knew Danzo's means. It can even be said that as early as the day he cooperated with Danzang, he already knew about Danzang's plan. But the reason why Danzo is because he sees people extremely accurately. He knew that Orochimaru would see his purpose, but he knew even more that even if Orochimaru was forced to defect, he would not give up his cooperation. After all, he took it out, but... Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly walked to Chen Fan's side and said, Chen Fan. Huh? Chen Fan raised his head slightly. I want to ask for more of your blood as a sample, okay? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, yes, but I like that if the teacher can learn the reincarnation of the dirty earth in the future, he can call out all the powerhouses and fight me. I see. Orochimaru nodded lightly. He didn't ask Chen Fan why he thought he would be reincarnated as a forbidden technique. Just as Chen Fan didn't ask Orochimaru why he suddenly wanted more blood as research material. My disciple seems reckless, but in fact many things can't be hidden from his mind. Orochimaru sighed inwardly. Maybe this banquet is actually him seeing me off? Thinking, Orochimaru smiled coldly, his eyes narrowed slightly, with a somewhat meaningful color. However, he did not intend to do anything to Chen Fan's subordinates. In fact, this is not only because of Chen Fan's strength, but also because Orochimaru has been following the progress of Chen Fan's Breath of the Sun to help train everyone's Breath of the Sun. To say that he didn't take the time to steal some skin scraps and blood that fell on the ground from Chen Fan's subordinates as research materials, no one would believe it. But since he can steal the research materials, he naturally does not need to seek the bodies of these people. Chen Fan's expression remained the same. After the transaction, he threw his teacher aside. Then calmly took out a lot of hot pot base. The theme of this party is hot pot. As we all know, the dishes made by Chen Fan have systematic bonuses. Not only the taste is outstanding, but also some special effects. Hot pot is definitely the easiest dish to make. Its seasoning is just the base, and at most, some chicken soup is added, and these things can be easily cooked into a lot, enough for everyone to eat. Now Chen Fan's subordinates have stabilized at 10,000 people. In addition to the required dishes, hot pot that can be served as long as it is cut, what else can satisfy so many people? Of course, after all, this is a gathering of Chen Fan's faction. Nominally celebrating the New Year, people in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 271. Of course, you can be at the scene, and Chen Fan also needs to be responsible for saying a few scenes. So, Chen Fan stood in front of the stage, thought for a while, and said, the Chinese New Year is coming soon, so I'll send you a few blessings. I wish the men present to be diligent and hard-working, romantic and handsome, unrestrained and mature, gentle and considerate, broad-minded, sunny and handsome, gentle, elegant, handsome, coquettish and suave, jade tree, closed to the wind, young and rich, brave and mighty. Chen Fan opened his mouth and gathered a lot of idioms. Don't ask him why he remembers so many nice adjectives. This has to ask why Yuhika, Naharin and some girls who don't know each other can always find so many adjectives to praise him. Listening to these words every day, my ears are full of calluses. No wonder he can't remember it. It's just that these words are only suitable for men, so he separates blessings. Thank you, sir. Everyone responded in unison, and their voices were very consistent. Bless the girls present at the same time. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, and he suddenly didn't know how to speak. Bless the man, just say a few words that you can hear the cocoon. That blessed woman. Chen Fan was silent for a long time. Facing the enthusiastic eyes of countless girls, he felt a lot of pressure. Can only say, drink more hot water. Next second. Cheers. What? Lord Chen Fan is caring about us. Thank you, sir. Lord Chen Fan, Happy New Year. Countless girls shouted wildly, their eyes filled with fanaticism. In particular, Red Yuhi and Rin Nahar shouted the loudest. Hondu looked confused. What's the situation? Didn't he just say drink more hot water? Sister Lin, why are you so excited? What do you know? Nahara Lin said with a serious face, from a medical point of view, drinking hot water can promote blood circulation and prevent cardiovascular diseases. And drinking hot water can also clean the mouth, which is a benign protective agent for the mouth. Drinking water can also protect the teeth and gums, especially when the water temperature is around 40 degrees. It can prevent bleeding gums. Warm water can also relieve constipation, reduce the incidence of cerebral thrombosis and myocardial infarction, and can also play a role in relieving alcohol, thereby protecting the liver. Nahara and Ara did a lot of science, and then looked at Chen Fan with a look of love. Chen Fan, he is worried about my body. The red beam next to him. Sure enough, women are all about looks. As long as her brother is good-looking, she will fall down if she asks, are you there? If she doesn't look good, Kindeo won't fall, she won't fall, snowflakes won't float, she won't float. Okay, let's serve the pot now. Boil it. Chen Fan left and gave an order. The ninjas brought out the hot pot base and soup base that had already been prepared, added them to the pot themselves, and turned on the fire. Not long after, the open-air training ground was quickly filled with water vapor. A hint of spicy taste spread into the air, stimulating people's appetite, making people swallow their saliva. As expected of the cooking made by Lord Chen Fan. I haven't eaten it yet, but it smells delicious. Chen Fan's cooking has the magical effect of strengthening the body. Every time he cooks at home, occasionally he cooks too much, and he will send it directly to the training ground. The strong fragrance caused everyone to drool 3 feet long. How could a ninja who was already hungry because of training hold back? However, Chen Fan's cooking is too little. Basically every time it is a reward to the person who has the most training time and the most times. Banquet is the one who eats the most dishes made by Chen Fan. But even if it is him, he can only satisfy his appetite a little. How can he really feast on his appetite? But now, the hot pot fulfilled all his appetites. For a while, the hot pot boiled. The audience was silent, just busy grabbing something to eat. Even Chen Fan's main table. Tsunade looked excited. I want to eat meat. Fat cows, fat sheep, duck intestines, hairy belly. Chen Fan curled his lips and said angrily, where is your own hand? Shame. Tsunade answered confidently. The dignified shadow-level powerhouse actually lied in broad daylight. Or tell a lie that insults people's IQ? Chen Fan twitched the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, Master Tsunade, it's not good for you to eat and drink every day. Chen Fan, you've changed. Tsunade pouted when he heard the words, weeping slightly, full of grief. You didn't say that when my elder sister helped you with her art. Sure enough, a man's mouth, a liar. I think it should be a woman's mouth, a deceitful ghost. Look at your excellent performance, even Mr. Orochimaru can't stand it anymore. Chen Fan pouted, too lazy to argue with this actor. Just turn your head. 3 servings of fat sheep, 3 servings of fat beef, and don't forget to cut the 1,000-layer belly. Yes, Lord Chen Fan. Little White Snake wore a chef's hat on his head, his tail rolled up and he drew a knife. At the beginning of the brush, the mutton was sliced. It is indeed a multifunctional mount, and it has a lot of functions. But Zaibe did a great job. Sliced lamb is easier than washing dishes. Of course, no matter how much Chen Fan bullies others, it is impossible for Zaibe to slice the mutton of 10,000 people. Even Zaibe has learned how to breathe and knows some knife skills. So, it only needs to be responsible for Chen Fan's table of meat, and other ninjas can get started. Under Chen Fan's teaching, there may be women who can't make up. But there is absolutely no one who can't play with knives. Do it yourself, you can easily meet your needs. Hot pot can be regarded as a dish that takes a long time to eat. After everyone finished eating, they lay lazily on the ground with a satisfied look on their faces. I have eaten this unique delicacy once, and it is estimated that I will not be able to eat meat for the next 3 months. Eat hot pot, get 5.7 taste satisfaction, get the effect of full eating, enter a state of full energy, restore physical strength by plus 100%, last for 1 hour, and slightly improve physical fitness. Chen Fan put down his chopsticks and touched his chin. How to say? Sure enough, the tricky method is still inconvenient. Chen Fan originally considered that if he could achieve the same level of cooking as his own, he would just make more hot pot. After all, when it comes to work, he can only make hot pot base. As for the hot pot base, although there are many processes, it can be mass-produced, making a lot of it at a time. Unfortunately, this trick is also obviously limited. The additional state is just the most rubbish recovery of physical strength, and the improved physical fitness has also changed from minor to slight. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you can chapter 272. Perhaps overall, the effect is better than cooking alone. But the good ones are limited. Forget it, it's fine to do it once in a while in the future, but don't do it too often. Chen Fan pouted and thought. Getting the hot pot base is also time-consuming. Chen Fan's party, although the 3 generations of Hokage are very angry, feel that Chen Fan is committing the crime against the wind. However, there are not many people under Chen Fan's subordinates. But others should be less, but still the same. If it wasn't for the 3 generations of Hokage who felt that Chen Fan didn't look like a scientific research talent, he would probably suspect that it was Chen Fan's hand. And that's it. Konoha nervously traced for a few days. Then, under an accidental opportunity, Danzo used his keen eyesight, excellent tracing skills, and powerful strength. Successfully found a clue. Then, he, due diligence, reported to the 3 generations of Hokage. Chapter 198 The Blood of the Berserker. Chapter 198 Orochimaru defected. On the shelf for subscription. 2 more, 3,000 words. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. Naruto Office. Danzo, are you telling the truth? Sandai Hokage's voice was extremely calm. Like an ancient well, there are no waves. It was clearly reported by Danzo, but everything is true. Danzo's voice was as gloomy as ever, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, with a smile that didn't look like Danzo. Orochimaru is indeed using the Konoha ninja's body to study some unspeakable secrets, and it is indeed those who have disappeared recently. And I got a message. Danzo's drowsy old eyes had a hint of guilt, but they were replaced by greed. He actually reached out to the body of the first generation of adults. The 3 generations of Hokage were shocked, and the palm of the hand subconsciously squeezed the pen in his hand into 2 pieces. Exhale, inhale. Saratobi Aizen's breath was rough, and after a long time, he raised his head slightly. Did he really do something to the body of the first generation of adults? His eyes contained the anger of a volcano that was about to erupt. It's absolutely true, I swear, as the leader of the root group. Danzang said solemnly. You know, for this information, my root group died of 3 elite Chunin. He just stared straight at Saratobi Aizen, his eyes extremely sharp. Similarly, Saratobi Aizen's gaze is as sharp as a knife. The 2 eyes looked at each other like sharp daggers, and the surrounding atmosphere was extremely solemn. It seems like a war is about to break out. It was like a volcano about to erupt, the last trace of tranquility before hell. 16 long after. Lord Hokage, please make an early decision. Danzo said, his voice was as low as ever, with a hint of gloom. No. Saratobi Aizen's voice was very low and deep, as if he was deliberately enduring something. A pair of eyes, full of anger. He understands everything now. However, it is already too late. The first generation of Kaian Xiaoxuma, that is the protector of Konoha, even if he died for many years, his prestige is still unmatched in Konoha. I don't know how many people are thinking about the goodness of the first generation adults, especially some old people. When the news came out, Orochimaru would never be spared. This is different from Chen Fan. Although Chen Fan's behavior is excessive, he does stand in the perspective of justice. An Orochimaru this time. No one, even the teacher of the 3 generations of Hokage Saratobi Aizen, can say a word to excuse him. I will do it myself, so you will be satisfied. Hiruzen Saratobi gritted his teeth. Konoha's ninja is indeed a test product of Orochimaru, but Danzo did not say who captured the ninja. The remains of the first generation have indeed become the research of Orochimaru, but Danzo did not say who provided him with the materials. The 3 generations of Hokage are also experienced shadow-level powerhouses. How could they not notice these details? I really underestimate the 3 generations of Hokage, that is, I underestimate the 3 ninjas he cultivated, the Danzo who has been suppressed by the 3 generations of Hokage, and the other countries that are suppressed by Konoha. Pity. He knew the situation was too slow. Slow until Danzo has completed the layout. I won't let anyone who harms Konoha, Danzo. 3 generations of Hokage gritted his teeth. Very good. Danzo smiled slightly. Oh right, if Orochimaru wants to clean up, shouldn't his forces be cleaned up too? And Chen Fan. Do you want me to help you hold him back? The 3 generations of Hokage heard the words and clenched their teeth. Things are actually quite simple. The human experiment was not just started by Orochimaru. Similar experiments have been done in many countries, but it is definitely not a time to be forgiven for people in their own villages. Even if the 3 generations of Hokage wanted to keep their disciples, it would be extremely difficult. Of course, if things don't get worse, it's not irreversible. However, the missing ninja incident has been fermented for so long, and it has been widely known, even the highly prestigious 3 generations of Hokage can't suppress the situation. In particular, Danzo also reported that Orochimaru was actually studying the remains of the first Hokage. But is it true that the 3 generations of Hokage know nothing about Danzo's methods? When the first Hokage died, the third Hokage was only 17 or 18. Orochimaru is only 4 or 5 years old. If the corpse of the first Hokage was not properly preserved, how could it have been studied by Orochimaru until now? Saratobi Aizen is not stupid. How could he not see the meaning behind the series of accidents and luck in the Danzo report? But he found out too late. Angry ninjas won't forgive anyone who uses their bloodline as a test subject, and angry Konoha residents won't forgive someone who offends the corpse of the original Hokage. even if it is a disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage, a man who has made great contributions to Konoha. Then, there is only one choice. Silent night, silent death. Boom! The door of the Hidden Research Institute was slammed open. The 2 Andean ninjas rushed in directly, holding kunai in their faces guarded. Tada! With a gloomy face, Sande slowly walked into the underground research room. With his shadow-level strength, he couldn't even hide the sound of footsteps. You can see the level of anger. Danzo was right behind him, looking at all this with a smile on his lips. People in Konoha, reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 273. It's a pity. If it wasn't for the upcoming election, I'd really be willing to continue to cooperate with you. Tuanzang looked at the Hidden Research Institute and secretly said in his heart. During the period of cooperation with Orochimaru, he made a lot of profit. Even the wooden scorpion has succeeded in one case. Although that wooden scorpion is not very effective, it is also a wooden scorpion. But Mudan can take it slow in the future, but the Hokage election is imminent. Danzo's heart froze. Then I can only be sorry. But when you and I cooperated, you probably guessed that this scene would happen, right? As expected of a master and apprentice, they even behave in such a similar style. Danzang sees people very accurately, just as he sees through Chen Fan and will definitely kill the Itang family according to his will. He also sees through Orochimaru. Even if he knows his own mind, he will definitely be happy to be recruited. Because that's how they behave. The only difference is that Chen Fan's actions exceeded Danzo's expectations, while Orochimaru's actions did not. Today, it should be your death. Tuanzang secretly said. Danzo has no doubts about Orochimaru's death. The current Saratobi Hibiki is a real shinobu. He has the powerful strength of the peak of the shadow level. Even the Hanzo of Urin village can't compare with him. Of course, Orochimaru is also a powerful shadow-level powerhouse. If he fights to the death, he will also bring a lot of pain to the 3 generations of Hokage. But that's your business too. Tuanzang sneered, your own disciple, of course you have to do it yourself to clean up the portal. As for how much you paid. Today together is actually good news for Danzo. His orange peel-like old face couldn't help showing a happy smile. It's just that he didn't laugh for a long time, but he saw Saratobi Aizen walked out of the research institute. Huh? You didn't fight? Danzo's expression changed. The battle of the shadow level is very powerful. How could it be that you can't even hear a sound from yourself? He escaped. Saratobi Aizen said calmly. How is that possible? Tuanzang's face changed dramatically, and he said in a rage, could it be that you kept your hands? No. It's definitely you who kept your hands. You let him go. Saratobi, do you know what you are doing? That's a shadow-level powerhouse, who is familiar with all of my Konoha information, so you just let him go? However, in this regard, the 3 generations of Hokage owed not even a single reply. It's just that there is a lingering sadness in his eyes. Teacher, you really can't bear to kill me. Orochimaru was still wearing Konoha's ninja suit, but a pale smile appeared on his face. 307. Saratobi Aizen used a psychic technique in front of him. But Saratobi Hinzaki himself didn't move a single step in the end. He just watched silently as Orochimaru killed Anbu with 2 roots, defeated the monkey demon, and left alone. His eyes are full of sadness. Orochimaru's eyes were calm, and he did not have any regrets or surprises for leaving Konoha. From the first day he worked with Danzo, he had expected this result. He is Orochimaru. It is impossible for Danzo to deceive him. If he refused Danzo decisively at that time, the victory of the next Hokage campaign would definitely fall into his hands. Orochimaru, the accumulation of veteran powerhouses, has the connections of Sennin, and has students like Chen Fan. Watergate is inherently deficient, and Danzo is too cold. Not to mention that it is 100% bound to become Hokage, but it is at least a certainty. Just as a researcher, when Orochimaru saw the mysterious and unpredictable mutant of the first Hokage, who was known as the best escape technique in the world, how could he leave? Unfortunately, Danzo launched too quickly, leaving only one unfinished test item. Orochimaru sighed faintly. There was also a bit of complexity in his eyes. Disturbed? Remorse? Feelings? No one could see exactly what the emotion in his eyes was, just as no one knew what he really wanted. But, yo, teacher, the old man still didn't do anything to you. Flirtatious tone with a light smile. A handsome boy walked out. Orochimaru blinked, all the emotions in his eyes disappeared, and he returned to his calm eyes in an instant. You're actually here. Then my disciple, do you want to go with your teacher and me? Or are you here to arrest the teacher? He looked at the man in front of him calmly, and when he said the end, there was a dignified look in his eyes. In front of him, it is Chen Fan. Chapter 199, Chen Fan, help me. Chapter 199, The Blood of the Berserker. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, 10,000 words. I didn't expect you to be here. Then my dear disciple, do you want to defect with your teacher and me? Or are you here to arrest the teacher? Orochimaru looked at Chen Fan calmly, and the snake pupil flashed a strange color. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, Why do you think I came back to catch you? Yes. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, I still prefer this kind of work. Speaking of which, I've run so far and haven't met him yet. It's quite strange. Oh, you said it came naturally. Chen Fan patted his forehead, turned his hand and pointed behind him. He's there. Orochimaru looked in the direction Chen Fan pointed, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Jiraiya leaned against the root of the tree, with a blue nose and a swollen face, his head tilted to one side, apparently having been beaten into a coma. And the culprit is apparently... Your hand? Orochimaru twitched the corner of his mouth. The main reason is that this guy is not very obedient. I'm afraid he will disturb our master-disciple relationship. Chen Fan nodded calmly, so please let him sleep for a while. After all, I have enough sleep to have the energy to chase the teacher. I think Zille will understand my painstaking efforts in the future. Very good, this is Chen Fan. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya and the traces left around. As a shadow-level powerhouse, he quickly formed a picture in his heart. Chen Fan called out to Zille, and Zille wanted to catch him but ignored him. As a result, Chen Fan swooped over in the next second and greeted him with 3 punches and 2 feet. No, it's not what you imagined. Chen Fan also seemed to notice the interactivity of Orochimaru and shook his head. I gave Mr. Jiraiya a lot of time before I started to prepare him. After all, I will shoot him unconscious immediately, and the province will affect you and my master and apprentice to reminisce. It's just a pity that he didn't believe me, and he didn't even summon his toad. It caused me to even have frogs. It caused me to be a dignified figure, but I lost so quickly. The regret on Chen Fan's face is obviously not because of his own carelessness, but because he regrets that Chen Fan can beat frogs. Orochimaru. His own disciple, how could he not be familiar with his own disciple's character? Even if he was as cold as him, he couldn't help but mourn for Zille for a second. Then you came to see me. Are you really just looking for me to catch up? Orochimaru stared at Chen Fan with a pair of snake eyes. Yeah. Chen Fan was very calm. The teacher taught me a lot of things. I still remember this kindness. Don't think that Orochimaru only taught Chen Fan a psychic technique and half a fairy mode, half learned from Mushin, but in fact Orochimaru has helped Chen Fan a lot. People in Konoha Reckless to the point of panic. Chapter 274. Chen Fan can be so strong, and the mythical skill, Feast, definitely takes 90% of the credit. And almost everything about Feast was arranged by Orochimaru. How much meat Can you eat at most at a time? What foods have the most energy? Can maximize your growth? How to maximize digestion? Reduce cooling time. The eating frequency of the feast is accelerated by Orochimaru. The precious ingredients that Chen Fan ate earlier were provided by the Shuan. The breeding technology of Longdon Farm is summarized by Deshawan. Without Orochimaru, Chen Fan's physical fitness would drop by at least 30%. The efficiency of enhancing physical fitness will also be reduced by more than half. It seems that Orochimaru has done nothing, but the meticulous scientific summary and continuous calculation have brought this mythical skill into full play. Even Orochimaru helped Chen Fan a lot in other aspects. He also gave some suggestions for skills such as Breath of the Sun, Flowing Water, Rock-Shattering Fist, and Mountain Collapsing Strike. Although Orochimaru didn't do these things for Chen Fan really remembers this teacher's goodness. So, as long as the teacher says a word, I will go and kill that old yin gangster in Tuanzang now. How about that? Chen Fan said excitedly. Orochimaru, do you want to venture anger, or do you just want to kill people? But no. Orochimaru said calmly, Danzo still needs to keep him, otherwise no one will provide my precious research materials. Fortunately, the body cells of the first Hokage are all provided by Danzo. For this treasured material, Orochimaru can't give up the transaction with Danzo. Even if he knew that it was Danzo who forced him to defect, he would never cut off his connection with Danzo. It's not just him. Orochimaru suddenly said, if you want, we can continue to trade. A fiery look flashed in his eyes, but he was immediately suppressed by calmness. I can set up a research institute in Londi Cave to help you become stronger. Orochimaru said solemnly, everything in Konoha can be transferred to Londi Cave. I will try my best to help you become stronger, but the reward is that you cooperate with my research. In Orochimaru's eyes, a fiery color flashed. Others don't know how strong Chen Fan is, but he knows. The body that keeps getting stronger and even seems to be getting stronger and stronger is like an inexhaustible treasure. In fact, from a rational point of view, Orochimaru even felt that his disciple's eating escape was stronger than the invincible Mugen of the first Hokage. It's just that the first Hokage's reputation is too great, so he doesn't think about this problem subconsciously. But it doesn't mean that Orochimaru's interest in Chen Fan will decrease. In fact, it's not just a feast. Every time Chen Fan obtains a skill, he will let Chen Fan show it, and then give scientific advice by the way, do some corresponding research. The energy of the void brought by the feast, the blood of collapsing mountain, the domineering will. It's just that these things are too scattered and too unique. Even in there is no result. Are you willing? Orochimaru flashed a frenzy in his eyes. Chen Fan heard the words and smiled slightly. I am a good disciple of the teacher, of course I will listen to the teacher. Orochimaru's corresponding suggestion, but let Chen Fan take countless detours. The transaction was successful. Orochimaru's pale face showed a cold smile. In that case, as a gift, the teacher will give you two things. The teacher's gift should be a very good thing, right? Chen Fan smiled. Orochimaru smiled slightly and said noncommittally, the first gift is a ninjutsu. With that said, he scooped out the kimono, and a scroll, tied with a rope, appeared in his hand. Then, he threw it directly to Chen Fan. Oh? What about the second one? Chen Fan said casually while untying the rope. He was very curious, what kind of ninjutsu will Orochimaru give him? Obviously, Orochimaru also knows how hard it is to learn ninjutsu. The second one. Orochimaru smiled slightly, I'll give you the red beans. But I also gave Red Bean a gift. It should be a good gift, right? She's in the research room in the basement of my house now. Hurry up and you should be able to receive it. Saying that, in the next second, his body seemed to melt, slowly turning into mud and sinking into the ground. Soil clone? Chen Fan frowned. But this is not the key. The real key is red beans. Chen Fan frowned and went straight to Orochimaru's house. As a strong scientist, Orochimaru has a huge laboratory in his home. This is still right. As a laboratory for researching forbidden techniques, it is still underground in the laboratory of the right side. Chen Fan has done physical examinations there several times, and of course he knows the entrance to the real laboratory. He strode through the door, ignoring Andu, who followed Naruto's order and guarded the defected ninja residence, and went straight to the underground laboratory. Did the teacher take action on the red beams? Chen Fan remembered that when Orochimaru defected, he left a curse mark on Andu. This curse seal eventually became the key to the resurrection of Orochimaru. Only the original is the original. Although Andu is a disciple of Orochimaru, she is a fan of Orochimaru. But she is also the person Orochimaru arranged for Chen Fan. Orochimaru, Hokage, will it just seek a test item to test the spell without giving Chen Fan face? Chen Fan couldn't believe it. Boom! The heavy door of the laboratory was kicked open by Chen Fan. He ignored the weird test objects around him and strode over. Andu, are you there? Chen Fan shouted the next second. He frowned and took a step back. A blood-red figure suddenly fell, punching Chen Fan at the position just now. Boom! The solid ground of the laboratory was hammered into a big pit. Ah! A roar shouted from the figure's mouth as if angry and as if venting. The man's eyes were dark red, and his body seemed to be surrounded by blood, and he was holding a long samurai sword. Red beam? Chen Fan frowned and immediately saw the identity of the man. Although the red beam has changed a lot now, her eyes are red and her hair is flying. But that samurai sword was given to her by Chen Fan to kill with one strike. Lyrism. No. Isn't the problem here? Chen Fan frowned, the blood on Andu's body. Is blood. It only appears when I use Collapsing Mountain. TNF, the blood of a berserker. Spear. Chapter 200, Chen Fan, a person like people in Konoha, reckless to the point of panic. Chapter 275, Chapter 200, Chen Fan, help me. On the shelf for subscription. One update, 3,500 words. Chen Fan's brow suddenly wrinkled. The system allows Chen Fan to use all kinds of skills at will, whether it's DNF's Collapsing Mountain Strike or a Feast in LOL. These skills also require energy to activate. The system respects the setting of the original book very much. For example, the Collapse of the Mountain in DNF is the skill of the Berserker, and the Berserker is a profession that uses blood energy according to the setting. Therefore, when using the Collapsing Mountain Strike, Chen Fan will have a bloody energy that is almost indistinguishable from that of a Berserker. But this does not mean that Chen Fan has mastered the energy of blood energy, and the blood energy that pours out of thin air requires the same amount of physical strength as Chen Fan. At the same time, this blood energy cannot be controlled, and it will dissipate directly after the skill is activated. Yet now, he actually saw the blood of a berserker on Andu. What's going on? Chen Fan frowned. What did the teacher research? He still wanted to think slowly, but Andu didn't give him time. Roar! Andu roared wildly. His eyes were blood-red. Holding a knife like a beast, he slashed towards Chen Fan fiercely. Looking at it like that, it is similar to the berserker that Chen Fan knows. Chen Fan's face was calm. Don't look at the fact that Andu used the Emperor tool that Chen Fan gave her. One kill will kill. Lyrism, but with her strength, even with that blood, it is impossible to hurt him. One-shot kill. Lyrism's ability is to infect the wound with an indecipherable cursed poison, which quickly kills the enemy. Only. Climb. Climb. Chen Fan's body remained motionless, but was covered with a layer of black armament. However, no matter how the red beams like a mad dog are chopped, even Chen Fan's skin can't be chopped. Without wounds, Lyrism is useless. Mythical Feast, Master's Breath of the Sun, Legendary Armor Domineering. How could the combined effect be hurt by a small 307 gold level item? Chen Fan was thinking suddenly. His eyes fell on Red Bean, and the pocket of Red Bean, who was completely transformed into a berserker, seemed to be bulging. Chen Fan directly stretched out his hand to grab it, and the man in Red Beans didn't mean to stop him at all. He just kept slashing at Chen Fan. So he smoothly took out a note from Hondu's butt pocket. Chen Fan, when you saw this note, you should be guessing the current state of Hondu. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it a note left by Orochimaru? He continued to watch. Don't panic, this is a product of my successful experiment, but it's acting on Red Bean at this time. Remember that we did a research on the skill called Vengeful Strike. At that time, I found that when you use Vengeful Strike, there will suddenly be a strange energy in your blood. After purifying these energies some time ago, I accidentally discovered that the energy you call blood energy seems to be a universal energy that hardly causes any allergic reaction to anyone's body. It will bring a certain period of madness. Hondu's talent is far inferior to yours, but her character is very suitable for this crazy energy, and I gave her this power. Even if she is baptized with this energy for a long time, I guess she can control this energy like you in the future. To put it simply, Orochimaru obtained the test product of Blood Kai through the study of Chen Fan. This is normal. Chen Fan and Orochimaru have done similar experiments a long time ago. He also wants to see if he can extract special energy such as blood energy, void energy, and spiritual power. If it is possible, then he will be able to practice stronger abilities without the need for skills. For example, if he can master the blood energy, then upgrade the Vengeful Strike, VGSH, into Big Collapse. It seems to be very simple, right? And Orochimaru obtained the Blood Gas Regent through such research. It is a kind of medicine that can temporarily impart the energy of Blood Kai. When he was sure that the test product had no side effects, he gave the Red Bean an injection. Because he felt that, with Hondu's character, it seemed to be very suitable for violent blood. After the Blood Gas Regent is injected, the strength of the Red Beans will instantly soar several times. Is this also a whole card for Red Bean? No, the teacher is worried that I won't cooperate with him, so he specially made a bait for me. Chen Fan pouted, and at a glance he could see the situation of Orochimaru. Hondu is Chen Fan's person, especially after being abandoned by Orochimaru at this moment. Then if Chen Fan wants Hondu to be familiar with blood energy and slowly, through training to control himself, then he needs to keep preparing blood energy medicine for her. Then naturally you need to ask Orochimaru for help. Orochimaru can also logically propose a transaction to obtain the research materials he needs. Only. Teacher, you are still shallow. Chen Fan curled his lips. When did I say I would not cooperate with you? Orochimaru's research ability is really impressive. You see, isn't this blood energy really developed by him that can be used in actual combat? This is progress. Although this needs to share the results with Orochimaru, it means more to Chen Fan than Orochimaru. The blood energy in Orochimaru's hands is just a strange energy. Even if he really digs out the blood energy, he can only use this energy. But in Chen Fan's hands, Blood Rage, Blood Kai Awakening, Great Collapse, 1 Ju Demon Prison Blood Break, 2 Ju Horror Fiend, Devouring Heaven, Sanyu Blood Ghost Extreme Deo, Destruction. If Chen Fan still can't play Orochimaru, it would be strange. But Orochimaru doesn't think so. The degree of secrecy of the secret technique in the ninja world is unimaginable in the previous world. In order to protect the Bloodstones, the Hyuga family created a branch in a clan. In order to protect the Bloodstains, the Uchiha clan had to bear the attack of the hostile ninja village, paid a huge price, and forcibly killed a quasi-shadow who took away the riding wheel eye. The Inuzuka clan, the Nara clan, the Oil Girl clan. Which family did not desperately keep their ninjutsu secret? Take Chen Fan as an example. He has been spreading the breath of the sun among his subordinates for over a year. However, this skill that has been learned by at least 10,000 people has never been seen by anyone other than Chen Fan's subordinates. Chen Fan did not ask for strict confidentiality, but his subordinates abide by the secret technique subconsciously, and even their relatives did not teach it. Orochimaru was absolutely worried that Chen Fan would prevent him from researching more things, so he used red beans to seduce Chen Fan. Only, "I'm still drawing lots and gaining more skills," Chen Fan secretly said. "I'm only afraid that your research is too slow, and I've never worried that you will see through me." Chen Fan pouted and chopped up the note left by Orochimaru. As for the red beam, who is currently in a state of blood gas explosion, there is no need to worry. Orochimaru has stated in the note that the blood gas reagent he injected into the red beam is probably enough for the red beam to go crazy for a few hours. And the time is now. It will dissipate in about 10 minutes. So Chen Fan simply ignored the red beams. No matter how crazy she was, she couldn't cut herself. But this lab is more troublesome. There is a lot of advanced knowledge in Orochimaru's laboratory, and maybe there are records of some secret techniques. Even Danzo coveted it. The 3 generations of Hokage also knew the importance of their laboratory, so they placed Andu's guard on it. Now that Chen Fan has broken in, these 2 Andu will not stay in place honestly. Just as Chen Fan expected. After seeing Chen Fan's new laboratory, Andu couldn't help but follow him and was slapped by Chen Fan and flew out. Red Bean is in a state of madness right now. Just looking at his strength, he is at least comparable to the elite shaman. Coupled with a demon sword Muramum who chopped whoever died, those 2 Andu might be hacked to death in the next second. After all, it's not someone, it's all Chen Fans. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 276. After Chen Fan slapped the 2 out, they immediately covered their faces and ran to tell the 3 generations of Hokage. The old man is expected to come over soon. And this time, Chen Fan. Hondu's blood-red eyes finally showed a faint trace of clarity. It's earlier than the teacher expected to wake up. Chen Fan was stunned, but looked at the blood still on her body, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. She is in a state of madness now. But she actually showed a hint of sobriety. Maybe, as Orochimaru speculated, Red Beam can really go crazy in the future while staying completely awake. Teacher. A look of confusion flashed in Hondu's eyes, but in the next second it was covered in blood red. It was obvious that he was aroused by this noun. But fortunately, the blood energy seems to have consumed a lot, and soon Hondu completely broke away from the state of blood energy. It's just that the state of madness is also kind of consumption to the body. Almost at the moment of leaving the state of madness, Hondu's body softened and fell into Chen Fan's arms. Chen Fan, you're here. Hondu's eyes were full of tiredness, but there was a sense of sadness. Teacher. He defected. Well, I know. Chen Fan nodded calmly. He abandoned me. Even gave me back. Injecting test items, right, I know that too. Chen Fan. Suddenly, Hondu poured out a force out of nowhere and grabbed Chen Fan's collar fiercely. Her eyes were full of unyielding expressions. The teacher told me everything. He chose me as a disciple, just for your bloodline, to give birth to a child for you. He told me that the test product that I have injected now is also to attract your attention. From the very beginning, I was prepared by him for you. Red Beam's voice was hoarse. She gritted her teeth, and her eyes flashed with shame and anger. At the same time, it also carries a mockery that is extremely rich, so rich that it suppresses everything. Not a mockery of Orochimaru, but a mockery of himself. Hearing this, Chen Fan closed his eyes slightly. Unlike Chen Fan, Hondu is really happy to be a disciple of Orochimaru, really wants to work for Orochimaru, and is really proud of Orochimaru. It's just that her existence value seems to be just for Chen Fan. Chen Fan. Huh? Chen Fan raised his head slightly. I want to become stronger. Hongdu gritted his teeth and said word by word. I want to become the most powerful ninja. I don't want to experience the feeling of being a strong man, nor do I want to shine for the village. I just want him to know what kind of genius he is giving up now. So, her eyes were filled with determination. Help me. Chen Fan. I can pay everything for this. You can do whatever you want with me. Chapter 201 The Great Gift of Nami Feng Minato. Chapter 201 Chen Fan, a man like me. On the shelf for subscription. 2 more, 5,000 words. Hongdu did not get an answer from Chen Fan in the end. Not because Chen Fan wanted to refuse or because he wanted to delay. It was simply because she seemed to use all her strength to shout out her own words. Before Chen Fan could speak, she fell asleep completely. Hey. Chen Fan sighed, silently holding the child in his arms. Idle disillusionment. It's probably the current situation, right? I know, I will help you. Chen Fan sighed helplessly, but I feel that your current appearance is also in the teacher's calculation. Orochimaru is well versed in people's hearts, and maybe it has been calculated that Hongdu will not admit defeat and fight with Orochimaru. Maybe even the words that Hongdu and Chen Fan said this time have been counted. He knew that when Hongdu spoke, Chen Fan would not refuse. So if you want to greatly increase the combat power of Hongdu, the power of blood is necessary. In other words, the transaction between Chen Fan and Orochimaru will also start. Maybe the reason why he confessed all the facts to Hongdu was because he wanted to trade with Chen Fan. It's amazing, you deserve to be a teacher. Really? Only in force. Chen Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This calculation, step by step. In the end, Red Bean said the words, I can do anything to me, and 9 times out of 10, it was also within the expectations of Orochimaru. Otherwise, when Chen Fan saw him, he would not have directly opened his mouth to treat the red beans as a gift to Chen Fan. It can only be said that as expected of the old man who carried out the whole story of Hokage, the means were one after another. It's just, teacher, you may have made a wrong choice. Chen Fan smiled slightly. You may regret giving up red beans in the future, maybe. Blood gas is really suitable for red beans. She is really very likely to become a strong woman over Orochimaru. I'll help with this. Chen Fan couldn't help but scratch Hongdu's nose. Of course, I also want the reward that I deserve. Work should be paid, and Chen Fan felt that there should be nothing wrong with his approach. He picked up the red beans and strode out. And just walked out of the door of the laboratory. I saw a gloomy face, as if the 3 generations of Hokage were just finished by Danzo. Chen Fan and the 3 generations of Hokage have something to say. He has never been too lazy to hide his thoughts. Besides, at this time, it's just a few scenes. For example, why do you need to know about the underground laboratory? Of course it's because I'm a disciple of Orochimaru. Why do you want to kill 2 and you? It's because I'm afraid that the red beans will hack them to death. Why did the red beans become that state? It's because Orochimaru injected her with the experimental medicine. After 3 generations of Hokage listened to a few words, they stopped listening. To put it bluntly here, it is just one of the countless laboratories of Orochimaru, and there is no need to toss with Chen Fan. And Chen Fan, the limelight should not be very good recently. You and Hongdu should not go out for a short time. The 3 generations of Hokage sighed. As for your teacher's defection, be mentally prepared, but don't feel too guilty. His ambition has never been persuaded by a few words from his master and disciple. Said the 3 generations of Hokage sighed faintly, and the back hunched a little bit. There was a sense of loneliness in his eyes. 3 generations of Hokage really regarded Orochimaru as his heir. Even Saratobi Aizen can surpass Danzo's imagination. When facing the disciple who was dissecting the corpse, he did not make a move and indulged Orochimaru to defect. What does this represent? People in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 277, representing the heart of the three generations of Hokage, I can't bear to attack Orochimaru. Even if Orochimaru desecrated the body of the first Hokage. Although the three generations of Hokage are cunning, he has used a lot of dark methods, and he is a typical politician. However, he did treat this disciple with his sincerity. He couldn't even help but care about the disciples of the Shuan, such as Chen Fan and Hongdu. Alas! The three generations of Hokage looked at Chen Fan and the others and sighed. Orochimaru's defection has great influence. However, the most influential ones are naturally his teacher and disciples like Chen Fan. In fact, the next day, news of Orochimaru's defection came out. Almost everyone in Konoha thought today was April Fool's Day. Everyone was joking. However, the three generations of Hokage were on the Hokage building and personally admitted the fact of Orochimaru's defection, and even bowed to all Konoha's ninjas for this reason. This immediately caused Konoha shock. After all, it's Orochimaru. 3 generations of direct disciples. The most popular candidate of the 4th Hokage. As a result, he defected directly. This suddenly caused all Konoha ninjas to fall into self-doubt. The prestige of the 3 generations has been greatly reduced because of this. The ninjas guarding the national order are in chaos, and the ninjas who once attached to Orochimaru have all fallen into confusion, without exception. This kind of high-level mutiny is too rare, and the damage is too great. The defection of Orochimaru not only means that Konoha lacks a strong person, but also damages the patriotism of countless ninjas whom he regards as experimental subjects. It also represents the leak of Konoha intelligence, the leak of ninjutsu, the possibility that there may be a backhand buried by Orochimaru in the high level, and there may be a traitor set up by Orochimaru among the teammates. The entire Konoha needs to pay for this. The 3rd generation is almost 10 years older than the naked eye. Most of the original black hair is black, so there is not even half of it left. While he was under the pressure of defection from the ninja master, he had to carefully investigate what Orochimaru might have left behind. Even scorpions, who defected at a young age, have spies planted in Sand Ninja Village. Not to mention the Orochimaru who almost became the 4th Hokage. For a time, almost all the people of the Orochimaru faction had to be inspected by Anbu. Especially those who have a close relationship with Orochimaru need a thorough investigation. Even a disciple of Orochimaru like Chen Fan had to go through the motions and be inspected by Anbu. It's just that the rude Anbu, who was originally instructed to find the secret of Chen Fan's eating escape, walked out of Chen Fan's house with a confused look on his face. Where am I? Who I am? Why should I visit that food storage warehouse? Well, Chen Fan himself doesn't need any special training methods, and the skills of the dimensional kitchen of a little master have been used more recently, so his home has stored a lot of ingredients. However, these ingredients have to be thoroughly checked one by one, looking for traces that may be colluding with Orochimaru. When he walked out of Chen Fan's house, the root ninja was full of pork flavor. But other than that, the village didn't get too deep into Chen Fan after all. It was Orochimaru who defected, not Chen Fan. Anyone with discerning eyes knows that Chen Fan, who has become the head of an independent faction and has shadow-level strength, is unlikely to have anything to do with Orochimaru. At least, Chen Fan will not betray the village for Orochimaru. This is enough for a top powerhouse. Compared with Chen Fan, Danzo has a deeper collusion with Orochimaru. Even Tsurune Yugi and others were not entangled too much after all. Chen Fan is still there. In fact, if it weren't for Chen Fan, it is estimated that the disciples of Orochimaru such as Yuhika and Anko would have already undergone stricter inspections. Even if there is nothing to check, the village will not continue to reuse it. Take Hongdu, for example, this young girl who can compete with elite Chunin not long after graduation, but when Naruto took the Chunin exam, she was only a special Chunin. To put it bluntly, it took her 10 years to advance to a rank. To say that there is no influence of Orochimaru, it is estimated that no one will believe it. With Chen Fan around, Konoha's inspection of the Orochimaru disciples ended here. But the troubles on the reels are much more than the troubles brought by Konoha. This time, Orochimaru was dissecting the body of the Konoha ninja and was peeping at their secret techniques. This brought considerable trouble to Orochimaru's subordinates, disciples, and teachers. The 3 generations of Hokage apologized in public, but they couldn't hold back the anger of the clan. Some were so excited that they even scolded the 3 generations of Hokage line in front of him and actually accepted a person like Orochimaru as a disciple. By the way, these ninjas seem to have a good relationship with Root. The 3 generations of Hokage want Chen Fan to be honest recently, but it also means that he does not want him to experience this kind of thing. However, Chen Fan completely ignored Konoha's fishing reel and the advice of the 3 generations of Hokage. Continue the teaching and teaching every day, eat and drink. Not affected by the village at all. As if nothing had happened. However, some seem to have been instructed by a bandaged person to stop Chen Fan in public, wanting to scold him. Then Chen Fan replied calmly. I'm a person who can't stand scolding. If you scold me, I'll hit you. Then he punched a crack in the earth, and no one was looking for trouble in front of him again, scolding the 3 generations of Hokage. The 3 generations of Hokage would not do anything. But scolding Chen Fan, it will kill people. Chen Fan continued to live his life like this. And now, he still has time to take a look at the second gift that Orochimaru gave him. The first gift was red beans, but that gift was not so much a gift as a means for Orochimaru to continue trading with him. However, this second gift is really a good thing that Chen Fan dreamed of. Hyper-folding technique. Teacher Nayubi, you can actually get this thing. Chen Fan's eyes were full of excitement. This is the secret technique of the Kyudeo clan. As early as Chen Fan gained apprenticeship, he wanted to let Orochimaru teach him, but no matter what he said, Orochimaru couldn't get this thing from the Kyudeo clan. After Chen Fan became famous, he even personally visited the gate of the Kyudeo clan once, wanting to exchange some interests for the other party's secret techniques. However, Kyudeo's clan did not agree to be killed, and even couldn't help but call back all the clansmen who had already worshipped Chen Fan. Since then, I have never had contact with Chen Fan. It can be seen that the ninja family attaches great importance to their own secret skills. That is really being peeked at, can treat each other as a lifetime enemy. But now, actually got it by the teacher? Chen Fan's eyes brightened. How did the teacher get it? Steal the scroll of secret art? An autopsy from a corpse? Or seduction? Well, the last one is purely a joke by Chen Fan. But this secret technique is what Chen Fan needs the most. With it, I can devour bigger food. Chen Fan looked excited. Feast is a dignified mythical skill. Why is the presence of Chen Fan not much stronger than domineering, breath of the sun, etc.? For flowers. It's not because of the restrictions of feast. Cooldown time. This limit has been slowly lowered in the training plan formulated by Orochimaru. But another limitation has always been there. The food required for the feast is the food that must be devoured within 10 minutes. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 278. However, as a human, Chen Fan really couldn't eat too much volume in such a short period of time. This limits the level of Chen Fan's devouring food. His body size can't be too big. However, in the Naruto world, except for the two-toed couples, other powerful beasts are not small in size. But now, with a multiplication technique, it is different. Well, although it's a bit difficult to practice the hyperplasia technique, it's also a hope. Chen Fan looked excited. Once he learns it, he will be able to eat those large creatures. For example, in the Londi cave, that large group of giant pythons. Chen Fan stared at the scroll with excitement on his face. The scroll recorded 2 ninjutsus, doubling technique, and hyper-doubling technique. Orochimaru also added a lot of his own comments. For example, he warned Chen Fan that although the hyperplasia technique can make your body bigger, he is not sure whether it will make your stomach bigger at the same time, and he is not sure if he can eat so much food. Secondly, the hyperplasia technique consumes a lot. Even Chen Fan, it is estimated that it will take a lot of preparation time. There are also some exhortations in practice, such as the need to avoid others, the reference of cooking methods for giant ingredients, etc. Of course, the short-term use are not available. After all, it took Chen Fan a long time to learn a psychic technique. Even if he started learning the fairy mode, it still took a lot of time. To him, the doubling technique is almost a new ninjutsu, from head to toe, and his hanging is not suitable for use here. 0. It takes a lot of time to learn it. When Red Bean woke up, it was already 3 days later. Perhaps it was the madness of her blood that consumed her too much physical strength, and even if she woke up, she could only lie on the bed. After lying down for a full 7 days, she barely recovered. And as soon as he had a good rest, the strong red beams went directly to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, will you help me? Hongdu looked at him seriously. I thought about it carefully, and now the one who can help me is you. In fact, Hongdu also understands that with the defection of Orochimaru, his identity will inevitably become very embarrassing. And if you want to defeat Orochimaru and prove yourself to him, you also need a teacher. However, Orochimaru himself is a shadow-level powerhouse, and in the entire Konoha village, only 4 or 5 people can compete with him. Among them, Tsunede's main occupation is a medical ninja, and his combat power is slightly weaker. Jiraiya had already run after Orochimaru, and even Konoha didn't lie down. The 3 generations of Hokage are busy with affairs, and he has long since stopped accepting apprentices. Group possession. Forget it, don't mention it. The only one who can help her and is even stronger than Orochimaru is Chen Fan. As a ninja, she figured this out in a short period of time, and then she took out her most precious thing and traded with Chen Fan without hesitation. As long as you let me fulfill my wish, you can do anything to me. Hongdu gritted his teeth with a blush on his face and said, Don't think I don't know, you also know the purpose of the teacher accepting me as a disciple. Forehead. Teacher Orochimaru really told her a lot. Chen Fan shrugged, okay, but you are still young, and things have changed so much now, it is difficult for you to accept it. Let's wait for a while to conduct our transaction. As a senior brother, Chen Fan occasionally has moments of pity and cherishing Jade. Hongdu was abandoned by Orochimaru, and now it's not good to bully her like this. But when Hongdu heard the words, he was very dissatisfied. No! I'm going to start training now. The sooner you train, the sooner you can surpass Orochimaru. Let's do our deal now. With that said, she was about to take off her clothes. The corner of Chen Fan's mouth twitched. It was rare for him to show kindness, and he said, okay, how old are you? According to the law, when you are 20 years old, you are still far from adulthood. Don't be so anxious. Hongdu looked resentful. You can drink as an adult at the age of 20, and you can read the little yellow book at the age of 18, but you can get married at the age of 16. The law of the country of fire corresponds to a certain island country. Then breaking the law itself is a problem. Forehead. In a way, that's true. Stop talking nonsense, I don't mind, what do you mind? Hongdu snorted lightly and lifted her shirt to cover her blushing face. Following her movements, her exquisite figure stood out in front of Chen Fan. Nahara Lin once felt emotionally. Hongdu is 1 or 2 years younger than Nahara Lin, but her figure is much better than Lin. It's not like the weight that a girl her age should have. But she actually wanted to seduce Chen Fan? It's ridiculous. Chen Fan sneered. Hongdu, you are underestimating the will of a strong man. Does it work? Neko is just 2 lumps of fat. There is nothing to look at, and a person with integrity like you has nothing to do with it. The next second, the red bean, which was still half off, took off all the clothes. The law refuses. Righteous. Chapter 202 Skills Kazuma Sato Stealing. Chapter 202 The Gift of Namikaze Minato. On the shelf for subscription. 3 shifts, 13,000 words. Red Bean is a strong man. She said revenge, revenge. For this reason, even if she was just abandoned by Orochimaru, she immediately went to Chen Fan and paid rudely, hoping to win the hope of defeating Orochimaru. Of course, there may also be a mess in her heart, so she might just vent it out. As a result, there was another girl beside Chen Fan. Tsurune Yuhi and Rin Nahara looked at Red Bean with a sad look in their eyes. You said it won't have anything to do with Chen Fan. Why did it become what it is now? The dried Red Bean laughed twice, her face flushed red and she indented into the quilt. Do you both believe what a woman says? Especially when the three of us are still best friends. The maid next to Yi Kang snorted coldly, the woman of Konoha, huh? There really isn't one good thing. Forehead. Men too. However, although Hondu insisted on fighting, his body was consumed a lot due to the madness of his blood, and he fought against Chen Fan again. It was obviously the first time, but he seemed to be venting and refusing to admit defeat. As a result, she had to lie down for a few days. The girls are all staying at Chen Fan's house honestly. The situation has been very chaotic recently. They have been involved a lot with Orochimaru and they will inevitably be affected by 307. It is better to stay at home honestly. However, Chen Fan ignored it. It was time to train his subordinates and to cook. Tsunade, who made Ben worried that he might be lost because of this and planned to comfort him, was worried for a few days in vain. Every time he rushed to the meal to comfort Chen Fan, he wanted to take Chen Fan to drink a few times regardless of his age. Chen Fan seriously suspects that this one is just here to eat. Chen Fan himself will not be affected by this turmoil. But it does not mean that the subordinates who depend on him are not affected. As a disciple of Orochimaru, Chen Fan and Orochimaru are deeply involved. He is extremely powerful and has a high status. Anyone with discernment knows that he cannot betray Konoha, and naturally there will be no things without eyes to provoke him. However, his subordinates had to be investigated by Konoha for a long time, which was very annoying people in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 279 The abdication of the 3 generations of Hokage has become a foregone conclusion. It would be strange if Danzo did not take advantage of the current situation to attack the people of the 3 generations of Hokage. And what is the ninja of the 3 generations of Naruto? Of course, it's not just 3 generations of Hokage's subordinates. There are also the forces of Jiraiya who ran after Orochimaru, the forces of Tsunade who comforted Chen Fan, and the forces of Chen Fan who was a disciple of Orochimaru. The most important thing is, of course, the forces of Namikaze Minato, who is also a candidate for 3 generations of Hokage. Danzo has worked hard for so long, and he did not hesitate to pay for the cells of the first Hokage, not just to force Orochimaru away. It was his plan to strike while the iron was hot and to suppress all the enemies that could be involved. But at this time, Minato, who had been warm all the time, finally showed his sword. At this moment when everyone who can be involved with Orochimaru is in danger by Danzang, he opened his mouth and sheltered everyone. Especially many of Orochimaru's subordinates. You know, Orochimaru is enough to be a candidate for Hokage, and many people follow. Even if he took away a lot of core subordinates when he defected, there are still a lot of ordinary subordinates left. These people are at a moment of panic because of Konoha's actions. Namikaze Minato was willing to shelter them, and naturally got their allegiance. Even his actions were somewhat recognized by Chen Fan's subordinates. The original 4 Hokage heirs, Danzo, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato and Chen Fan. Now Namikaze Minato is acting like this, almost concentrating the power of the 3 major factions. In an instant, the panic caused by Konoha's thorough investigation was suppressed. It even became the most powerful supporter. Damn! Are you trying to be a madman for Hokage? Danzang was furious and cursed. You are so disregarding the overall situation. This is the legacy of Orochimaru. Do you dare to say that he really has nothing to do? It's not like that. Minato Namething's eyes were deep. I'm not ignoring the overall situation. Although Konoha is strictly investigating Orochimaru's backhand, most of Konoha's ninjas have been strictly investigated. But in fact, even among Orochimaru's subordinates, few people are really involved with Orochimaru too seriously. Orochimaru is a shadow-level master. How many people are qualified to make him a confidant? It's Danzo-sama, you've gone too far. Minato Namikaze said calmly, do you want to make Konoha panic, so you can rest assured? Danzo frantically sent ninjas to investigate. Although there was no torture, it made everyone panic. That is to say, the war is over now, otherwise Konoha might lose several battles in a row. But it was precisely because he was so aggressive that he gave Minato Namikaze the biggest assist. He forced almost everyone to the side of Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru's subordinates, Tsunade's subordinates, and even the 3 generations of Hokage's subordinates also have a faint tendency to support Naka's Minato. 99% of them have a clear conscience towards Konoha. But no matter how much he has a clear conscience, he can't stop Danzo from searching his home for 3 days and interrogating him every 5 days. Depressed and irritable emotions continued to accumulate, and now each of them understood a little. The defection of Orochimaru is the common shame of the 3 generations of Hokage, including the factions of the 3 generations of Hokage, Jiraiya, Tsunade and others. Only by supporting another Hokage from the 3rd generation Hokage lineage can this shame not be targeted. For this reason, they began to cheer for Namikaze Minato. The many factions of the 3 generation Hokage lineage originally occupied the vast majority of Konoha's positions and held the most power. Even if Orochimaru stabbed everyone in the 3 generations of Hokage, it would not change the proportion of Konoha's power. Everyone began to cheer for Minato Namething and immediately made him more popular, and he was once again qualified to compete with the forces of Danzo. Tuanzang snorted coldly, but didn't care. He had already guessed that his actions would attract others' hugs. But so what? I can't believe I can't compare to a baby. Compared with Danzo, isn't the young Namikaze Minato really a little baby? Compared with Namikaze Minato, Danzo's achievements are stronger than Minatoman, and he has more experience than Namikaze Minato. Minato was young, although he brought vitality, but also made many old people question his age. Danzo is confident, even if Minato Namikaze gathers the power of the 3 major factions, he will definitely not be able to compete with him. After all, the 3 major factions were ultimately at a loss because of Orochimaru's defection. However, it didn't take long for his expression to stiffen there instantly. Because of the 3 generations of Hokage who are about to abdicate, he also stood up to express his position. He also supports Naka's Minato. Damn Tsurugi! How could he do this? After the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi hidden clearly expressed their support for Namikaze Minato as the 4th Hokage, this suddenly changed the original rigid situation of Konoha. To be honest, the prestige of the 3rd Hokage has indeed dropped a lot because of the Orochimaru incident, but he is also the 3rd Hokage of Konoha Village. It was he who brought Konoha to fight against other great powers, and even won World War I, World War II, and World War III. Although there are other people's efforts, as a leader, no one will forget the credit of the 3 generations of Hokage. This prestige, that has fought 3 full-time ninja wars and maintained a record of complete victories, is not something that anyone can easily shake. Even after the defection of Orochimaru just now, it is the same. When he came off the field, the 2 sides who were still fighting back and forth immediately divided the outcome. Damn it. Danzang's face was full of anger, but he had nowhere to vent. He didn't even dare to complain about this kind of thing to Sandai Hokage. How could Sandai Hokage not see his calculations? And Orochimaru, but the 3 generations of Hokage really love the disciple. Going to provoke the 3 generations of Hokage, maybe he will have to fight the angry Sarutobi. With the support of countless ninjas, some elderly people who were hesitant because of Minato Namikaze's age had to re-examine the existence of Minato Namikaze. and Minato's popularity is much stronger than that of the mere Danzo. He is a role model for civilian ninjas, and he also has friendly relations with many big clans. Danzo was guarded by everyone, especially one day after Namikaze Minato visited Chen Fan. Originally addicted to training and unable to extricate himself, Chen Fan suddenly declared in public that he would fully support Namikaze Minato to become the fourth Hokage. This is the platform of the top powerhouse. Everyone can slander Chen Fan's character, they can slander Chen Fan's age, but they can never slander Chen Fan's strength. Konoha's victory in the Third Ninja World War was almost achieved by Chen Fan alone. This is a fact that no one can deny. So, with Hokage's support, Chen Fan's support, Jiraiya's support, and even Tsunade showing a supportive attitude, Namikaze Minato has an overwhelming advantage over Shimura Danzo and becomes the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Angrily, he smashed things like crazy. Damn! Damn! Why is this? Konoha Village. Above the Hokage building, 10,000 people are watching, and the crowd is huge. Minato is wearing a brand new imperial robe, a Hokage hat, and the 4 characters, 4 generations Hokage, are written on the clothes on the back. He stood in front of him excitedly, and the ninjas, with excellent eyesight, could see his arms trembling slightly. 5.7. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and swallowed. He took a step forward, raised his head, and looked at the crowd of people under the Hokage building. From today onwards, I am Konoha Village, the fourth Hokage. I would like to inherit the will of Konoha Fire. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. He said firmly, although I am not mature enough, I don't know much about many things, but I hope that I can make Konoha continue to be great. Wow! It is good. Oh. The voices below were messy and loud, but no matter who they were shouting the words that best expressed their hearts. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 280. Chen Fan stood in a corner and smiled slightly. He actually doesn't care who becomes Hokage. After all, he won't be able to fight the war in the next 10 years, and whoever becomes Hokage makes no difference to him. As for the subordinates, don't look at the fact that Danzo seems to be aggressive now, but even if he comes to power, he will never touch any of Chen Fan's subordinates. This is Chen Fan's confidence. Then he naturally doesn't need to care about him. But Namikaze Minato came to the door in person and gave him another gift in exchange for his support. This gift is Chapter 203. Tsunade Dog Chen Fan, you actually tricked me. Chapter 203. Skills, Kazuma Sato steals. Usually, as the newly appointed Hokage, Namikaze Minato is bound to come up with something to prove his existence. As predicted, the next day, as Hokage, the First Order Minato, who came to Hokage's office, was, in order to prevent possible wars, keep my Konoha ninjas fighting power. Namikaze looked serious. I decided to set up a huge exercise field in the suburbs of Konoha. Battle is the best way to increase strength. In my new exercise field, anyone can freely compete with their peers. I'll have a medical ninja nearby, just in case. This matter will be regarded as my first job when I take office. Everyone, please don't refuse. He said solemnly, facing the elites, Junin. Yes, Lord Hokage. Everyone said in unison, and no one's face changed. At first glance, it seems like a picture scroll of Konoha's happiness. Sandai Hokage sat next to Minato. Namikaze glanced at everyone with his eyes, and shrugged casually. Have fun? How is this possible? Although Namikaze Minato won the election, Danzo still firmly grasped the power of the root, and its subordinates also accounted for a considerable proportion of the high level. This kind of picture of one heart will basically not appear in Konoha. It was only Namikaze Minato that came to power, and no one was willing to be his target. It's not a hassle to build a practice field. The ninjas themselves are the strongest construction team. It is even easier to arrange some medical ninjas, but a few personnel transfers do not consume much materials. There's no need to get into trouble with a newly appointed fourth Hokage because of such a trivial matter. However, only a few people such as the 3 generations of Hokage know that this is not a trivial matter. This matter may be related to the life of Namikaze Minato. That's right. When Namikaze Minato visited 16 Chen Fan, he took this as a gift in exchange for Chen Fan's support. For him, Namikaze Minato is also very smart, and he has worked with Chen Fan for a long time. Danzo can guess Chen Fan's preferences. Could it be that he can't do it? If Chen Fan wants to fight, then satisfy him. A Konoha recognized battleground, he can play casually. How many enemies can he fight at the root? I am the top of the wave, Minato, and I will give you 10 times. Such a bold person, Chen Fan, will of course be friends with him. Of course, if he can't fulfill his promise, then Chen Fan doesn't mind killing a Hokage who doesn't keep his promise. It seems that you don't have to worry about Chen Fan chasing and slashing me. Minato is dignified on the surface, but he smiled bitterly inside. After all, that guy never cares about the situation when he chops up people. Construction of the training ground, promised by the fourth Hokage, begins. In fact, it is to separate a large piece of land to create some cluttered terrain to the maximum extent, which is the training ground. For ninjas, this kind of terrain is the most suitable environment for actual combat. On the contrary, the arena that Chen Fan fought in Rock Ninja Village didn't look like the fighting style that a ninja should have. After the successful construction of the first training ground, Chen Fan walked directly over and occupied the entire training ground on the grounds that, if you don't fight for a long time, you will be born with your hands. His desire to experience is not a matter of a day or two. 5 Ninja Village, he wants to brush it. It's a pity that except for Rock Ninja Village that met his requirements, all other ninja villages are cowardly. It doesn't matter if other shinobi villages don't brush, I brush Konoha. Chen Fan looked at the many ninjas who came to train with excitement. Of course, he wasn't going to point out all kinds of things like he did to his subordinates. Namikaze Minato's promise was only that he would not kill a killer and form a relationship similar to Danzo's root ninja and Chen Fan. Just fight. But there is one thing to say, actual combat is naturally the most conducive to the improvement of strength. The medical ninja, arranged by the 4 generations of Hokage, can also ensure the safety of the trainer to the greatest extent. Chen Fan can't beat the killer, he can control his strength, and naturally he can attract a group of ninjas to come over. Although I don't think I can beat Chen Fan, who doesn't want to fight against a shadow-level powerhouse. Even if you can't get the other party's guidance, you can still experience the feeling of fighting against the shadow level. When he got home, Chen Fan thought to himself while cooking today's dishes. Guiding my subordinates is one of the core attractions of my power. The other 2 are that I am not stingy in imparting skills, and I am willing to stand up for my subordinates. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he secretly said, only fighting, not pointing, will be much less attractive to ordinary ninjas. However, occasionally you can also consider pointing out a few talents and benevolent to attract them to join me. Chen Fan has never broken his mind to strengthen the real ninja army. It is also by relying on his fierce battles and constantly harvesting the leaks of his subordinates that Chen Fan has gained so much experience. The experience in my hands now. Chen Fan looked at the system. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills, Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Master, Collapsing Mountain, Master, Madness, Master, Wild Intuition, Master, Dimensional Kitchen, Legend, Arm Color Domineering, Legend, Sun Breath of God, Master, Infinite Sword System, Master, Taianju Zinxing, Master, Lieshi and Shattering Fist, Master. Experience points. There are more than 300 million. This is the accumulation of Chen Fan's entire Yan Ninja Village when he finished brushing it. At first, he thought that after finishing Yan Ninja Village, he could continue to brush Yan Ninja and Sand Ninja, which was useless for the time being. As a result, it has dragged on until now. If it weren't for the Little Master's Dimensional Kitchen upgraded in the middle, it is estimated that there will be another 100 million experience. Chen Fan pondered for a moment. It takes too much experience to become a master to become a legend. Chen Fan, this is almost a forbearance village, and it is enough to satisfy. There is no battle next, this is probably the peak of Chen Fan's experience. Perhaps waiting for the 100,000 Beiju to come out, you can let me improve it, but this is the limit in a short time. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. So, upgrade first. Chen Fan glanced at his template and said, Liu Fuyan Shattering Fist, Advanced to Legend. Consume 100 million experience points, Lieshian Shattering Fist, Master Lieshian Shattering Fist, Legendary. Breath of the Sun, Advanced to Legend. Consume 100 million experience points, Breath of the Sun, Master Breath of the Sun, Legendary. Ancient Strike, Advanced to Legend. Consume 100 million experience points, Collapsing Mountain Strike, Master Collapsing Mountain Strike, Legendary. If there is no battle next, open source will become Chen Fan's daily routine for the next few years. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.